Hi, I'm Guillaume, Creative Director from Trebuchet. Today, I'm excited to show you, for the very first time, Broken Edge, a multiplayer dueling game set in a fantasy world. Embody the iconic sword fighter of your dreams in VR and use its blades, techniques, and powers to claim victory. All characters are equipped with unique weaponry, coupled with their own distinctive martial arts style. Learn to master these ancient fighting patterns passed down for generations to awaken the energy of your blade and dominate your opponents online. Take part in the global contest and climb the ranks as you hear the lamentation of your opponent's demise. In Broken Edge, you can move and swing your sword freely, as you would in real life. We've worked really hard to create a seamless and impactful experience as your blades clash and break, thanks to our cutting-edge fencing mechanics. Apply your skills and tactics to break your opponent's weapon at the point of impact in an energy explosion. Don't let the pretty looks of this game fool you. The duels in Broken Edge take place in a surreal setting with vivid colors that altogether serve as a playground of complete skirmish. Our simple yet unique and beautiful art style keeps the action clean and precise so that nothing stands between you and success. Anybody can pick a sword, but there is no limit to the skills you sharpen in Broken Edge. This really is a game that is easy to learn, but hard to master. Grab your blade and set out on a pursuit to become the greatest sword fighter the world has ever seen on Quest 2 and Steam VR later this year. Stay tuned on social media at Broken Edge VR and join the blade cutting community on our Discord.
Thanks so much to our sponsors at VR developer and publisher Fast Travel Games for kicking off the show with Trebuchet's Broken Edge. We can't wait to see more. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Upload VR Showcase, broadcasting to you live from our new home planet. We have a ton of new announcements and trailers waiting for you today, with a little something for everyone. 2022 has already been a great year for VR, but as we'll show you today, there's plenty more on the way. Now, none of this would have been possible without our sponsors, so alongside Fast Travel Games, a huge shout out and thank you to Alchemy Labs, World of Mechs, Vertigo Games, Incuvo and Kiwi Designs. You'll hear more from them and their new games and products later in the show. If you'll recall, the beginning of the year kicked off with the launch of a hugely promising VR MMO, Zenith: The Last City. I know loads of you have been waiting to hear about what's next for the game. Well, here it is. Zenith's first major content update finally brings instant dungeons and much more to Quest, PSVR and PC VR on June 16th. But that's next week. What can we play today? Yes, the PC VR version of Green Hell is live today. Thanks to Incuvo for sharing the launch trailer. Okay, I'd say it's time for another world premiere.
As a child, I learned to run. Running for my life. Until I stopped running and learned to fight. To hold my ground. My name is Tempest, champion of Exley. And the only running I do now is towards my destiny. Let's go!
Epic. Final Fury.
Creating a satisfying VR fighting game is no easy task, but Final Fury's unique approach looks like it could pull it off. Be on the lookout for more info on the game ahead of launch next year. Now, if you've watched the last few Upload VR showcases, you're likely going to recognize our next game.
Welcome to the world of Nerf Ultimate Championship, where the greatest athletes from across the globe come to train and compete in the most electrifying sports competition the world has ever seen. Here at the championship training facilities, competitors can spend time honing their skills ahead of match day. The parkour course helps athletes prepare to take on even the most challenging arenas. Equipped with energy-enhanced battle shoes, athletes can sprint, double jump, mantle, and wall run further and faster than ever before. After dominating the course, competitors can head over to the blaster range to sharpen their skills. Motorized blasters offer a sustained rate of fire but must be revved up before they start. If waiting for darts to launch isn't your thing, grab a priming blaster instead. Use single blasts for accuracy, or slam fire to unleash a barrage of darts. Once you're finished honing your skills, it's time to team up with friends and take to the arena. This is it, the main event! In the Coliseum, you need to capture a central control point to score. On Mesa, teams battle over 3 different control points. Keep rotating across the map to maintain control and secure the win. And finally, engage in a classic Nerf battle on Blast City. First team to reach the score target wins. This is just a small part of what we have planned for launch day and well beyond for Nerf Ultimate Championship. We're looking forward to rolling out multiple seasons of free content, including more maps, more game modes, and of course, more blasters. It's Nerf or Nothing, August 25th.
Finally, we have a release date for Nerf VR. We're looking forward to shooting you in the face with foam darts this August. So, enjoying the show so far? Think it's maybe a little lighthearted? Well, don't worry, things are about to get heavy.
You see us coming and you all together run for cover. We're taking over this town.
Unplugged's first major artist pack is live today. I think I did that joke last time too. Thanks so much to Vertigo Games for sharing the news with us.
Astrum Closed City. Paradise. The nanomachine collective, Kairos, eliminates the population's dark thoughts during dreaming. No crime is possible. But today, the founder of the city has been murdered. It's your duty, Supervisor Hal, to find the killer. Explore your abilities as Variant. Use your memory dive. Manipulate the past. And unveil the truth. Avoid the destruction of the last paradise of humanity. Bring the murderer to justice. But be careful. The past hides mysteries. For a reason.
Let's finish this.
Shouldn't I be dead?
Dyschronia, Chronos alternate.
Dyschronia is shaping up to be an intriguing murder mystery from the team that brought you Tokyo Chronos and Alt Deus, and it's arriving later this year. Now, one thing we can all agree on is that VR presents new possibilities to make gaming more accessible and inclusive than ever before. Let's see how the minds at Alchemy Labs are doing just that.
VR is a very physical medium by its nature. A player's body, their range of motion, and their physicality are all important considerations for designing in VR. We at Alchemy Labs want to make our games available and accessible to as many people as possible. It's good for us, and it's good for our players. Our accessibility work addresses a range of needs, from people with permanent disabilities to those with temporary or situational limitations. We want players in Cosmonius High to play how they want, and in a way that's comfortable and convenient.
To that end, we've added a one-handed mode. Players can complete the game from start to finish using only one controller. With this update, we've also improved the player's seated experience. Tables and surfaces have handles that allow their height to be adjusted, putting our stations and objects within everyone's reach. While fixes like those can be applied across the game, others are situational. It's important when a character asks for hands in that everyone can participate in that moment.
Those are the big improvements in this update, but we've added a handful of other features too. Characters' pronouns are more visible, part of the optimistic and inclusive world of this game. Iconography makes functionality more accessible to those with challenges reading text, or people who don't speak our localized languages. Additional in-world text has also been localized, and we've included more visual tutorials throughout the game to improve cognitive accessibility.
There's more in this update and more to come as Alchemy Labs keeps working to make VR for everyone.
Thanks again to Alchemy for debuting its accessibility update for Cosmonius High today. And speaking of updates, let's get a look at new content and more coming to some of our favourite VR games soon, with a little help from a friend.
What's up, everybody? I'm Greg Miller from Kinda Funny, and I'm here to introduce a slew of updates coming to your favorite VR games in the very near future. VR music maker Virtuoso is getting an all-new environment that sends your music sky high. New tools are also coming to the Looper for more song variety, and finally, YouTube integration is also here, allowing you to easily access tutorials and more. The update launches today. It's time to jump back into Cities VR with the game's first free content update. The Metro and traffic routing update allows you to connect zones with Metro stations and improve the flow of traffic in your city with brand new tools. There's also left-handed support and the ability to zoom in closer to your city. Look for the new update to arrive on Quest 2 this month. There's still time to get into the free beta for the multiplayer shooter The Patcher. Pick a side and level up your character in online firefights against not just enemy players, but gigantic AI bosses and more. The full game will launch on PC later this year. Here's fresh gameplay from the Quest 2 version of Into the Radius. In this stalker-like shooter, you'll brave the wasteland, maintaining weapons and avoiding otherworldly anomalies as you fight for survival. Developer CM Games is looking to bring the entire PC VR original over to Quest. The port launches this September. And finally, let's hear what's next from everybody's favorite tabletop VR game, Demeo.
Making her debut in Curse of the Serpent Lord, Oana the Warlock is the sixth hero to join Demeo's band of adventurers. Always accompanied by her trusty Ostacat, Oana has some incredible tricks up her sleeve that no other spellcaster has brought to Demeo so far. Curse of the Serpent Lord releases as a free update on both VR and PC on June 16th.
And that's all from me, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the show and keep your headsets clean.
I see snowies!
Guess you're good.
Stupid snowies.
The multiplayer update for Stride has been a long time coming, and you'll be able to jump straight in once we're done here. Don't go anywhere yet though, because we've got another high-flying surprise for you. Heli Squad promises to bring HomeNet Games' expertise in the flight genre to a whole new arena sometime in the near future. So I don't think there's really any other way to introduce this incredible new trailer for an upcoming VR game than to simply say, doo 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 doo.
What if you could step into a world where anything is possible, where nothing is as it seems? Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Come join us in the Twilight Zone.
No one does mixed reality trailers quite like Wait, are you hiding behind the couch? Okay, what say we lighten the mood a little? Puffcraft looks adorable and definitely one for fans of the classic Lemmings games. Look for info on release dates and platforms later down the line.
Hello everyone and welcome to our showcase where we will be presenting Hubris. We will show you some new in-game footage and we will introduce you to our Cyborn studio. But first, what is Hubris all about?
Hubris is a VR action-adventure game set in a unique sci-fi universe. By combining dedicated VR game mechanics with high-end graphics, we want to offer the players a truly immersive experience. After giving you the chance to test our demo, we have been working hard at Cyborn to get the game finished for release fall 2022. For those who wonder, the demo was just the start of the adventure. There's much more to explore in the final game. And although we don't want to spoil too much yet, here is some new in-game footage. Thanks for watching and stay tuned for more.
Are you with me?
Thanks to Cyborn for the latest look at Hubris arriving this fall. So we're just about halfway through today's show. Hope you're having fun because we have plenty more new game announcements and deep dives on the way. By the way, our lovely new surroundings were made possible by Rosie Summers, and don't forget that this showcase wouldn't have been possible without our sponsors at Fast Travel Games, as well as Alchemy Labs, World of Mechs, Vertigo Games, Incuvo and Kiwi Design. Thanks again to you all. Oh, and while we're here, you may remember hearing that one of the year's best VR games, Mossbook 2, is on its way to Quest 2. Well, today we can confirm that Quill arrives on the standalone headset on July 21st, so mark your calendars. Developer Polyarch is also releasing the official soundtrack for the game soon, and pre-orders launch today. Now, here's updates on developer WannaDev's latest titles.
You, get up. Never gets old, does it? Anyway, you want to become a god of hard rock? Want to be a beast on stage? Strong like a titan? The master of rhythm and the most badass songs ever? Stupendous! Now grab this. Put it on and you will acquire divine powers. The powers to sail through the universe. To be the master on Earth as you will be in heaven. You'll be able to beat time with extreme precision aboard an extraordinary longship to become the best captain there's ever been. Finally, I bestow upon you these transcendental hammers to follow in the other gods' footsteps. Now, set fire on the mythical Hellfest stage. To get there, you'll have to cross the Wicked Valley, cruising through the legendary temple. You'll need to navigate through the epic war zone to reach, at last, the main stage. And you're not going alone. The Offspring, Dragon Force, Nightwish, Gojira, and many others will join you. You will finally know the eternal glory of metal gods and crowd surf over thousands and thousands of metal fans. Pretty dope, right? So go get it! They ain't gonna wait forever. New Ragnarok Hellfest Raid, available right now on Steam, MetaQuest, and Viveport. We'll see you in hell.
Hey, I'm Nicolas, Community Manager at Warner Studio. You have been plenty to ask us questions about Propagation Paradise Hotel, the gripping VR survival adventure we are currently working on. We want to make the most of this Upload VR showcase to answer the ones that follow the first gameplay video we released a few days ago. So, let's get started.
We really want the handling of objects to be the heart of the gameplay. Among these objects, there will be weapons, of course, but ones that we have carefully selected and that will be in a limited number. A gun and a shotgun. But anyway, running away or hiding may sometimes be wiser.
Propagation Paradise Hotel will lead you to multiple encounters, and there will be many cases of mutations. Now, will there be bosses?
Nope. To focus on the universe, the story, the progress and the control of the event, we decided to develop this game as a solo experience. You will only count on yourself to get out of the Paradise Hotel.
Today, we're happy to officially confirm that the game will be available on the MetaQuest 2 store.
Do you have more questions? Join us on social media and consider following the game development by adding it to your Steam wishlist. See you soon.
Propagation VR is looking promising, and take it from someone that got kicked in the face in the middle of a Metallica set at 2 AM, Hellfest is a great music festival, and Ragnarok's unique partnership is a perfect fit for VR. You can pick it up from today. Now, one of the things we love doing here at the Upload VR Showcase is spotlighting small indie developers working on promising niche projects. This next game is a creepy, lo-fi horror made by a 3-person team. Check it out. So those enemies are either giant walking thumbs or evil Humpty Dumptys, right? Weird. Either way, Liminal Phase looks like it will offer a different kind of horror experience on PC VR next year. So far today, we've featured a lot of great games from a lot of great genres, but I don't think we've really spilled quite enough blood yet. What say we balance those scales a little? Yes, we can finally confirm that Sorrento follow-up Hellsweeper will bring its brutal brand of combat to Quest 2 as well as PC VR, with Vertigo Games on publishing duties. Earlier this year, developer Digital Load returned with the reveal of VR stealth game Aspire 2. Today, we have all new information on what to expect.
This is Michael Wentworth-Bell from Digital Load. Today, in Upload VR's showcase, we're really excited to talk about one of the biggest revolutions in Aspire 2, the playable frames. Aspire 2 is a stealth action adventure made for VR by a team of VR lovers. You are Poe. You must track the techno-terrorist Ophis network around the globe and stop them from launching a doomsday weapon. Fans of Aspire 1 will be familiar with our first frame. Tall, fast, strong, and with a built-in tranq launcher, Cinder is a turbocharged redesign of the original Aspire Model 1. Then we have Sooty, a smaller frame, capable of navigating under objects, smaller vents, and higher pathways, and distracting guards with its built-in noisemaker. Sooty has an upgraded Aspire Vision, which uses machine learning to predict the patrol paths and sightlines of guards. You can switch between Cinder and Sooty throughout your missions. It's a feature that brings a ton of replayability to the campaign. Something key to the gameplay is the height differences. No matter how tall you are in the real world, when you select the Sooty frame, you'll literally be 3 foot tall in the world of Aspire 2. Navigating the environment at that size is starkly different to the Cinder frame. We do this by remapping your true height, scaling up the virtual world around you until you're 3 foot tall in the game world. It's not just the world we adjust, we're also scaling the IPD, the distance between your eyes, to be physically correct to the height of Cinder and Sooty. This means when you immerse yourself as Sooty, you literally perceive the world the way a 3 foot tall stealth bot would. Everything seems massive to your eyes and feels massive as you interact with it. It's something that a 2D video just can't capture. You have to jump into the headset and experience it for yourself. A great way to explore the frame's full potential is in our co-op multiplayer mode, and that's something we look forward to covering in our next developer diary.
Aspire 2 is one of many VR games we're looking forward to playing later this year. And there's much more where that came from. Let's hand it over to Upload VR correspondents, the Between Realities team.
Hello everyone, I'm Alex VR.
And I'm Skiva.
And we are Between Realities, official Upload VR correspondents. Today we are here to introduce you to several new indie VR games coming soon to a headset near you.
Let's take a look.
Immediate divert to Epsilon Indy.
Orbital Strike is a space combat simulator for 1 to 4 players in which you command capital ships as you fly through the void with jetpacks. Master zero-gravity combat and tackle a full campaign when this game arrives on PC headsets this summer.
The Wands series returns with more multiplayer spellcasting in Wands Alliances. This time around, teams of 3 players would go head-to-head, building their own loadouts and competing in tactical battles. It's due to hit MetaQuest 2 on June 30th. Next Player Please is a unique pass-and-play VR party game. You'll dig into a range of mini-games that use hand tracking and controllers, doing everything from fishing with fingers to herding sheep. Look for a Quest launch this year.
Tin Hearts is an adorable take on the Lemmings formula in VR. Guide wind-up soldiers around a workshop as you play through a story-driven campaign. Look for the flat-screen version to launch soon, with VR support following on afterward. Aeolia is the next game in the Rhythm of the Universe series from Rotu Entertainment. You'll explore an alien world on the brink of ruin and solve musical puzzles, all using hand-tracked controls. It's set to launch on Quest 2 later this summer.
Zombie fans will definitely want to check out Requisition VR, a do-it-yourself survival game in which players make their own weapons out of household items. Look out for a Steam Early Access release with cooperative and competitive multiplayer in September.
And that's all from us. Again, we're Between Realities.
Enjoy the rest of the show.
Hi, I'm Patrick from Fast Travel Games. We're super excited to be working with Flathead Studio to bring VR1 to VR gamers around the world.
Have you ever attempted to solve a mind-bending puzzle with the help of a gun and your better half? Clone and team up with yourself through time loops and blast your way through puzzles together in over 50 action-packed levels filled with vicious enemies. Wait, how do you know you aren't me and I'm not you? We are one, remember? Stay tuned at VR1VR on all major social media platforms for more information soon.
Okay, we're into the home stretch. We've got a few more surprises we think you're really going to like. But first, we have a question for you. What the bat? From the developers of What the Golf comes this crazy, physics-driven VR game that reminds us of WarioWare. Expect to hear more soon. Now, at the start of the show, we issued a warning about profanities. I have to stress that this was solely for this next game. So if there are any young ones in the room, please cover their ears. And probably their eyes too, just to be safe.
Alright, sand lizards, this is it. Rook 39 AI Tower, regular shipment inbound. And you are taking it. Should be impossible, right? 100% correct. If it weren't for the corresponding municipal mayhem event that's gonna turn the streets into full-on chaos, nailing everyone in front of the telly, including security. Now, it's key that you don't fuck around. Focus on the mission, no monkey business, stick to the plan. You'll be loaded as a warlord by dinner. Frank, Uno, Kobe, and Kevin, right? A husky fifth of the 12 mil cash plus 50 in gold split between you four fuckos should make for a nice holiday in the Pleasure Towers, huh? Are you kidding? Fuck a fifth, dude! We're getting a 10th! You cheap radio face bastard! Sand lizards out! Kevin, you retard! Fuck's sake, you absolute tongue wash!
Gambit is a really promising and foul-mouthed co-op shooter from the team that brought you Zero Caliber. There'll be much more to share on it later in the year.
Let's check out what's over there. Ooh, is that the cafeteria? Maybe.
Come on! This is crazy! I mean, what are they doing? What's yellow?
Yeah, where's yellow, babe?
Well, hopefully that's chat satisfied. It was great to get a look at how Among Us VR is bringing some of the original game's mechanics over to headsets. We expect much accusatory pointing. Now before we go, we have one more reveal today. We're very excited to introduce not just a brand new game, but also a studio making its first ever VR title. Take a look.
Product not yet rated.
We're now in the midnight hour, and you're listening to 189.16 The Scream.
And that rounds out this summer's Upload VR showcase. We're so glad you could join us today and want to extend a huge thank you to the Herculean efforts of each and every developer and publisher that took part. Thanks again to our headline sponsors at Fast Travel Games and the teams at Alchemy Labs, WorldMX, Vertigo Games, Incuvo and Kiwi Designs, as well as Pixelity. We'll be back for more this December. Until then, we hope you've enjoyed your stay on Planet Upload.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I mean, still in one piece.
Jesus Christ, what do you think that was? A bear?
What? No, Max, it wasn't a bear.
What was it?
I think it was a person.
Oh, are you serious? Do you think we hit a person?
I don't know. I mean, it was really close, like really close, but maybe we didn't. What is it?
I really effed this car up.
Well, maybe it looks worse than it is.
I should check out the damage before we try to start it up again, huh? Could you grab my, the toolbox from the trunk?
Yeah, okay.
Max, why didn't you tell me?
Thanks, hon.
Yeah. Do you need a hand?
Yeah, actually, if you could just shine a light right here.
Here you go.
Perfect, thank you.
The sooner we get out of here, the better.
Just picture yourself curling up in front of a big old fire pit singing campfire sing-alongs.
I don't think people curl up right in front of big old fire pits.
Why not?
They don't want to catch on fire.
And picture yourself curling up in front of a big old space heater.
Well, anywhere's better than here.
Where are you going?
Just over here.
Just stay there for a second, okay? I'm almost done.
What? You're not the boss of me.
I just don't want you wandering off on your own.
Excuse me.
That's not what I meant.
Yeah, it better not be.
I'm sorry. I really got to concentrate for a second, okay?
Yes. Look, I think there's someone down there, okay?
What's that?
They could be hurt. I'm gonna go check it out. Good idea, Laura. So thoughtful of you. Rose. What the hell? Silas the Dock Boy. Yikes. This is too weird.
Hey, why are you shouting? What? What the hell was that?
Car. Now. Yeah. Now.
Okay.
Did you see it?
No, but I heard something. Let's just get out of here. Come on!
Oh, God, I thought you said you checked it.
I did check it, and it was fine. Honey, I know you're on edge, but you gotta calm down, okay?
I am not on edge, Max. I'm freaking the fuck out.
It was probably just an animal or something.
No, it wasn't an animal. You didn't see it. It was a woman.
Lord, this isn't helping, all right? Go! There we go. We're good. See?
Please just get us out of here.
Okay.
Max!
I'm trying. We're okay. We're safe in the car, really. We're gonna be okay.
Jeez!
Oh, fuck! Oh my God, my heart just exploded.
Roll it down.
Hi, officer. How are you doing this evening?
Are either of you injured?
No, well, she bumped her head.
Well, barely bumped it. I mean, I can't even feel it. My bump, not my head. I'm fine.
Really, we're fine. We're just a little shaken up.
Well, you folks want to tell me what happened here?
We, something jumped out right in front of the car and we didn't want to hit it, so we swerved and, you know, here we are.
Something jumped out?
An animal. You know, yeah. It's just, don't know what kind. It was so fast and...
Yeah. Well, it was most likely a deer.
Sir?
Keep the car running.
Sir?
Is this guy like the all-time scariest cop?
I don't know. This is my first cop.
What, like ever?
Yeah, I'm not a criminal.
Now, you folks want to tell me just what in the hell you are doing all the way out here this late at night?
We're heading up to Hackett's Quarry summer camp. We're new counselors.
You're one night early.
No, we know. But we figured we'd get in early and scope it out, you know? I mean, they know we're coming. We called ahead.
And to be honest, sir, one of us kind of oversold their navigation skills and got us completely lost.
You're not gonna make it to Hackett's Quarry. Not tonight. Harbinger Motel. It's the nearest place. You can bunk up there for the night, okay?
I think we're just gonna stick to the plan, sir. I mean, Mr. Hackett knows we're coming and we called ahead.
No, ma'am. You're gonna head to the Harbinger Motel. Do you understand?
With all due respect, sir, why can't we go to Hackett's Quarry?
Because I told you to go to the motel.
Okay, I just don't understand what the problem...
Ma'am, please step out of the vehicle.
Whoa.
What? Why?
Officer, she didn't do anything.
Ma'am, if you wouldn't mind stepping out of the vehicle, I would just like to show you a route on your map there.
for sure.
Son, remain in the vehicle.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, we are right about here. Harbinger Motel is here.
Right, okay, and where was Hackett's Quarry again?
Well, I'm sure the fine folks at the Harbinger Motel can guide you there first thing in the morning. Still, please.
What are you doing?
Hold still.
Excuse me.
Ma'am.
I can take care of myself.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You can return to your vehicle now, ma'am. Harbinger Motel. Stay on the road. Watch out for potholes.
Don't you need like
Have
a statement?
Have a good night.
Why is this guy just sitting there?
That guy was giving me major weirdo
The
vibes.
dude needed like at least a dozen showers.
Oh my god, I know.
What was up with the thing? Did you see that?
Was it blood?
Nice to meet you. Oh man.
All right, let's get back on the road.
Yes.
I think I've had enough woodland encounters for one night. Thank you very much.
Agreed. So where's this motel?
Okay, so we're here,
Mhm.
and the motel is here.
Okay.
But we're going here.
What's there?
Hackett's Quarry.
How'd you do that?
I don't know, I kind of tricked him into showing me.
Very slick. Are you sure we shouldn't just get to the motel and just listen to this guy's advice?
Honey, you really want to listen to the advice of some creep-ass cop who told us in the middle of the creep-ass woods to go to some creep-ass hotel?
No, that sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Let's hit the road, shall we?
That's what I thought.
Ma'am?
Oh my god! If he called me ma'am one more time, I was gonna shove that badge up his dick hole. Seriously, do I look like a ma'am to you? I got like 20 years before I'm a ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
What?
20's debatable.
Easy.
I mean, I'm kind of into ma'ams.
Okay, we're done here.
You gotta be kidding me. There's nobody here. We drive all the way the fuck out here.
Max, can we just look around before we jump to conclusions?
Did you actually even talk to Mr. Hackett, or did you just leave a message?
Well, what's the difference?
This is the difference.
Hello?
I guess he doesn't check his voicemail.
How was I supposed to know that? I mean, clearly there's somebody here.
Yeah, or it's just an abandoned car, and this is a complete waste
Why
of time.
would there be an abandoned...
I'll be at the car.
Max, come on. Max, don't be a dick.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
what doesn't kill you will make you stronger. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some help. Max! Max, get over here!
What's going on?
There's somebody in the bunker. I think they might be stuck.
Stuck? Is it Mr. Hackett?
I don't know. Just bring some tools so we can break the lock. Hey, I'm back. We're gonna get you out of there.
Hey.
Wait, what are these?
I don't know, you just said tools.
Why didn't you just bring... Look, there's someone in there.
I'm not seeing anyone.
What? No, look.
I'm looking, I am.
Let me see. There was definitely someone there.
Okay, so... You sure?
Yeah, I saw it online.
Damn. You need a hand?
Yeah.
You've seen The Evil Dead, right?
Hello? Are you hurt?
Do you exist? Hey, be careful.
Max?
Hun, maybe it was a possum or something.
No, there was someone here, I swear.
Hey, it's been kind of a night, you know? Let's just get to the motel. We can come back here first thing in the morning, we can check everything out, but... I mean, you must be exhausted. I know I am. I think our imagination...
Max? Max? Max!
His blood. Help. I think I'm bleeding a lot.
Does this look like the goddamn Harbinger Motel to you?
Every little movement, every little thing you do is its sleight of hand that commands my heart to love you. Every little movement, every motion of your hips, I feel the compulsion to pull you to my sweet lips. Sit up like magic spell, you put me under. This miracle moment, never let it end. Every little movement is beyond improvement. You are the magician I've been wishing for forever.
Tapped into a surveillance drone. Eyes on.
Roach. Right, lads, well, we're in position. Don't get compromised. Guys, you set?
Wouldn't miss it.
Good here. This is it, hermano. Bravo, stand by for contact.
It is the beginning of the end. A dormant herald of the collapse stirs in its lunar tomb. Where once we banished the nightmares, a new terror rouses them from their slumber. Callus, the Emperor of the Cabal, betrayed by his own daughter and cast into exile. Now obsessed with a voice calling to him from within the darkness. But we will not cower in fear of nightmares. We will do as Guardians have always done. We will rise to meet the enemy and confront our darkest fears with open eyes.
Vanguard reconnaissance up Midas is go. Guardian, the exiled Emperor Callus has anchored his ship off the moon. Keitel's fleet is holding a perimeter. Eris Moore, our subject expert and lunar field agent, will oversee your mission.
Shortly after the Leviathan's arrival, it emitted a disruptive frequency.
We assumed the broadcast was comms interference.
But then the pyramid responded. I believe a connection has been made. Your task is to confirm that notion and assess the danger. The House of Callus falls to rot, and his loyalists have abandoned their posts. Ikora has spoken of these fungal growths before, in reference to the derelict Cabal cruiser, Glycon Volatus. This does not bode well. This is not the way. Do you see the phantoms? Strange that they have left the moon. They were generated by the lunar pyramid, dredged trauma like scorch marks lifted from a ruin. Vessel infested? More phantoms, congregating around something. Lines fused to spine and skull, stimulating brain activity. An experiential perpetuity, endlessly feeding the egregore. On the moon, phantoms and nightmares alike were attracted to remnants of light, refracting them into weaponized projections of fear and doubt. Zavala.
Don't let her go.
Light bearer, I have seen your kind before. You seek oblivion.
This could be a trap.
It's not. Pursue this lead.
All the same, proceed with caution. Nightmares exploit a target's vulnerabilities. They do not make contact at random. But I do not believe this is the Guardian's nightmare. Show your weapons! That cabal radiates foul energy. Keep from sight. You've been seen. Move! Destroy the Arc conduit.
Come and see.
Egregore spores open one's consciousness to darkness, allowing passage through fungal barriers.
You will know what must be done.
That door leads to Callisto's throne. The helm's instruments detect it is radiating pyramid resonance.
She's guiding us to Callisto.
One of Callisto's contraptions. It is time to leave. Hold back. I will retrieve you. I cannot reach you. Mark. Run!
Straight ahead.
I'm calling in your ship. The lunar pyramid stirs to the Leviathan's call. It manifests our deepest regrets. They wear familiar faces and speak with familiar voices.
Remember your last advisor, Zavala. You trust this one's judgment?
I can bind these nightmares to us, grant us safe passage through the ship.
Hive magic. You would doom us all.
I know what I'm asking you to confront.
Do you?
The rules have bent around us. We must also bend.
Madness. Your witchcraft plays right into my father's hands. Find someone else for your ritual.
Your regrets will follow you, Empress. Let me offer protection.
My armor is protection enough. I will lead the charge. You need only follow.
No matter what happens, do not break the circle. This will anchor our offerings. Now, tithe your weights to the crown.
My heart, from a time long past.
My memory, from one life to the next.
Song of Sothona, your words are mine to command. Borlog, Iot.
Eris!
Chords plucked in authored throats find chorus. Echoes once dissonant, exhumed, find harmony in binding flesh. It burdens. It burdens. It burdens until the choir relents, accepting. Iot. We are bound.
Homages and references to movies and video games are nothing out of the ordinary. It's common for developers to hide little Easter eggs to let the audience go,
I understood that reference.
but Sifu's first level, The Squats, goes beyond just simple homage. Yes, it's a level born entirely out of love of Asian martial arts cinema, but that love and the audience's connection to obvious cinematic callouts allows developer Slowclap to create something memorable in its own right. From the raid-esque premise of battling your way through a drug-riddled apartment complex guarded by junkies and thugs, to the bamboo forest-inspired boss fight that's sure to bring some Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon memories up to the surface, to a near-perfect recreation of one of the most famous fight scenes in all of cinema, The Squats is littered with scenes any fan of martial arts movies will recognize. And yet, The Squats rises above mere imitation by using these cinematic nods as the bedrock for teaching players how to excel at Sifu's tough but exacting combat. It's a careful tightrope walk of both reverence and a desire to carve out Sifu's own identity, and somehow, Slowclap managed to pull it off. To find out how they managed to nail this balance, we talked with Slowclap co-founder and creative director Jordan Leoni, along with game and combat designer Theo Caselli, who managed to shed some light on both the challenges of the Squat's development, along with the secrets behind its homages. This is Art of the Level.
Let's do this. Drop your weapon.
The Squats is preceded by a tutorial level that teaches you the ins and outs of Sifu's combat. But since you control an essentially invincible character in that narratively important prelude, this level is your first real test in Sifu. It's a proving ground that essentially says, okay, great, you think you know how to fight? Now, these guys are actually going to kill you. And kill you, they very likely will. Even though the Squats is positioned as a fairly easy level in comparison to later stages, it's certainly no pushover. You might survive its first couple of encounters by just mashing the light attack button, but eventually, enemies will start powering through your attacks to land one of their own, surround you and toss projectile from out of your view, and the boss basically demands that you have a firm grasp on Sifu's defensive techniques. But we'll get to that later. What makes the Squats such a great first level actually has a lot to do with the fact that it takes place after the prologue. Because the prologue got all of the basic tutorializing out of the way, you know what buttons do what, how some of your unique abilities work, etc. The Squats can teach the player practically as opposed to pedantically. Here's an example. As you're climbing up the apartment complex staircases of the Squat's first building, you'll run into a guy hanging out next to a railing with a bottle next to your feet. When you throw the bottle at the guy, it stuns him. Now, the tutorial taught you that you can use a directional throw on stunned enemies, but it doesn't reveal that throws are contextually based on the environment. The placement of enemy, railing, and bottle in this example is teaching you early on that you can throw a bottle to stun enemies near railings and then toss them over for an instant kill. And if you didn't pick up on that immediately, you get another shot because the placement is repeated again on the next floor up. And if you didn't pick up on it after that, that's fine too. Not just because you might soon die and get to re-experience the staircase all over again, but because this trick isn't something that's required knowledge in Sifu. It is, however, a powerful piece of information to have that will end subsequent fights faster and reduce the chances of you taking damage if you know what to look for, ultimately leading to an enemy death. That intention of design without making it feel too over-explanatory is key to what makes the level work, and what the developers hope to accomplish, as Caselli notes.
Even if the player played the prologue, it did not really feel the impact importance of the combat in the game, because you know when he's playing Yang, he's invincible, he's rolling through the enemies, while in the first level, it's the first time that you really have to, deal with the consequences of death. So we really didn't want to do especially challenging level. We want the player to, feel the pressure of mobs of enemies rushing at him and having to deal with, aging each time he dies. So the level was not really oriented to be really difficult, but more, introduce slowly but surely the player to what's coming.
The Squats accomplishes this goal wonderfully. While difficulty is subjective, the fact is, it only gets harder from there. and the Squats does a great job of easing players into that difficulty one step at a time through some really clever means. And one of those means is pulling in some cinematically inspired sequences.
Leave these people alone.
Oh, we got ourselves a real-life white knight here.
Oldboy is a classic 2003 Korean action movie with one of the most famous fight scenes in all of cinema. It's a brilliant single-shot brawl through a crowded corridor, notable not only for its gritty, realistic, and brutal choreography, but also because of the way it flattens the action onto a 2D linear plane. The developers of Soul Clap were obviously fans of this scene because, not too long into the Squats, you're greeted with this. Pretty uncanny, right? But what's especially notable about the Oldboy homage in Sifu is how it's not just a throwaway reference tossed in there as one of those aforementioned "I understood that reference" moments. Again, much of the Squats is all about easing players into Sifu's difficulty curve. And what better way to do that than to have the first fight against a crowd of more than 2 to 3 enemies at once be one in which enemies only come from one direction. Slowclap smartly adapted an iconic movie fight and made it their own so that they could not only pay homage, but also design a combat encounter specifically to ingratiate players to the challenge of fighting a bunch of enemies all at once. Future fights will have you contend with enemies that may be off camera or run up behind you, but here, the whole fight is always in full view, so you can focus on your combos and timing. It's worth noting too that in the actual Oldboy scene, Dae-soo fights off many more thugs than what the player actually is expected to fight through at such an early point in the game. For fun, let's see what it would look like if it did have 20 enemies packed into this corridor, as we hear Caselli again elaborate on their approach to homages.
When we want to pay homage, in Sifu there is two main elements to take into account. It's of course the setting. So in the case of the Oldboy corridor, it's the corridor and the 2D view, but also the types of enemies. Because in Oldboy, he fights a group of people that are not really tough, but he's fighting against this massive group. And we wanted to have this kind of feeling. So for the enemies, we used grunts, but we cannot use as much grunts as we wanted because the game would be too hard. So that's the second aspect of paying homage, is finding the right place to where the homages stop for the gameplay to take place. Because we want to create a challenge, we want to have a global progression for the player. So we have to find this balance. So okay, it's this scene, we want to recreate that, but also the player might or might not be able to handle that. So we always have to work with both these elements.
And true enough, this sequence hits that balance. Slowclap could have saved this fight for a later moment in the level, or even another level deeper into the game, but they specifically chose to place it here, right at the start, because of the way it facilitates a key early teaching moment. And rather than keep it 100% true to the Oldboy fight, they adapted it so that it served the needs of the game first and the homage second. While the Oldboy scene is the most overt reference, the main inspiration for this level is actually the classic Indonesian action film, The Raid. In that movie, a rookie cop joins a dangerous raid on a drug lord's apartment block, and it's a movie complete with guys getting thrown over railings in a low-rent apartment complex, a huge fight in a drug warehouse, and sure enough, even a good old corridor brawl. But the influence of The Raid is never overpowering, and never gets in the way of Sifu establishing its own identity. And going back to that corridor, while the switch from 3D to 2D seems pretty seamless, it actually brought a couple of unique challenges that Slowclap had to deal with.
One thing that was quite difficult was to hide the right wall at the perfect timing, so the player cannot see what is behind when the camera shifts. We needed to hide a lot of objects at a good moment, and also take the control of the camera so the player cannot see what happened.
To illustrate what Leani is talking about, here's a look at the room that's just before the corridor fight. In order to switch the scene to a 2D perspective, the camera must go in this space in order to give a full view of the action. So the developers had to essentially hide this whole room once the player entered the corridor.
Open it! Open up!
The change in perspective couldn't mean a change in the responsiveness of Sifu's combat, which normally utilizes dynamic camera angles that zoom in to really emphasize the impacts of each blow. Without these evocative tools at their disposal in this moment, Slowclap worked hard to really nail home the audio, visual, and rumble effects of every hit in order to make sure that the feel of combat still remained as hard-hitting in 2D as it did in 3D. With the Old Boy Corridor as the first true test of your crowd control abilities, the Squats continues to ramp up the scale of its battles, introducing you to new facets of its combat with each encounter. In the rooftop section that follows shortly after, you'll likely come face to face with your first elite enemy that regains its health when you try to use a finishing move on it. Right after that, you'll have to deal with your first heavy enemy. Next, 2 special elites guarding a shrine and the key that unlocks the level's shortcut. And it culminates in this big fight in the warehouse that is essentially the level's big sink or swim moment. It's worth noting that even with the shortcut that lets you bypass most of the level, you can't skip past this fight. What I love so much about this warehouse fight is that if you just treat it like a straight up fight, then yeah, it's difficult. Enemies surround you from all sides, they'll throw bottles from off screen, and there are plenty of weapons to go around. But it's also a wide open space with plenty of ways to use the environment to your advantage. You can vault over tables to keep the hordes of enemies split up, you could run up the stairs and funnel enemies so that they can only approach from one direction, or you could go even further up the catwalk and lure enemies over so you can toss them off the edge. It not only builds upon every environmental and combat rule that you've learned so far, but it's also an incredible teaching area on its own. The more you play, the more you're able to see what works, what doesn't, and eventually carve a path that allows you to get through the encounter without any deaths. And really, that's what Sifu's all about, and it's encapsulated in this one fight. Of course, this encounter just tests your ability to handle a gang of thugs all at once. The final test of the Squats inverts that idea by pitting you against a single foe. And it's the level's most deadly challenge yet. The Squats is capped off with a climactic boss battle against Fajar that follows suit with the rest of the level in that it's challenging, but never overwhelming. Fajar's patterns are fairly simple, especially in comparison to later bosses. When far away, he will leap off of a surface and do a telegraphed axe kick. When close up, he will do a 2-hit kick, followed by an easily swayable and punishable spinning heel kick. And every now and then, he'll use a sweep attack, but never often enough to really make you feel like you have to fear it. If you know these patterns and you know how to use your sway technique to get out of the way of his kicks to make him vulnerable, this is an easy fight. But when you first arrive at this boss fight, you haven't had the importance of these defensive techniques drilled into you yet. Fajar acts as that drill.
Come on!
Attacking him straight on doesn't work as he will block most of your strikes and deal more damage to you than you to him. Blocking doesn't work very well because his kicks deal massive structure damage, and just dodging will get you out of the way of his attacks, but won't give you the counterattack opportunity. If you want to get through this fight without dying, you have to learn how to sway high attacks. His second phase adds a few more attacks to his arsenal, but they still largely follow suit in that, as long as you utilize your sway technique to get out of the way of his attacks, he will always present a large opening for you to punish him. And that's really what this fight is all about, teaching you about the importance of swaying as a defensive technique. Because if you don't know how to use that technique to avoid attacks like the ones Fajar hits you with, you are going to struggle immensely in what's to come. And naturally, as Caselli notes, the developers really want you to learn from this battle.
It's the first real time in the game where the player will have to have some kind of plan to deal with his enemy. That's very important in Sifu because later on in the game, when we will introduce advanced archetypes or other bosses, the player will need to recognize patterns and will need to have some kind of a plan to deal with that.
I have spent 8 long years preparing for this.
Sifu's bosses aren't just memorable for their fights, they also tend to leave an emotional impact as well. One of the concepts explored in Sifu is wuda, essentially a form of martial morality, and it's one of the reasons why in every boss fight of Sifu, there's a hidden method of sparing them. Fajar is no exception, but why would anyone want to spare this monstrous drug lord who played a hand in the murder of your father? Well, for one, you get a special talisman that helps unlock a secret ending. But one of the great things about Sifu also is that it makes an effort to humanize each of its bosses. In Fajar's case, there's a mysterious room that remains locked all the way until just about the very end of the game, when you're able to find a key to this room inside Yang's sanctuary. Upon investigation, you learn that Fajar is actually terminally ill, and that Yang's the one who's been taking care of him. The two share a very close bond.
In each level there is something kept by the boss, which gives more intel about who the boss is. And for Fajar it was really to give more humanity to this boss. He is quite alone during his life, he don't trust anybody except Yang. And yeah, this one was to give him back his humanity.
Among all the bosses in the game, Fajar is the least redeemable, and is still a monster even despite knowing of his condition and his relationship with Yang. But like everything else in the squats, this revelation eases you into the thought that maybe these men and women you're hunting down aren't initially what you think they are. Maybe there's more to the murder of the main character's father than was initially let on. That hidden layer is, in essence, Slowclap's approach to his homages as well. The squats is so much more than just that level with the old boy fight. It's a level that also exemplifies restraint, and is a prime example of how to teach and test players on the skills that they'll need early on in order to be successful through the rest of the journey as it becomes more difficult. Which, by the way, it totally does in the very next level. But before you leave its dilapidated hallways and massive green rooms, the squats throws tough foes and movie references your way, not just to pull you through your paces or to showcase its inspiration. It proves at every turn that those inspirations can be passed on and transformed into something new. Something that instills new lessons into the player. It's a cycle, much like the ones players will experience over and over again as they overcome Sifu's challenges. But if you're open to learning from each new step, you'll become a master in no time. Thanks for watching this installment of Art of the Level. If you enjoyed this and want to support more deep dives into video game levels and sequences, make sure to check out our previous episodes covering the Margit boss fight in Elden Ring, along with the incredible Uncharted 4 chase sequence. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
There's no question the roguelite genre is hot right now, and developer One Simple Game throws its hat into the ring with this new adventure, I'm Not Jelly. Nominated for the Audience Choice Award at this year's Rogue Jam, I'm Not Jelly has all the crowd-pleasing hallmarks of the genre. Procedurally generated levels, unlockable power-ups that are reset at the beginning of each run, and, of course, one life to make it through to the boss, lest you start over from the very beginning. Set on an alien planet that's, funny enough, invaded by other aliens, I'm Not Jelly stars genetically modified sentient fruit that has been created by this planet's scientists to push back against the invaders. It's a bit cartoony, but so is the rest of I'm Not Jelly. The level designs are pleasantly bubbly, and the characters are all adorable sentient goo. The enemy design is a bit too simplistic, and there's not a lot of variety so far, but it's easy to imagine the team designing a deeper bench of baddies should they take home the $50,000 cash prize at Rogue Jam. As far as combat in this early build goes, I'm Not Jelly has a decidedly misleading title because the main hero does play like, well, jelly. Similar to games like De Blob, our fruit hero is able to transform into a puddle of goo in order to dodge enemies, parry attacks, and slip under obstacles. When it's not slipping and sliding around in jelly form, players are able to alternate between a melee attack and a 3-shot ranged attack, giving the game some Hades vibes. As is standard for the genre, players can purchase upgrades from a merchant using gooey currency you collect during your run. So far the power-ups appear to all be passive, whether that means building up a meter that adds a damage buff to your attacks or creating an explosive blast when hit. There are health and defense boosts available as well. Despite the cheery art style, I'm Not Jelly is a roguelite that can make you sweat a bit, though it's still geared towards a younger audience. The lack of enemy variety means there are not a lot of different attacks to read, but AI behaves erratically in a way that can sometimes add challenge and sometimes annoy. For example, some enemies spend most of the fight running away before taking pot shots from across the level, which can be frustrating. A lot of I'm Not Jelly is still under development. There are 2 more Jelly heroes that players will be able to choose from down the line, each with unique abilities that will hopefully change up the flow of combat. That said, neither is available right now. It'll be interesting to see how more variety will add to I'm Not Jelly, particularly given how crowded the roguelite genre is at the moment. Of course, if anything can slide through the crowd and make an impression on the audience, it's Jelly, so here's hoping I'm Not Jelly shapes up in time for the jam.
You're gonna get hit with the unexpected in Mario Strikers Battle League. In this no-holds-barred, soccer-ish sport, chaos reigns supreme. So prepare to do whatever it takes to claim victory. So much fun, it hurts. Mario Strikers Battle League.
Cold Fortune is a third-person, fixed-camera survival adventure game from developer Frostware. It's reminiscent of famous fixed-camera games like the original Resident Evils and Fatal Frames, and newer examples like Heavy Rain and Detroit. All of which creator Mark Moriso has cited as inspiration for his debut project. Cold Fortune snared itself an audience choice vote at Rogue Jam and a shot at the $100,000 grand prize, but does it have what it takes to be the Frozen one? Set 25 years in the future, Cold Fortune unfolds within a largely abandoned, snow-covered Detroit and tells the story of a group of people trying to survive in this unforgiving and deadly world. The brief playable snapshot we got our hands on gives players control of a mysterious but seemingly quite capable character called Deck, as he and his new companion Gantra move through a couple of incredibly dangerous Detroit blocks, an area sprinkled with bandits, bears, and at least one fatal booby trap. Unlike most games with a fixed camera, Cold Fortune features multiple angles you can switch to, depending on the area you're in. Cramped spaces may only offer 2 available views, while open areas will have 4 cameras to swap between. Cold Fortune encourages switching between all the available cameras, as some items and routes will only be visible to you from certain vantages. It's a system that still requires some honing though. There are definitely times that cameras were placed behind walls or in other frustrating spots, making it a little cumbersome to proceed. Cold Fortune's cinematic aspirations are getting a little undermined by this at the moment. Cold Fortune is intentionally slow-paced, and it gets even slower when entering an area with enemies. But there are a couple things to juggle as you progress, including your stamina and group morale. Stamina can be topped up by drinking, whereas morale will be dented by shooting unarmed people. The game notes that group morale affects your tribe's ability to function, though the overall impact of low morale is not quite clear yet. Combat and other sudden encounters are handled in the demo via quicktime events, whether they're knife fights with other survivors, animal attacks, or environmental traps. In the case of the demo, failing a quicktime event sent us right back to the beginning of the level. But we don't know if it will be that unforgiving in the finished product. Speaking of quicktime events, one notable strength of Cold Fortune was the motion capture work, which seems quite strong. This is no doubt thanks to creator Mark Moriso's extended background in it, having worked as motion capture stage manager on Call of Duty Advanced Warfare and 2019's Modern Warfare, as well as a variety of other film and game projects, from Ant-Man and Avatar 2 to Battlefield 4, Titanfall, and, well, Connect Star Wars. Hey, it does have good motion capture work. Does Cold Fortune have the chills to pay the bills at Rogue Jam? The audience seems to think so, though judging by how gamers have been reacting to NFTs of late, Frostware may have to explain this Redeem NFT menu option if it wants to avoid an icy reception. Here's hoping the evocative world Moriso has created gets the final treatment it deserves.
Is this? What's with all the neon?
A Megaton finally landed for the PlayStation 5 last week, with the long-awaited arrival of variable rate refresh within the console's arsenal of features. Is it a game-changing explosion of performance leaps?
Headsets on.
Now, the menu of improvements here comes in 2 flavours. One is from the inherent benefits that are enabled by VRR and the title's engines that use the PS5 operating system to control that VSync cycle, and the other is from developer-released patches that either enable VRR to work, enhance the title in some other way, and even a combination of both. And when it comes to technical champions that never sleep, Insomniac have yet again leapt into the VRR ring with not 1 but 3 updates, helped greatly by the single engine powering all of them. Picking Spider-Man Remastered first, which already had 3 modes to choose from on the PlayStation 5, it has now been updated to the same modes we saw last year in Rift Apart, namely a 120Hz mode which boosts the 30fps 4K fidelity mode to now run at 40fps, due to it being a divisible rate of that 8 millisecond level that 120Hz requires. Now with VRR on, this can go even further, effectively unlocking the frame rate to potentially reach that 120fps ceiling. I stress potentially. In side-by-side comparisons, we can see the old 40fps limit can now be up to 25% faster with this new VRR option enabled. And in addition to this, they've taken those performance gains of effectively removing the VSync cost and other improvements they've made to the engine, and they have also managed to increase the dynamic resolution scaling, meaning the resolution now has also increased along with performance. In reality though, the fidelity mode is the least significant increase, with performance being only 12 to 13% faster most often over that 40fps mode, leaving it a welcome increase but not one that most players will feel significantly faster or different, compounded by the fact it is also outside of that useful range of VRR, but I'll touch on that more later. Luckily, we have 2 other modes that see much bigger leaps, and these are across all 3 games in the Insomniac stack. Performance ray traced used here used to be a 60 FPS limit prior to this update, which was largely a locked and capped 60 FPS with a few dips occasionally to 59 or 58. But now we can see double that level at best, albeit briefly when swinging across the city. In reality though, we never see 100% faster frame rates here. More often 50 plus is where we sit, meaning we see frame times halved and input response increased, which is one of the biggest benefits of 120 FPS or faster frame rates. The leap is significant and really hammers home the extra work the team have put in here to maximise their engine, but also the gains when VSync is no longer set to a relatively low level, and therefore it can now also be controlled by the console. What we see here in the ray trace mode is a title that dynamically scales from a 4K target, but often around 1440p and hitting 80 to 90 FPS.
Escaped from the raft last year. Now it's time to move him back in. Police aren't taking any chances, especially not with our guest of honor.
This is a real eye-opener and a look under the hood in terms of what headroom is available on these fixed console titles that we rarely get to see, unlike PC titles. I would be doffing my cap to Insomniac at this point, but wait, we still have more to discuss. Miles Morales has seen the same updates with pretty much identical results I've just shown here. In that performance mode though, it actually goes even higher. Higher heights with ray tracing turned off, but the active resolution scale can now go even higher, as does the frame rate. Now often being a further 17% over the performance ray trace mode into the 90s and even 100 FPS levels in cinematics, combat and traversal segments. For such an early and gorgeous looking cross-gen title, these boosts are significant, and although they have come from patches that Insomniac have released, they do a great job of selling the very best of what VRR can offer.
Alright then! We're going to stop him, as long as we work together! Speaking of, mind giving me a hand up here? Yeah, I got you! Okay, Pete! Yeah, I got this! Take it away, careful! Whoa, wait! That's the
Hang on tight, tiny spider!
So what is VRR then? Well, it's a relatively new-ish technology that changes what has long since been a defined process or limitation of computers and consoles since the very beginning. Normal display methods prior to VRR, or FreeSync, G-Sync, they're all pretty similar solutions to the same problem, meant that the TV or monitors fixed the rate at which the game could update their images each frame. This is based on the speed at which the screen can refresh or draw and display a new image. And they tend to be 60 Hz or 60 FPS. Older CRTs could vary more, but for now we'll just focus on standard LCDs, OLEDs, etc. that we're all accustomed to, fixed panel displays. This means that the fastest a PC or console could send a new image would be every 16 milliseconds if it's 60 FPS, which after 1 second means we would have seen 60 new frames in that time. The next rate below this is 30 FPS or 33 milliseconds per frame, which is divisible into 60 FPS evenly. This is half refresh on PC dashboards and meant that all engines have to lock all their functions, loops and inputs into this fixed drumbeat that is dictated by the screen. This is called VSync in modern money, and it means that so long as both console and TV align at that same 16 or 33 millisecond point in time, we get a new frame each time. The problem here, or at least one of a few, is that it can come at a large cost to performance within the game engine itself and impacts console and PC alike. We've just covered this with the new Insomniac titles also. This is why when turning off VSync, we can see performance levels improve as this fixed period of waiting for the screen is ignored. The downside of this is that when it happens, we get torn images, which is where the screen has only part of the new frame at the bottom section, which is still being rendered by the PC or console, and part of the old one at the top. As the screen is drawn to bottom to top when being rendered, this leaves unsightly tears across the image which looks bad and ruins IQ. The benefit is you can get faster frame rates and higher input response, but until now this has been the dilemma. Choose a cleaner image quality at the cost of performance headroom, or better performance with poor image quality. Step Forward VRR. This technology enables the console or PC to play the drum itself and instead dictates to the screen when to refresh a new frame, within a defined scope that is. This means we can almost get the best of both worlds. The frame time can change per frame and the TV will adjust its cycle within that defined window. The net result is we can fluctuate between that 8 millisecond ceiling of 120 FPS right down to 20.9 milliseconds for 48 FPS, which is where the PlayStation 5's VRR range operates. On face value, this sounds perfect, but some caveats come into the solution. We can cover these as we step through more titles. A perfect candidate for what this really fixes as a base is Dying Light 2, which we covered all versions at launch earlier this year. Now it does have an adaptive VSync, which meant that in more GPU limited sections, such as that opening foliage heavy segment here, in performance mode it could tear a little when it went slightly over budget. Now with VRR enabled in the operating system under the forced section, it improves this title and it has not seen any developer update as yet of this video being made. So we now get no tearing at all, and as you can see in the frame graph at 120 FPS, we can see the frame time fluctuate in between that 8 and 33 millisecond point. We're still capped at 60 FPS here in performance mode, which is unlike the Series X version, which also has VRR, but that can run up to the 90s. So this is an update I suspect Techland will release soon to also allow the PS5 to break free of that artificial limit. The biggest benefit of VRR is being able to get similar performance to a title without VSync, but still gaining that better IQ as no tearing is present, or at least significantly reduced. Which is perfectly demonstrated here again with COD Cold War. Now here in my side-by-side comparisons in the 120 FPS mode, we can see almost identical performance between them both. But the tearing you can see on the left and those ripples in that 8 millisecond frame time are now cleaned up to deliver those fast and fluid controls the series is known for, with the most stable IQ. Now this was patched to support VRR for PS5, and without this patch it may have run with VRR active but simply continued to tear as it did before. This means we get the best of both worlds, exactly what VRR is designed to do. But we can see this with demanding UE5 titles as well, such as the Matrix demo. Here the game acknowledges that VRR is active even without any patch, and the frame time can now flip at 8 milliseconds when it runs slightly over budget, but it still runs the same 24 or 30 FPS capped levels depending on the segment, and it still tears across the screen at times along with frame drops, showing that even though the engine is VRR aware, it would require Epic to release a patch for this to benefit. The other main issue is 30 FPS titles are beyond the range or even possibility of improvement from VRR. They will not improve games that drop below 30 or at least run at 30. There's nothing you can do that is just a 33 millisecond limit. As you can see with my LG C1 here, we can operate anywhere between 40 FPS and 120 FPS, which is 25 milliseconds to 8 milliseconds. But depending on your TV, this will vary, as the screen can flip a new frame at 8 milliseconds, meaning 120 FPS, or 12.5 milliseconds, which is 80, and then 16 milliseconds, aka 60 FPS, right down to 20.8, 48 FPS, which is where the PS5 range stops, and is really the ideal level, as 40 FPS can have its own targeting mode, which is what Insomniac did last year with Rift Apart and have now done with the other Spider-Man titles. The ability to fluctuate between 4 frame times means you, the player, get to wait less time when a frame is missed. Rather than having to skip into the next 16 milliseconds, you can then go actually slightly faster. So if you miss that 8 millisecond of 120 FPS, you only have to wait half the time up to 80 FPS, which means you now flip at 12.5 milliseconds. And therefore, the more consistent frame times are, the better they feel, and the closer together they are, the better they feel, which is exactly what VRR does. Because these frames are buffered, the TV can be told one frame in advance when the next refresh is likely. So it can then fluctuate between 120, 80, 60 and 48 FPS. And that means titles can fluctuate more and feel smoother. And the actual basis there, if we look at something like Cyberpunk 2077, this was a title again that we've covered in depth. That also had tearing. Specifically, you can stress it out by using alpha transparencies, again swamping the GPU with fill rate. That means that the game can tear and drop frames. As you can see here, it's tearing and dropping frames shooting through the glass. But going over to the VRR mode, we can see that the exact same section still drops frames. It still feels inconsistent in terms of dropping down below 48 FPS, because then you're into that 30 FPS refresh. But there's no tearing anymore, and generally those short sections are much shorter because it tends to stay within that 48 FPS range, which means on your screen, not here with this capture because it's still a fixed rate capture, it feels smoother because you're waiting slightly less to get that next refresh cycle. You're not waiting 33 milliseconds, you're only waiting 20.8, and that is almost half the time, and that feels much faster and smoother, and that's why VRR feels better than just having a game refresh on its own cycle. It's a very defined range though. At 48 to 60, you've effectively got one level of drop and then you're out of the range. But it works much better on 120 FPS titles because you've got a much bigger range to pick from, i.e. 4 refresh cycles.
You think a crushing defeat is all it takes to stop me? I mean, yes.
So, wrapping up the big hitters, another Insomniac to complete the triple header that they released is Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. And again, it already had that 40 FPS fidelity mode, and just like Spider-Man, that is now unlocked with VRR turned on at 120 FPS, as you can see on the left, but it generally hovers in similar levels, somewhere anywhere between 10 to 25% an absolute highest point between the two. But as you can see on the right, performance ray trace mode now operates somewhere into the 90s. Again, in heavier sections, it can go right back down to the 60s again, but the VRR range that this operates within works really well. And it really, in my opinion, is where VRR works best, 60 FPS and above. Again, it's got that very small window within 48 to 60 FPS where it can help alleviate some of those stutters. But predominantly most games would probably fall below that, and that's where I think Insomniac's excellent work last year with the 40 FPS mode, taking me back to my Pell days, 50 FPS mode, all makes perfect sense. But now with VRR enabled and the patch where the team have unlocked it means you can now play this title with even slightly higher resolution ranges. Obviously that also means probably slightly lower ranges as well, but better performance. And as you can see, at certain points, it's 60-something% faster than it was before, with ray tracing enabled, and it's still an absolutely gorgeous game. And then there's other titles that I was able to test as well. So Dirt 5 was already a pretty impressive 120 FPS title anyway, but now it's been fully updated with VRR, meaning those unsightly tearing elements in some of the stressful sections are now gone. But it was already a pretty good performing 120 FPS title anyway, and that means that it doesn't really stand out here. It's a fully lock solid 120 FPS on this short tested race that I had, and really if you are affected by tearing, then this is where VRR really works the best, and it improves it significantly. And a lot of these titles, such as Dirt, such as Cyberpunk 2077, all of those are due to forcing VR on in the operating system. But there's one backwards compatibility title that really is a battle. Yes, it's Blood Stutterfest Born, and this is one title that would benefit greatly from having a smoothed out frame rate. And unfortunately and unsurprisingly, VRR is not here to save the day, because it's not activated for backwards compatibility titles, or at least from the ones I've tested thus far. No, Bloodborne still stutters and has frame pacing issues right from 16, 33 and 50, even 66 milliseconds. And again, it can feel like it's dropping frames, but it is a good example of why that cadence of delivery is so important, much more than the frame rate, which is just a byproduct of frame time. And finally, one more backwards compatibility. Wouldn't be complete without one of my favourite games of any generation, Batman Arkham Knight. And again, it doesn't recognise VRR is on, and therefore you still get a 30 FPS title unsurprisingly, and no benefits from this. Although the tearing is now removed, but that was already removed due to the PS5's backwards compatibility boosts. And that really completes the trio of titles. Bloodborne and Arkham Knight are a good example of where VRR just won't work. 30 FPS titles can't be improved, they can't be saved, and therefore you do not get better performance from them because fundamentally that is as fast as they can refresh. So what's my summary of VRR on the PS5 then? Well, it's certainly later than me and many of us expected, with Xbox having this ready even before the Series consoles launched. But is a welcome boost nonetheless to the console's toolkit, offering choice for developers and gamers alike. The fact an operating system option is enabled to force games to use it where possible is excellent, but as noted here, not all titles will take use of VRR, and even when they do, your mileage will vary from benefits. As a solution to tearing and improving both performance and input latency, it is a win, but nothing has changed from my original views on VRR and my tests. It only works when frame rates stay north of 48 FPS, and the range on PS5 is right at that HDMI 2.1 standard, making it a little smaller than the 40 FPS of the Series X. But in all fairness, that is arguably too low anyway to hide the delta when dropping so close to 30. Some titles greatly benefit from VRR, and anything that removes tearing is a win in my book. Just do not expect it to be a silver bullet for performance issues. But I look forward to seeing what patches can come that utilise it, as we've seen so far with the great updates from Insomniac. But please leave your comments below and titles you may want us to cover in a future video. But for now, I'm out. But if you like all things technology and game related, then keep it IGN, and we'll catch you very soon on the next one.
Oh, baby! Hurts me! Let's tonight! Gotcha!
Fairburn. Captain says we'll be surfacing in 5. Clear on your orders?
We wait for air cover from our boys in the RAF. And once they start their raid, we use the distraction break on the beach. Your team destroys the coastal defenses to the west. I neutralize the defenses here, and proceed inland to rendezvous with Blue Viper at the safe house in town.
As quietly as possible. I don't want to come back to the beach and find the place crawling with Germans. If they spot the sub before you blow those guns, me and my team will be stuck here.
I can do quiet.
You'd better. All right, that's our cue. Okay, Fairburn. There are the searchlights. Show me what you can do. We aren't landing with those searchlights up. Take them out.
Won't be a problem. Should scout the shoreline with binoculars. Spot my targets.
One left. Take them down. Nice shoot. I'll get my men ready. You secure the beachhead, and we'll follow when everything's clear.
All right. See you on the other side, Sullivan. Got to secure the beachhead. Make the landing zone safe for the Rangers. Better get to it. Going to have to go prone to get ahead. Should be able to climb my way up there. Get a good vantage point down on the beach. Can't give away my position. Should take him down quietly.
Und plötzlich explodiert der Himmel. Warum gönnen uns die verdammten Alliierten zur Abwechslung nicht mal eine ruhige Nacht?
He'll be part of a patrol. Should keep to the shadows. Don't want to get caught out.
Beckendorf hatte die richtige Idee. Geben wir ihnen verdammt nochmal was, worüber sie sauer sein können. Beckendorf hat... Richtige Idee. Geben wir ihnen verdammt nochmal was. Ist da jemand? Moment mal. Ah!
Think I've grabbed all I can.
Sie müssen es irgendwo versteckt haben. Bestimmt haben sie es noch nicht über den Kanal transportiert. Wir müssen weitersuchen. Was war das? Wer ist da? Hm?
Something important on him. Should check the body. Military papers. Should have a look, see what's going on here. According to this, the SS captured a resistance cell in the town last week. It must be Blue Viper's network. Subsonic ammo? Nazis must have found it. And put this to good use. Keep my shots quiet.
Mach dir keine allzu großen Hoffnung. Wir müssen noch die Waffen aus ihren Verstecken holen. Das dauert.
Got to secure my contact. Can't just leave them to die if they've been captured. Guess I grabbed everything useful.
Was für eine Aussicht. So gibt's in Österreich nicht. Klar, Berge schon, aber kein Meer.
That'll be where they're holding the resistance. Got to get past these Nazis and get inside. Got to get in there before it's too late. Charlie?
Thanks. I just needed a distraction.
The weather in Ostend is better this time of year.
But France has better food. You're my contact. You're the desert ghost. I should have known.
Good to see you, Blue Viper.
Yeah, Leo chose that code name, not me. But they found us anyway, in spite of all the codes.
Betrayed?
Maybe. I think so. But I can't be sure. They tried to make us talk, and when we wouldn't, my God, they killed the whole town, everyone. All thanks to a bastard named Moller. They split us up. Some of my men might still be alive. Somewhere in this place. We have to...
I'll find them. You're in no shape to fight. Where can we meet?
All right, you win. The safe house is blown. There's a farmhouse just north of the town.
I'll find it.
One more thing. One of my men, Marcel, he hid information in a loose panel under his bed. The key for it was sewn into the hem of his trousers. They may not have found him yet. Look for the house with the yellow brickwork. Ugliest thing in the village. You can't miss it.
Got it.
It is good to see you again.
You too, old friend. Not much more to go now. Target's nearly in sight.
Nichts. Sie haben bestimmt irgendwo was versteckt. Wir haben uns ja nicht mit Mistgabeln angegriffen.
Check my weapons before hitting the field. Stock up on supplies as well. Can retool my gear at any other workbenches I find. Should keep an eye out. Keep my loadout on point for the job.
Achtung! Alle Geschütze auf Zielraster H9! Reichweite 380!
Kommando Trupp vernichtet! Zurück auf die Stationen! Und wachsam bleiben!
Nazi bastards. That radar tower is still operational.
You sure? Don't worry, mate. He's with me.
Won't be needing this. Scope. Scope. No scope. You see what I did there? You got it, right?
I am Agent, codename Desmond. I was trained to secretly serve the government of my country. My orders were to enter Oak Grove, to retrieve the dossiers of the secret experiments of Dr. Llewellyn. What I found there, in the office of the experimental hospital, it is something the world needs to know about. This is my story.
IGN sat down with U.S. Army geospatial engineer and gamer Corporal Joseph Stanningwater to react to the upcoming action RPG Forspoken and get their unique perspective on the challenges that await Frey in the mysterious land of Athia. Presented by the U.S. Army.
Hello, I'm Corporal Joseph Stanningwater. I'm a 12 Yankee, a geospatial engineer. My role is to be the GPS of the military. I take data and creatively turn it into maps that are both readable and functional. In Forspoken, Frey is exploring a new world, so I could really help her out. The scouting techniques that I would use would be finding landmarks, maybe like a broken down building, and then also try to keep track of like directional, like northwest, stuff like that, by using the sun.
Not guilty. Lies! She dies!
When I see this dragon, I notice that it's like 20 feet bigger than me and also has magical particles around it. Maybe I should run away or parkour away or just get away from that huge magical beast.
It is you who
trespassed on my land. It's you who set this battle in motion.
If I had magic powers, I wouldn't have any safety precautions. I would just parkour.
You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior? Forspoken is coming to PlayStation 5 and PC. For more on everything Forspoken, keep it here on IGN. No matter how you game, make sure you're operating at peak performance. Unleash the power of the Samsung 980 Pro PCIe 4.0 NVMe SSD for next-level computing and double the data transfer rate of PCIe 3.0. It's 12 times faster than Samsung SATA SSDs, making for a whole new user experience. The 980 Pro pushes the limits of SSD technology thanks to write speeds of up to 7,000 megabytes a second, and the new Samsung in-house controller designed to harmonize flash memory components and the interface for superior speed. And even better, it's easy to install. Boost your PC performance, load games faster and more reliably, no matter how intensive the workload. The Samsung SSD 980 Pro and 980 Pro with heatsink are proud partners of IGN's Summer of Gaming.
You are go for launch.
All month long, IGN Summer of Gaming is giving you a front row seat to the hottest gaming events, and today is a big one. Summer Game Fest 2022, hosted by Jeff Keighley.
Welcome to Summer Game Fest Kickoff Live.
A live cross-industry showcase of announcements, trailers, and reveals, plus probably a few surprises. Will there be an orchestra? Will the Muppets make an appearance? Will someone drop an F-bomb? Anything's possible, but you won't have to wait long to find out, because Summer Game Fest 2022 starts right now.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to IGN's Summer of Gaming Live. We're here counting down to the Summer Game Fest show. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield, and for the next half hour, I will be joined by a panel of experts to help me break down every big announcement, and we hope to see you during the big show. Here with me now are my co-hosts, Kat Bailey from IGN's Nintendo Voice Chat podcast, Tina Amini, IGN's EIC for one more full day, and then Ryan McCaffrey, host of Podcast Unlocked. What's up, everybody?
Hello.
We have assembled from Bay Area and Texas.
That's right.
Here in IGN's LA studio. It's great that we can all be together here. Apart from the people at this desk, there are so many people in the office right now behind the cameras and in the control room, and our news writers are standing by, ready to write up all the big announcements from Summer Game Fest. So it's awesome that we can all be together here, working as a team, just like we did for E3 back in the before times.
Feels great to be back.
Before we get started, just a reminder that IGN's Summer of Gaming is going on throughout June. This week alone, we'll be covering Netflix's Geek Week all week, IGN's own Expo this Friday, plus the Xbox and Bethesda showcase this Sunday, and there's a ton more going on besides that. You can find live coverage of all things Summer of Gaming wherever you get your IGN, whether that's IGN.com, Twitch, YouTube, IGN One on your smart TV, and now you can even watch us on our Steam page. Now, Jeff Keighley has teased what's coming for Summer Game Fest. Let's take a look at what we know for sure is going to be there. It's actually a lot. We actually kind of have a really good idea of what to expect. He said ahead of time, this is more about games that have already been announced, updates for those, rather than announcements of brand new games. And one of those is Street Fighter 6, which we just got a look at Sony's State of Play last week, I believe. I believe they're going to unveil a new character for Street Fighter 6. And this game, what's really interesting to me about this is that it's apparently going to have this single-player kind of open world mode. I really like I'm not a competitive fighting game player myself, but if it has like a compelling single-player mode, I will totally play it, just like I did with Mortal Kombat 11. Tina, what are you hoping to see for Street Fighter 6 today?
Exactly that, World Tour mode.
Oh.
You know, what exactly is that supposed to be? Because it's a sort of open world environment, and we saw the slightest glimpse of it. So clearly you can make your own character and explore into this world, but is it just going to be elements of random encounters effectively, or is there more that you can be doing in this open world, which you're seeing in the footage right now that we saw from State of Play? So getting more information on what exactly that means for Street Fighter 6 will be really interesting.
Sure. And actually I think they did have a leak of their, maybe an extensive character roster already. They're going to reveal a new character today. Ryan, what do you think? There's been so many Street Fighters over the years. What does it take to get people excited for Street Fighter today?
Well, I mean, the logo certainly put everybody off at first, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, wait a second, what are we doing here?
Can
But
only go up from there.
I'm actually with you, Tina. I love the idea of it getting back to being literal Street Fighter. Like, it's you got to keep things fresh. You got, I mean, the fighting game community. It's such a passionate, enthusiastic community where people dial into their one game, and you've got to be good. The bar is so high that I love seeing Street Fighter just reinvent itself, do something new, and you know, try to lure in some folks like us that, like, I'm so lapsed on Street Fighter. I was at the arcade putting coins up for Street Fighter 2, which ages me more than I guess anything else, but it's, you know, I haven't really played since. So if there's a cool single player campaign where I can roam around and have some other interesting adventures besides necessarily just the one-on-one fighting aspect, I'm eager to check it out.
Yeah, same. Now, another game I'm very excited to see more of is Callisto Protocol. We're going to get a gameplay demo of that today. And that one wasn't really on my radar until the Sony State of Play last week. Of course, this is from the creator of Dead Space. And the footage that we saw in this trailer recently, it looks a lot like Dead Space to me, which isn't a bad thing. I'm a big Dead Space fan, and this seems to be Dead Space in all but name only. How are we feeling about Callisto Protocol? It's coming out in December.
Sci-fi horror, it's really good to have that kind of aspect back because it was gone for a weirdly long time after Dead Space 3 kind of bombed. EA didn't really know what to do with it. It's going to be interesting to compare and contrast it with the Dead Space remake that EA is currently working on. Of course, these are the original developers, and if I were to put my money on one, I would probably put it on Callisto Protocol because, you know, Glenn Schofield, he worked on the Call of Duty series and everything. He really knows how to be bombastic, use audio elements and everything to its advantage. I think that it's going to be an audiovisual feast, Damon.
I mean,
as it should be for a horror game.
Yeah.
It's just, it has, even from the character's general movement down to the gory scenes that you're seeing replayed here from the recent trailer, very much feels like that dark, atmospheric, creepy, gory, even complete with eyeball scenes, Dead Space that we've known and loved. And it will be really interesting because those two, the Dead Space remake is also coming out right around the same time. So I imagine comparisons will be made and certainly commented on. Good time to be a horror fan.
Yeah, it'll be so interesting to sort of compare and contrast Callisto to Dead Space. Like, does the original Dead Space remade for modern systems hold up to the creator of Dead Space's brand new take on Dead Space? I don't know. I mean, it's going to be fascinating to see how that all plays out. Ryan, we recently put up some impressions of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
Yes.
Recently, I think we're going to actually see some more of that today.
I'm looking forward to it. So last year was the first time I hadn't played a Call of Duty campaign in quite a long time. I always do the campaigns every year. I still enjoy them. And I really enjoyed the Modern Warfare 2019 remake. I reviewed that campaign for IGN, gave it an 8, and I just thought it did a great job of really kind of getting back to what Call of Duty does best, which is the cinematic action, but variety is the key. Like, you need different stuff going on. You can't just be shooting, fish in a barrel every single mission, and that's something that the 2019 game did well, and that's something that it already seems like Infinity Ward's got dialed in for this one. A big thing that Stella Chung, our ace first-person shooter player that went down to Infinity Ward to see it, talked about was this demo. I hope we're going to see this mission today. Is where you're basically you're swimming around underwater and you're basically Jaws. You're just swimming around and either throwing your knife at people or grabbing people and pulling them under. And they apparently redid all the water physics, all the water effects. So I'm very optimistic about this Call of Duty.
That's good to hear. Very encouraging. Now, Gotham Knights is another game that's confirmed for the show today. It has a release date. It's coming out in October. Recently confirmed for just current-gen platforms only, PS5, Series X, and PC. We recently got a gameplay demo, and the reaction from the IGN audience, at least, was mixed, I would say. Definitely had some fans out there, but some people were not super impressed with the footage that we saw already. What do we think it would take to get people more excited for that after today?
Well, from what I've heard, based on comments from the IGN community, it was very much like, the combat feels janky and it doesn't feel as fluid as the Arkham series that everybody knows and loves and is obviously going to make direct comparisons to. And even things like the glider, which are some of the upgrades that you can make for traversal. There was a lot of commentary on how that felt and janky and maybe not the most fluid or the most intuitive or the most, something that would match the characters as well. I suspect because we saw Nightwing and Red Hood gameplay specifically in the last gameplay footage that they released that we're going to be seeing Robin now and Batgirl. So who knows if it's going to be very similar in terms of that lack of polish that people have been commenting on, but we'll certainly see what their gameplay styles are going to be in contrast with the other two characters.
Yeah, and it's going to draw comparisons to Spider-Man naturally, which, of course, has come out in the interim and drew a lot of lessons from Arkham Asylum.
And had great traversal.
Yeah, exactly.
Ryan, I know you're a big Batman fan. This is a Batman game without Batman.
Bat universe. Yeah, I mean, what I'm most interested in is seeing how this actually plays in October and looks, because they dropped current gen for this. We were talking about it on Next Gen Console Watch. I guess they dropped last gen. We can't seem to decide.
We have
what's
a show
current
called
gen.
Next Gen Console Watch.
Yeah, we need to really get that straight on our side here. But yeah, I mean, no PS4, no Xbox One, and that means there's kind of, this is now a premier new gen, current gen, next gen, whatever we want to call it. That's a big title for those new systems this fall. Is people have finally started to be able to actually get the Series X these last couple months. The PS5 still getting out there in as many numbers as it can. So yeah, I don't care about the non-Batman characters in this universe as much as I care about Batman. But if it's got that combat, I mean, there's a reason a million games copied Arkham's combat style because it's awesome. Yeah. So if this can evolve that and kind of give 4 different flavors of that, I'm all in.
Well, Gotham Knights is not the only superhero game we're going to see today. Midnight Suns is also on the show, and that's an interesting one. That was revealed at Gamescom last August, was supposed to be out already, but then got delayed to the back half of the year. Another game that sort of had, it's from the XCOM team. It's sort of an XCOM style game with Marvel characters. Another game that received, I think, a mixed reception when it was revealed. Then it ended up getting, delayed. What are we sort of expecting or hoping to see from a reintroduction to Marvel's Midnight Suns?
I think that I would really like to see what the actual missions look like. How elaborate are the actual missions? Because, is the terrain interesting? Is it, particularly flat? How do they use the actual superhero abilities? Right. This Marvel's Midnight Suns is a little bit surprising in the way that it uses more of the horror aspects from the comics rather than more traditional superhero kind of things. XCOM games are known for having customizable characters, but of course you're using superheroes and you can date them.
Yes.
So I'm looking
not
forward.
Age them, have relationships.
Yes.
With them, that kind of dating. Yeah, we may or may not have had somebody play 6 hours of this for Access recently, and there may or may not be a preview going up on IGN. May or may not be today. So keep your eye on the site.
May or may not look forward to that. Tina, I know you like games where there's romance options.
Oh yeah, absolutely, where you can explore, and I think that's where it's going to come down to. How robust is that content? I feel like some people have been burned by Marvel's Avengers, and primarily the feedback was, well, there were good concepts there, but there just wasn't enough to do. And so I think that's going to be something that people are looking forward to. And also, we might even get a proper release date out of this announcement too, considering the game was just went through its series of ratings, and typically that means that we're expecting that to go into that direction where we're going to get a firm release date following that.
Well, this is the time to announce those release dates, if it is coming in the back half of this year. Okay, with that, we've got to take a very quick break, but don't go anywhere because we're just moments away from Summer Game Fest.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by the Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And by the US Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior?
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN1. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN1.
If you are just now joining us, you missed so much insightful commentary and witty jokes and unbelievable moments. I feel bad for you. But we're only moments away from Jeff Keighley's Summer Game Fest showcase, and we're breaking down all of the things we might see with our panel of experts. We'll also be doing a live reaction post-show after Summer Game Fest ends, so be sure to stick around for that. For now, let's talk about some of the big third-party publishers that might have some cool new games to show off today. We were just talking about the games that have already been confirmed for the show. Now it's time to talk about what we might see. Devolver Digital is a partner for the show. Ryan, they've got Return to Monkey Island supposedly coming this year.
Yeah, this was in my rider to be here.
Yeah.
I demanded we talk about Return to Monkey Island, so I appreciate everybody accommodating me on that. No, I mean, this was... I cannot think of the last time, and I've been doing this for 20 years, that a video game announcement took me this much by surprise and made me this happy. I never thought we would get another Monkey Island with Ron Gilbert, the original creator. We got this teaser just after April Fool's, which had everybody going, wait a second, it's real. Ron Gilbert's been tweeting about fixing bugs and assembling builds. It was announced for this year, so I suspect we will finally get a look and see what Guybrush looks like in this new art style. We'll get a look at this game, and I suspect we will get a trailer, a release date at the end of this trailer too. And I'm just over the moon that this exists and this is happening. It is definitely like the best thing ever for me.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of the most pleasant surprises of the year so far. Let's talk about Sony. Sony is a partner, and there's a lot we could talk about with Sony, including things that have just leaked today. Well, let's start with what leaked today. Last of Us Part 1. The long-rumored Last of Us remake leaked with a trailer, which at the time we went live, Sony had not pulled it down yet, which I thought was interesting. I would have said that there's no way this would be a part of Jeff Keighley's Summer Game Fest. I would think Sony would want to keep that for its own showcase at some point. But the timing is odd that it happened the day of, right? I don't know. What do we think? First of all, what do you think about A Last of Us Part 1 remake, and do we think it might show up today at the show?
Go ahead, Kat.
I think, first of all, I am pro Last of Us Part 1 remake because I think it still looks very, very good, and it was a great PS4 launch game, more or less. I mean, it was kind of in that window. And I think that it holds up, but it's time to remake it for the PlayStation 5. Give us that next gen and bring it up to the level of Last of Us Part 2. As for it showing, I think it's more likely to be showing at this show than God of War Ragnarok, which is such a big thing that I feel like Sony would want to really get it right, to devote a whole stream to God of War Ragnarok. It would be pretty surprising, I think, to see it. Jason Schreier has said that he has not heard anything about Summer Games, it appearing at Summer Games Fest, nor, and there have been rumors of it being delayed, but I don't think it's been delayed.
You think it's still coming this year?
Yeah.
Tina, what do you think about Last of Us?
It's so weird to think about that game having been released like roughly 10 years ago. It doesn't feel that way. So it comes as a surprise to me just by virtue of that. But when you really think about it, it makes sense. And it also makes sense that, we're in a new generation and they're going to want to take one of their best-selling, one of their most impressive games and make sure that it's getting constant renewals. I mean, we've seen success with Skyrim getting released and re-released and GTA 5 getting released and re-released. So why not make a meal out of it? That seems to be a bit of an industry standard. And I definitely think it makes sense that a leak would have happened on the same day that Summer Game Fest is happening. This is just sort of the pitfalls that are potential for to run into when you're running these sorts of shows. And always a bummer, but gives us good things to talk about happily.
We have to talk about something on this pre-show.
Exactly.
I think there should be a rule that you can't remake a game until at least 10 years.
That sounds fair.
It's 9 years, but no, in all seriousness, I mean, Kat, you're right. It was a tail end of the PS3 generation. Yes, it was remastered for PS4, but it makes sense. I mean, you've got more and more people coming into the Sony ecosystem all the time because the PS4 was such a huge hit and continuing that momentum with the PS5. And lest we not forget, there is a very high budget, high profile HBO show that we don't know if it's going to adapt the games at all or maybe borrow bits and pieces of them, but it makes perfect sense to remake this for some synergy there. So, I mean, I'm super happy for any younger gamers that may not have been around in not just the end of the PS3 generation, but that PS4 remaster came pretty early in the PS4 generation. So it has been a while since really this game specifically has been in the limelight. I think the first one's better than the second one, so I am happy that people who maybe did not play the first one will get, because it's one of the best games ever.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when you mentioned the TV show, it starts to make a little bit more sense that maybe there's going to be a lot more people that are introduced to that world and are a little curious to maybe want to check out the game. Sony wants it to look as good as possible, right? So I guess that makes a little more sense when you look at it that way.
And certainly of the Sony titles, to Kat's earlier point, absolutely it would be Last of Us Remake, and I don't think that they would pass up the opportunity to showcase God of War or any of their other bigger profile, like newer chapters in some of their franchises on Summer Game Fest rather than their own state of plays.
Yeah, God of War, I'd be very surprised if it showed up today. But there's other Sony stuff too. There's Forspoken, which is supposed to be out this year in October. This is a kind of an interesting one. It's Square Enix, and we've known about it. It's been announced for a while. It was actually supposed to be out already and got delayed. It's another game that I think Square Enix is having a little bit hard time getting people excited for. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. Poor Forspoken. Yeah. I think that it maybe deserves better than it's getting because I kind of like the speed of the combat. The actual terrain looks quite nice, I think, as the character is exploring. I like the concept of the isekai, where the character is coming over from New York into this fantasy world and everything. But at the same time, it's being developed by the team that was formerly working on Final Fantasy 15. And it's a little bit weird because it's being developed by Luminous Productions and its former head, Hajime Tabata, left. So there's a little bit of a vestigial aspect to it. It feels like Square Enix in many ways has moved on. And also, like, there's just not enough to differentiate it in so many ways from a lot of the other open world games that come out. So I think kind of a lot is riding on any potential reveal of Forspoken. They really need to make a push to get people excited about this one.
Tina, how's Forspoken sitting with you?
I also feel badly for that game that it's not getting as much attention because it does look really fun just from the moments that we've seen of it. And I think it felt like it looked really beautiful at the same time. Like fun and beauty is just such a winning combination. But I don't know, I think it's interesting that it's kind of slipping under people's radar. Maybe there's just too many other big name games out there holding
open
people's
world
attention.
Games at this point,
There's also the Hideo Kojima factor. So it's a well-known fact. Jeff Keighley and Hideo Kojima are BFFs. Kojima showed up at Jeff Keighley's shows many times over the years. He brought Death Stranding to the Game Awards years before it ended up being released. There's been a couple things recently. There's rumors about Death Stranding 2. Norman Reedus said in an interview they're working on the second one. And now there's also this possible leaked horror game that Kojima is working on, Overdose, starring one of the actresses from Death Stranding in several films. What do we think are the odds that there's some Kojima something here at the awards today, or the Summer Game Fest?
Never count it out.
Yeah. Always a possibility,
I mean, at this point, it's the number of times that Hideo Kojima hasn't shown up. You count those. How many times has he not been at a Keighley thing?
He'll at least do a message, right?
There's going to be something. It's just a question of, is it a full-on game announcement for Overdose, or is it some smaller appearance? But yeah, he'll be there in some capacity.
And both certainly feel premature, so I couldn't even guess, would it be a Death Stranding 2 announcement, or would it be this brand new Overdose announcement? I assume maybe Death Stranding 2 is more likely because it's more of a known factor, and it's following up on the franchise. And, Norman Reedus went out there with it, I think it was a month, 2 months ago, so maybe in the interim they've been planning something. perhaps not substantial, maybe no trailer, but maybe a message, as Kat was saying, from Kojima to make it a little bit more of an official confirmation and do the thank yous for, paying attention, and please anticipate, our next announcement when we're actually ready. But Overdose is even earlier, like of a leak ultimately.
Right.
So I think based on those two factors, maybe Death Stranding would be more likely, but either way, it seems early for them.
Could be exciting for you. I know you're a big Death Stranding fan. And you like horror games. So
yes,
either way.
That's true. Either way, I win,
walk
truly.
away
Yeah. And it's
happy.
interesting about Death Stranding 1 because when I was in the midst of it, I'm like, why am I doing this? And this is kind of like just a grind, and I'm not sure what this experience is about. Oh, I'm building a bridge with someone. That's more interesting. And I think in retrospect, when I really sat with it, I enjoyed it a lot more too, which is a weird experience for playing a video game.
But do you think Death Stranding needs a sequel? I think Kat may be of the mind that it maybe doesn't.
I had kind of defined ending, as I recall.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to spoil it.
Ultimate,
yeah, no spoilers here.
But I think that it ended on a good note, and I got the sense that Kojima Productions in some ways was ready to move on and try something new. And of course, there have been so many rumors about Silent Hill and God knows what else.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know. Like, it may be that Kojima's next project is not Death Stranding 2, but that Death Stranding 2 is being worked on in the background.
Yeah, just an evolution of the Strand type of genre that is brand new.
The Strand genre.
Exactly, yeah. It doesn't have to be a continuity or a prequel or any sense of that main storyline, but it could just be the mechanics of it and figuring out how to make it even more gamey than it was.
If Soulsborne can become a genre, so too can
It's got to start
Strand.
somewhere. Exactly.
Speak it into existence.
Okay, well, we're less than 5 minutes away from Summer Game Fest. Make sure you stick around after the show. We'll be going over all of our thoughts about the big announcements. Ryan, Xbox is a partner for the fest today. Of course, they have their own show on Sunday. Big show with Bethesda. So what might we think they would have in store for us today? I do think we're due for a release date for Hellblade 2.
I'm right with you, and I think it's exactly like the situation we were just talking about with the Last of Us remake. It's like, oh, that would be here and not at Sony's own thing. But yeah, Hellblade 2, it's been at the Game Awards twice. In fact, the only times we've seen it where it was at the Game Awards 2019, and then again this past year we got a substantial nice 6-minute gameplay demo. So yeah, if third time's the charm in terms of getting a release date for that. We've talked about this on Podcast Unlocked, our weekly Xbox show, where Xbox has had some tough luck with delays. They've had 4 significant exclusives that were scheduled for this year bumped out of this year. Hellblade 2 getting a release date for 2022 could go a long way towards curing the hunger that Xbox fans are feeling for some new exclusives. And yeah, I mean, if any one of the big Microsoft games was going to be at Jeff's show today versus Microsoft's show on Sunday, Hellblade seems like the right fit given that it's been at the Game Awards twice before.
Yeah. I guess the other couple possibilities, there's the GoldenEye 007 remaster, which achievements have leaked. Announcement for that seems to be imminent at some point over the next couple days. And also Scorn is supposed to be in October, but doesn't have an exact date yet. So that'd be a nice little release date.
Maybe there'll be like a gross block of this show with Callisto Protocol and this. Yeah, it's like get all your disgusting game stuff out of the way.
Disgusting in a good way.
Exactly, gross, bloody disgusing in a fun way.
Yes, I love that.
Well, another leak from this week that could be a very real possibility is the Saints Row Boss Factory. The new Saints Row is out in August. The Boss Factory is the character creator that it could be released today. It could be one of those things, and it's available now. Another interesting case, Saints Row having a hard time getting its fan base on board. However, Ryan, we did put up a very positive preview recently.
Yeah, the reaction to this was one of the most downvoted trailers I've ever seen on IGN because it was right before YouTube turned off the dislikes, from being publicly visible, and it was not a positive reaction on IGN's channel or on any other channel I saw. But you give people time, and then they showed off a really good slice. Hands off, we haven't played it yet, for the caveat there. But yes, Simon Cardy out of our UK office got to see an extended chunk of gameplay, and that preview went up, and he was very happy with what he saw, and the audience response to that preview was extremely enthusiastic too. So seems like the tide might be turning there, and maybe people just needed a little time to sit with this reboot. And if Simon's telling us that tonally it's kind of fitting, it's landing somewhere between Saints Row 2 and Saints Row 3, which are the two most beloved in the series. I'm a 3 guy myself, and I know you are as well, Damon. But so if it's in that range tonally and it's got a fun world to have some hijinks in, then I'm all for it. I hope we'll get a chance to play it here very soon.
Yeah. Okay, we're just about a minute until I'm going to hand you over to Jeff Keighley. He's promised to be gentle with you. Any sort of last minute hopes or predictions of anything we hope to see today?
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Elden Ring DLC revealed during this particular show. And I'm really excited to play it because Elden Ring is not just my game of the year, it's pretty much my game of the generation. So more Elden Ring, please.
Wait, nice.
This generation?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's still in the early.
Fresh,
yeah,
but
still
yeah,
fresh. Yeah.
so far,
still
you can
early
count
days
that.
in this generation, I think.
Well, Jeff also confirmed Witchfire, which we haven't seen since I think the Game Awards reveal in 2017.
I don't even know what that one is.
It's so it's from the creators of Painkiller and Bulletstorm, as well as The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. So they had a whole description about when that game was revealed about why are we turning from a narrative game to a first-person shooter, a dark fantasy first-person shooter. But it's clearly in their roots, and it looked pretty gorgeous and interesting. I think there's like an evil turtle that you kill in it. That was just my interpretation.
All turtles are evil.
Well, yeah, they do bite hard. So yeah, we'll definitely be seeing that one, and I'm curious to see what else is in that environment too.
I'll give you one real quick. Yeah. Breath of the Wild 2. Nintendo's brought it to Jeff's stage. They brought Breath of the Wild to Jeff before. Maybe it's time to see it again.
That would be a delight to see. I don't know how realistic it is. Okay, the show's just about to start. Everybody enjoy all the announcements, and we'll see you back here on the other side.
Everybody, I'm Jeff Keighley, and this is Summer Game Fest, a live showcase of what's next in the wide, wide world of video games. We are live here in Los Angeles, so whether you're streaming from home or watching inside an IMAX theater, welcome to our showcase event. Over the next few hours, we'll give you updates on the games you love, be joined by special developer guests, and yes, have a few surprises along the way too. Now, what I love about this show is that it's a true cross-industry showcase. Whether you play on Xbox, PC, PlayStation, Switch, or mobile, we'll have games for you. It doesn't matter your platform of choice. We're all here to come together as one community that simply loves the art of amazing video games. The biggest franchises in the industry are here, like Call of Duty. You'll get introduced to exciting new worlds and new teams, and we'll make room for small independent developers who we think deserve the spotlight too. If we do this right, hopefully you'll discover a few new games to put on your wish lists. And even if you don't get every announcement that you desire, and let's face it, you're not going to get everything today, but we've got a lot of great stuff. So let's get started. Over 30 years ago, Capcom's Street Fighter hit arcades, and ever since, this legendary Japanese fighting game series has continued to evolve. Street Fighter 6 is coming in 2023, and right now, we're excited to officially confirm a character coming to the game and show you the exclusive first gameplay footage. Enjoy.
You won't know what hit you.
Let me have some fun.
Let's get this mission started.
This will be a good fight.
Got you in my sights.
Neutralized.
Predictable.
Time to end this. Fire. Double.
I'm just on another level.
It's all about the comb. All right, Next, it's time for a brand new game announcement here at Summer Game Fest. Check this out.
Sergeant Leo Alvarez of the CM Leth Recon Squad. Our mission was to enter the Tantalus base, locate the comsat relay, and bring it back online. We found the relay, but there was a problem.
Get that door closed now, Private. Close that gate. Nothing gets in here. Ray didn't make it.
Releases of One Piece.
Willis, take the lead.
Oh, this ain't good.
What we found was a new kind of evil, and it found us first.
What the?
This wasn't human.
Retreat! Retreat! Willis! Open fire! Go! 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 Alvarez! Through that door! Hold that door, Sergeant! Son of a...
I don't know what I saw in there. But I know when I close my eyes, I still see it. Now everyone's dead. And someone needs to know.
That was Aliens Dark Descent, and it's coming in 2023 to console and PC. Next, 2 years ago at the Game Awards, we revealed the Callisto Protocol from the creative forces behind the Dead Space franchise. Today, I am thrilled to get to show you the first raw gameplay alongside its creator, Glenn Schofield. But first, here's the quote-unquote Schofield cut of the brand new trailer with a little more gore.
Take a look outside. Did you know that they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Just like you would have been if I hadn't fished you out of that wreck. So whatever you're holding on to right there, that's your old life. You gotta let that go. Because your new life is entirely in my hands. I'm just trying to give you a chance at rebirth. I just love that last part. Gives me chills every time.
That's right. We know what you wanted to see. And joining me now, Glenn Schofield, Striking Distance. Glenn, first of all, congratulations. This game looks absolutely incredible. And I got to say, the fact that you have built this team, this studio, new IP, shipping this December, all in COVID, blows me away. So congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for having us. I really do appreciate it, Jeff. And, you know, for a second, just give me a second. You know, I want to thank you for all you've done for the game industry all these years, man. I think I've known you like 16, 17 years now. Yeah. And you've been an ambassador. You've amplified new games, new studios, and I just wanted to thank you. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you. It's not about me. It's about you guys.
Yeah, I know. But
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's so fun to do these shows and to show this game. So people saw the trailer, but what I'm so excited today is that you just brought a raw gameplay sequence. This game is in development, and people are going to be blown away, I think, when they see it. But tell us a bit about what are we going to see today?
Yeah, we got a couple minutes of, like you said, like raw gameplay. It's 2 segments in the first half of the game. One is a med bay, another one is a power station, and you're going to see some new enemies, some brutality, some just about everything. We're showcasing a new weapon called the Grip. Okay. It's like a gravity gun, but it picks up the enemies and it shoves them into giant fans. It rips them apart. It's great. And then check out the nice ending we have, where we we usually will kill our main character Jacob, and in a very unique way. And just for a second, I want to thank the team, man. Like you said, through COVID, through everything else, the dedication, the hard work, you guys are amazing. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, Glenn, I got to say, again, what you guys are shipping this year, this looks like a world-class next-gen game. It's rare that teams are bringing something out like this year, and let's let the footage speak for itself. Glenn Schofield, Striking Distance. Here it is, the first gameplay of the Callisto Protocol. Oh my God. That just happened. All right, moving on. This October, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 arrives. Infinity Ward is once again returning to its roots for a modern-day action game, and today we're about to show you the world premiere of its gameplay with a level playthrough. To tell us more, let's head to the Port of Long Beach to check in with Johanna Ferris, the head of Call of Duty.
Hi, everyone. In 2019, Modern Warfare changed everything. And on October 28th, we usher in a new era of Call of Duty with the launch of Modern Warfare 2. We are back, we are bigger, and we are bringing the entire team. Price, Gaz, Soap, Alejandro, and of course, Ghost. We needed a stage big enough to debut Call of Duty in a whole new way, inspired by the world we're about to enter. Oil rigs, cargo ships, and staggering odds are just the beginning. Here is Modern Warfare 2.
Eyes in the red.
All right, that's our target. Shadows 1 and 2. Push to your hook points. Let's invite ourselves in.
All stations, ship is visual.
Copy. Press for assault. Stay on comm. We board, clear, disarm that missile.
Be ready for anything. This could be a trap.
Actual, we're set.
Copy. Get to work.
Good hook.
Up and at him.
All shadows, the missile is on this platform. I want full containment. You've got 3 AQ internal. 2-1, making entry.
So, cut right clear through.
Room clear. Coming out.
Shadow 1, moving to the southeast stairwell. Scorers, right side. Two above. Balcony door undone.
Ghost, we're moving to the main deck. What's your status?
Boarding the ship with Shadow 3 now.
Roger that.
Run down. Rush out.
We need to move fast. All shadows, force out. I want eyes on that container now. 2 copies, moving.
We gotta roll.
Shadow 1, Ghost. Visual on flares coming from the ring. What's your status, over?
Ghost, they're signaling the ship. They're gonna launch that missile.
It's first stage. There's still time. All shadows. Missile is on the helipad. 2-1, we're moving to secure. Cover us. 2 copies all.
clear.
Actual, this is Shadow 1. Rig is secure. Moving on the container now.
Roger that. Confirm when the objective is neutralized.
Open.
Where are the controls?
On that damn ship. Actual, we got a problem. Missile is armed. Controls are somewhere on the ship.
You have your orders, son. Stop that launch.
Let's move out! Ghost, this is Zero 1 back in the water, inbound to your position!
Solid copy, we're taking effective fire. The LZ will be hot.
Roger that! Once we're on deck, we push to the bridge! Fast! Secure those controls, stop this vessel, yep! How do we board? Take the ramp! Hold tight, Sergeant! Let's have ourselves a gunfight. Missile controls are on the bridge. Have to stop the launch.
Alejandro, maintain overwatch from the rig. We're forcing up. Copy that.
Reloading!
They're forcing up! I'm moving!
Containers are the only cover we have.
Just don't get caught between them. Entry on the third. We have to get to that door. Check your corner.
Watch the container! X-ray down!
Course right. Shadow 1, the missile's for garage. How far are you from the bridge? This is 1. We're pushing towards the entry now. Copy that. Closed off the bridge entry. Secure the deck and we'll blow the door.
Visual on bridge entry.
Clear. Check it. Controls are internal. All right, stand back. This is Shadow 1 going explosive on bridge entry. 3, 2, 1, execute.
Pre-order now and get early access to the open beta.
That's what we're talking about. And joining us now, up from Long Beach, Johanna, great to see you. How's everything?
It's great. Thanks.
Great to have you with us, and also Jeff from Infinity Ward. So we saw the first gameplay. Thanks for that extended sequence. Looks incredible. Jeff, tell us a bit about that mission. Where is that set in the game? What are we seeing there?
Absolutely. So first of all, we're really excited to welcome back Captain John Price and Gaz Garrick. You know, they're not actually in what we just saw today, but they're returning members from 141, and then the other two characters that you may recognize from the older franchise that we're reimagining are Simon Ghost Riley and of course Soap John McTavish, and then a couple other new characters in here that we're really excited that we got to create for this game. First, Commander Philip Graves and Mexican Special Forces Colonel Alejandro. And Alejandro, I gotta say, it's a character we're really excited about. He's a guy who's super capable and a guy who's just as important as Task Force 141. But as far as the level's concerned, I got a shout out to IW. This was a tremendous collaboration across all of the different disciplines. As you saw, everybody coming together, some really motivated devs here. And, you saw the wind and the animations and the awesome sound design. And of course, our new water tech, which is actually pushing the boat in different directions. It's creating a physically dynamic environment, allowing for the cover you were seeing. In certain cases, you could be behind cover, and then suddenly that cover would shift and leave you exposed, but it also leaves the enemy exposed, creating this emergent gameplay. Again, I'm very excited. Just can't wait I'm so excited that we get to show it off today.
And that's just a hint of where things are going to go. Johanna, tell us a bit about Call of Duty overall. Modern Warfare 2, obviously, we're so excited that it's back this year, but you've got lots going on across Call of Duty. What can we expect from you guys this year?
Yeah, we first of all, thanks for having us here. We're just so excited for October 28th. It's such a big moment, not just for Modern Warfare 2 and everything that Jeff and the team at Infinity Ward have built, but it really marks the step change, what we're calling a transformational moment for the entire franchise. You're going to see incredible rendering, incredible graphics, all the things just within the game itself, built all on one shared engine now across Warzone and Modern Warfare 2 going forward. Of course, there's a lot of chatter and interest about the new Warzone experience. We're affectionately calling it Warzone 2.0. There will be a standalone experience of Warzone for current existing players as well. So we're going to sort of feed the entire community there. But all eyes on the 28th. And again, I think the collaboration's just been incredible. Everybody's so excited for Task Force 141. Warzone coming to mobile as well for players on the go. We're on Steam, as you know. So it's just a big moment, and there's going to be a lot more to come in the months to follow.
Well, before we leave, we got to ask a little bit about Warzone 2. I know we just, we're showing gameplay here on this, but can you tell us anything? There was a little bit, it seems like there was a little bit of a tease maybe in the trailer yesterday.
Yeah, when we're seeing that from the community, we love when the fans can pick up some things, some chatter about maybe seeing high-rise and other elements, but we will get into the details of Warzone 2.0 for sure. It will be an extension of the Modern Warfare 2 universe, so all the more reason why we think this game, this moment, is such an important title for all of us looking ahead. And like we said, we're having a bold vision around the entire future for the franchise, so we're in position. We're really excited.
All right, well, we're looking forward to October. Thanks so much for giving us a first look at the gameplay, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2. Thanks, Johanna and Jeff. All right, well, we've got lots more Summer Game Fest still to go, and now it's time to announce a classic PC gaming franchise is coming back with a sequel over 30 years after its first release. I loved this game when I was growing up, so I'm honored to share this very first look. All right, let's turn back time. Back in 2017, we announced Witchfire at the Game Awards. Almost 5 years later, I am so excited that the team at the Astronauts in Poland has put together an in-depth look at the gameplay of this dark fantasy first-person shooter, which will enter early access soon. I am so excited to play this, and I bet you will be too after you see this. Okay, next up comes an ambitious new game from a new independent studio in Europe, starring some very familiar names. Enjoy this world premiere new game announcement.
Officer Taylor, Medlog 29. Today, I can't believe what I saw.
Solace, everything okay in there?
Something is going on here. And I need to find out what it is.
That's something brand new, and look who it is. Troy and Roger in person. Guys, this is so fun, the fact that you're working on a game together. What a cool team up. Welcome to the show.
Good to be here.
I got to ask you guys, who are your characters in this game?
Well, I get to play a character named Wyatt Taylor, who's a medical officer who's stationed at this base, Fort Solace. And it's the epicenter of this mystery that we'll discover and uncover as we go through the game. And of course, my character will be at times in opposition with Roger's character.
The battle we've been waiting to see.
Every once in a yeah. Oh, man. We can't wait to show you what we've been working on. And by the way, Jeff, this looks awesome, man.
Yeah,
It's
man.
so great to be here. Thanks for having us.
It's so great that you're in another game. I mean, it's feeling like this is your first game since Red Dead 2.
One of the first major ones for a while. And I play a character by the name of Jack Leary. He's a maintenance engineer on a remote Martian mining post.
Okay.
And his job is to make sure that none of the equipment breaks down while it's on their graveyard shift. The graveyard shift meaning Mars and Earth are really far apart from each other and their orbits around the sun. So help is not a simple call away.
I got to ask, I think a lot of people will see this thing and they'll probably wonder, you know, it's a new team, right? Independent studio in Europe that's making this, but with huge production values. I'm curious, like, how did you guys get attached to this? Tell us a bit about the background.
I will say that 2020 to me was the most impactful year for games. It was the first, I mean, obviously we had this unprecedented event with the pandemic and that forced the way that we looked at everything as a society, but also the way this industry functioned. But it was also brand new consoles. We had more tools that were being made available that were leveling the playing field between like the AAA studios and the indie studios or the AAA studios. And so, just like anybody else, we got reached out. James Tinsdale with this brand new studio said, we'd like for you to consider being a part of this game. And he walked me through a very brief description of what the experience was going to be like. And in the very beginning, he said, we want this to feel, it's a tight thriller. We want it to feel like Dead Space meets Duncan Jones' Moon. And I was like, sign me up. I'm into that, absolutely.
And full like performance capture and everything.
Ah,
right?
yeah.
Absolutely. New studio, brand new energy, and of course, I get to work with one of the best of the business.
And me.
I get the privilege
Who's the other
of getting to see this guy and watch him in action. I love to work, and I love the challenges and all the new innovations that this medium provides to performers. We can't wait to show you what we've been working on. I think it's going to knock
I guess
your
I've
socks
seen
off.
some of the behind the scenes and the performance capture, Unreal Engine 5. I mean, it looks absolutely phenomenal. Can you give us a hint about the gameplay? Like, what are we going to do in this game?
Yeah, the verbs are always important. So we're going to let the game speak for itself. We'll be showing you more later on. But this is a game where you as the player, you're going to be exploring, you're going to be discovering. Like we said, it's a very tight thriller. So you're moving very fast-paced through this world. There'll be multiple locations, multiple ways for you to traverse, which we're excited to show you about. And then the narrative is a huge element to this. They didn't waste any resources on the performance for sure. I got to tell one quick story, if I can. It was one of our favorite moments. There is a lot of action in this game, and that was at the forefront of this. And to speak to the performance capture aspect, we brought in an incredible, I got to give him a shout out to Nathaniel, our stunt coordinator, who walked us through and really approached this in a completely different way than anything I've ever done before. And he says, I want to know the story of this fight. And so Roger and I sat down. We said, these are who our characters are. And he goes, give me 1 hour and I will come back to you with the story of this fight. And after an hour, he comes to us and he goes, it was like a recovery program. It was 12 steps. And he walked us through this incredible fight. And about halfway through it, I started tuning him out. And I was like, hey, man, I just want to let you know I've got no ego about this, but I can do a lot of things, but I can't do this. And he grabbed me by my shoulders and he says, oh, you can. You will. And it's going to be glorious.
And we did.
And we
it's
did.
Like a dance. There was a lot of trust, and it worked out.
Yeah, I mean,
we're
big,
excited
big
about
stunts. I mean, this is so cool to see. It's an independent studio doing this, teaming up with you guys. We can't wait to see more. Troy, Roger, thanks for joining us here.
Happy to be here.
Summer Game
Thank
Fest.
you.
All right, appreciate it very much, guys. All right, well, next up, keeping up with the space theme, it's time to world premiere a very exciting new game, which will feature a musical score by industry legend Mick Gordon. This one is going to grab you, and we are so honored to debut it. Doesn't that look great? That was Routine coming to Xbox and PC. It was first announced a decade ago and is now officially back. I can't wait to see more. Now it's time to check in with a very special guest who's been in his fair share of video games, including most recently Fortnite as the Foundation. Dwayne Johnson, welcome to Summer Game Fest. How are you?
What's up, everybody? And what's up, Jeff? And what is up to the Summer Game Fest audiences live streaming right now around the world and everybody inside the epic IMAX theaters. Dwayne Johnson here, coming at you from my Iron Paradise, the very hot and sweaty and smelly Iron Paradise, powered by, of course, Zoa Energy, the #1 fastest growing energy drink in the game. You guys know me by a lot of nicknames. The Rock, La Roca in Spanish, Uncle Handsome, sexiest man alive, big drink energy. Always room for a cheesy joke. There's always room for the extra large cheese pizza, especially when I'm delivering, and I deliver them often. You guys also know me as the greatest and most electrifying surprise in gaming that happened. You know me as the Foundation. And I gotta tell you guys, #1, thank you so much for the crazy response of me becoming the Foundation, but also I gotta say that, you know, I've had such a pleasure working with Epic Games and the teams over there, and we cannot wait to show you what we have in store for the future. And speaking of the future, in the future, you will also know me as Black Adam. Black Adam, as millions of you know around the world who know the Black Adam mythology, he is ruthless, he is unstoppable. And for those who don't, I always like to say a quick tutorial is this. Black Adam has the powers of Superman, but the only difference, well, there's a few differences, but one of the biggest differences is Superman's weakness is magic, and Black Adam's, one of his superpowers is magic. So you do the math. October 21st, I cannot wait for you guys to see Black Adam around the world in theaters only. And you guys will finally see the hierarchy of power in the DC universe change. It has been an honor to become Black Adam, and it is a role that's in my DNA and that I was born to play. I was born to play the Man in Black, and I'm honored to show it to you guys on October 21st. So until then, stay healthy, stay safe, stay focused, keep having fun, keep kicking ass, enjoy your gaming, and I'll see you down the road. This is Black Adam.
Black Adam, what have your powers ever given to you? Nothing but heartache.
I was a slave until I died. Then I was reborn a god.
Over fire! War going.
Now, I kneel before no one.
You can be the destroyer of this world. Or you can be its savior. That's up to you.
Behind you!
Did he just catch a rocket?
He got a rocket. All black anything, you know my French coat.
That was so fun to see Courage and Ray in that Fall Guys piece, and you can play and download Fall Guys for free starting June 21st across all platforms, including Nintendo Switch, Xbox, PC, and PlayStation. All right, back to another new game announcement. We're going to announce a brand new game and universe from a new team of legendary developers. Check this out.
Discovery, this is Command. Storm's in your way. Prepare for extraction.
Signal's breaking up. Command, I'll do one last scan. See you soon. Over. Okay, hurry. Now we're talking. Command, I may be onto something. I have it, Command. Repeat, I have it. Mission accomplished.
Hang tight, Doc. I've got this.
Glad you could make it.
We gotta move. Now. There's a storm coming. And hell's coming with it.
There you have it. Tim, congratulations. Stormgate is real. We have a name and some details. So first of all, congratulations on this announcement. We're so excited about the return of RTS, brand new franchise. What is a Stormgate, though?
All right, so Stormgates are portals that open during a massive solar storm that unleash the infernal host on future Earth.
Okay. And we saw some hints of some, I mean, you know, you guys coming from Blizzard and StarCraft, everyone wants to know about races. You know, tell us about the sides in this RTS game.
Yeah, we're unveiling our first 2 factions today, but there will be more. So the Human Resistance, and we saw an archaeologist from the Human Resistance in that intro cinematic, and then also the Infernal Hosts, who are these demon-like monsters who come from another world.
I think one thing everyone wants to know about, especially your background pedigree of the team, of, you know, where do you want to push the RTS genre? It's something we've all loved for decades, but, you know, opportunity for a lot of innovation. I know you're going to show us, I think, some hints of where you're going to go image-wise with the actual gameplay made in Unreal Engine, but any sense of what you want to do for the gameplay in this game?
Absolutely. But the first thing I want to say is we are very consciously trying to stay true to what players already love about RTS. Where we're really trying to push the genre and be innovative. First off, approachability. For one thing, we're free to play, but no pay to win, no NFTs, nothing like that. Just to lower that barrier to entry to get players in. But we're also really trying to be a lot more social. So you'll be able to play the campaign cooperatively. We've got 3-player open-ended co-op, and we've even got 3 versus 3 for competitive multiplayer. But of course, we've also still got 1v1 competitive.
And as a little surprise, I think we've got some first kind of work-in-progress images from the game, right?
Yeah, these are still very much still being worked on, but some shots of actual assets that we're building in Unreal Engine 5.
Wow, well, I love it. 2023, you said, for the beta, so people can sign up now, get ready, and I'm just so thrilled that there is a brand new RTS franchise coming from you guys and your background and what you did, at Blizzard and StarCraft. We're so excited about this team, Frost Giant. Thank you so much for giving us your announcement today on Summer Game Fest.
Thank you so much for having us here. Really grateful.
Awesome. All right, Frost Giant, Stormgate, keep an eye out for it. Now it's time for another indie game announcement that I'm excited to share with you. High Water. Check this one out.
Good morning, High Water dwellers. High Water Pirate Radio, keeping you in the know with our flow. Alphaville authorities continue to deny false rumors that Alphaville elites are planning to evacuate to Mars. True or not, the one thing we can't deny is that the world ended on a sunny day.
The world ended on a sunny day. Boys and girls surfing in the bay. Kids clamored in the park. No one suspected the coming dark. The wave was coming, but the sky was clear. I let it wash over me. Swept away, swept away, swept away without fear. Swept away, swept away, swept away without fear. The world ended on a sunny day. Boys and girls surfing in the bay. Children clamored in the park. No one suspected the coming dark, the coming dark.
What a breathtaking trailer. High Water is an adventure strategy game set in a world ravaged by extreme climate change. Now, speaking of the world around us, the conflict in Ukraine is not far from anyone's mind, and it's impacted the development of games, including Replaced from Sad Cat Studios, a Belarusian studio with devs from Belarus and Ukraine. The team had long hoped to reveal a new trailer here today, but were understandably unable to complete it in time. Guys, I just want to say we're thinking of you and all the developers impacted by the conflict, and hope to be able to share your work at a future show. All right, our next game is an official selection of the Tribeca Games Festival. It's American Arcadia, where you play Trevor, whose life is being televised with the viewing population constantly voting you up or down. When you become unpopular, you need to start running for your life. Check this out.
Picture a city where technology and science go hand in hand with fun and entertainment.
My grandfather, Elijah Walton, had a dream to build the city of tomorrow. That dream is now a reality, and that city is Arcadia. A 43-square-mile metropolis where each and every citizen enjoys a life of luxury and comfort. Broadcast live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on every digital platform. American Arcadia. Control. Subject on the run on camera 4025. Interrupt broadcast immediately.
Listen to me. We can't allow Trevor Hills to escape under any circumstances.
Trevor. Trevor, can you hear me? Be careful and don't make a sound. Don't worry. I'm going to get you out of there.
Apparently we've made it to the beach. Next up is a sequel we've all been anticipating for a long time. There's Trouble in Paradise, and watch out, you don't want to get bitten. After many years of rumors, we finally get an update on this much anticipated sequel. There you have it. That was Goat Simulator 3, and it's coming later this year to the Epic Games Store. Now, last year, Marvel and 2K announced Marvel's Midnight Suns, a tactical RPG from Firaxis Games, the studio behind XCOM and Civilizations. Heroes from the Avengers and X-Men crossover with supernatural ones like Blade and Ghost Rider for a battle against Lilith, the mother of demons. Today, we've got a look at some new folks set to join the battle.
This world has no hope under your watch.
Mother won't hurt you.
Typical Parker luck. I'm gonna need some backup. On you again, old friend. 3, 2, 1. That used to always work. Well, it did that one time.
That was Midnight Suns, and now we're moving on to the wonderful world of Cuphead, the delicious last course. And can you believe it? We're only a couple weeks away from playing the delicious last course DLC. You see how they did that for Cuphead? Joining me now is Maya Moldenhauer from Studio MDHR. So first of all, Maya, it's really coming?
It's really coming June 30th on all major platforms. We are thrilled.
Well, I'm so thrilled, too, that I think all the fans can't believe that this is here. And I've been lucky enough to play this actually on my Steam Deck last week, and you guys gave me a copy. I can't. People are not going to be ready for how amazing this looks and the backgrounds and what you guys have done. I feel like you've amped up, obviously, the gameplay. It's difficult, as we would expect, but the visual look, you guys have taken it even to the next level, which I didn't think was possible.
Yeah, we absolutely did. I couldn't pinpoint one thing that we're proud of in this because we really honed our craft, took everything to the next level from animation, the backgrounds, the music, gameplay design, and of course our new playable character, Miss Chalice. I'm very proud of her.
Chalice is fun to play as, and even though this is a DLC, it feels like it's its own game inside of Cuphead in many ways.
It is, definitely.
Yeah, you just get on the island, and there you are off to this new territory, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's our biggest island yet, super-sized bosses, lots of secrets to discover. Don't let any rock go unturned.
Yes, and lots of challenge ahead. Well, I know you brought. I know you don't want people to necessarily have too much spoiled about the game, but you brought a little something for people.
A little something, yeah. It's brand new gameplay footage of one of our new bosses, Mortimer Freeze. It takes place in an icy arena and features some of my personal favorite attacks and transformations. We hope everyone enjoys it.
All right, let's check it out. Cuphead, the delicious last course. Thanks, Smile. Now, if you want even more Cuphead, and who doesn't, tomorrow we will show you an exclusive look at Season 2 of the Cuphead Show when I co-host Netflix's Geek Week, which will include new show and game announcements. It streams at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. And that's not all. There's more Summer Game Fest all weekend long. Coming up next is the Day of the Devs Indie Showcase with IM8-Bit and Double Fine, then Devolver's Marketing Countdown to Marketing. Tomorrow, after Geek Week, there is the Epic Games Store Showcase at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, with news on Rocket League and the Tribeca Games Showcase. And Sunday, don't miss the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase with a look at the future of Xbox and Game Pass. Now we have some exciting news for Nintendo Switch and PC fans about Neon White, a game where you play an assassin from hell who slays demons for the chance to ascend to heaven.
We're called neons. Sinners plucked from hell to do God's dirty work. But I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven.
Got 10 days here. New day, new mission from Almighty.
You think you can win me over by showering me with gifts? Good thinking.
We've shown you lots of games today made by huge teams. Now it's time for a game made by a single father in Poland. Over the past year, he's brought on some help to bring his vision for a fast-paced action game, Midnight Fight Express, to life. Let's take a look.
You know the saying, get knocked down, get up again, that whole spiel. Well, it's time, partner. Time to rise up. Together. It's happening. The big guy's actually going through with it. While I sat at his side, seeing lives as dollar signs, I had the stink of corruption all over me. And you know who put it there? Nah, not him. Me. Well, I ain't wearing it anymore, and neither are you. Tonight, we wash this whole damn city down.
Such a cool game, and I'm happy to announce that a PC demo of this game is going live right now on Steam and will be part of the Steam Next Fest next week. I really want more playable games to get in the hands of you guys at home, and that's one of them. Check it out. All right, joining me now is Megan from Digital Extremes to talk all things Warframe. Megan, how you doing?
I'm so good. My fellow Canadian.
I know. We got a lot. We just happen to always have these Canadian teams on the show. I don't know how that works out, right?
It's okay.
We do. Well, we have a great connection. We've also done a lot with Warframe over the years. And I know right now, anyone watching on Twitch for more than 30 minutes, this show is going to get a special Twitch drop, right?
That's right. I already have seen people getting it, so it's very exciting. She's right there, loud and proud. Protea, 30 minutes for watching. Thank you for letting us kind of take over your special events category, but she is there and she is for you if you are properly linked up.
No, Warframe, you know, as I said, we've done a lot over the years. You guys have done incredible things with the game, and I know you have TennoCon coming up in July, which is your big kind of event of the year to reveal what's next. What can you tell us?
Well, I can't tell too much, but yeah, July 16th, 2022, it's a digital event again this year. Today, actually, we just launched the digital items for it, so you can get some in-game goodies, some really cool cosmetics, some merch, all that really great stuff went live today. But of course, the reason I'm here is to, you know, kind of debut. We have our Tenno Live during TennoCon, which is our big reveal of the night, and we usually do a little bit of a gameplay, a little bit of a demo, and I think a lot of people can suspect what it might be, but I'm here to kind of confirm what it is that Tenno Live is going to show.
And what is that?
Can I say it?
Yes, I think you can.
Okay, you're going to get your first look at the diviri paradox.
Finally.
Finally, I know it's been a couple of years, but diviri paradox is going to be what Tenno Live is all about, and I'm so happy. The team worked really hard on the teaser you're about to see for it, and I'm just really proud and excited to show it.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for being here on Summer Game Fest. Let's take a look at that right now.
My child, my friend, what was done is done. New dangers, new choices await us now. For now, dream of who we were and of who we have become.
Next, it's time for a new look at Honkai Star Rail, an upcoming open-world space RPG. Yeah, a lot of space today, from Genshin Impact studio Hoyoverse across mobile and PC. This studio continues to deliver, and this new trailer reveals for the very first time a new and exotic realm players will be able to explore.
Listen. You are in a daze right now. You don't know who you are, why you're here. None of that matters. In the near future, you will encounter many perils. You will meet companions who treat you like family and embark on unimaginable adventures. Remember what you feel in this moment. As long as you know in your heart where you're heading, you will arrive at the end of the story. That's the you I like.
I have wine to soothe the souls of honored guests. Welcome aboard the Cienjo La Fool.
And that's not all from Hoyoverse. Today, I'm excited to introduce you to Zenless Zone Zero, their next major new IP. It's a futuristic urban action game. I have to say, I'm blown away by what I've seen so far. It was announced a couple weeks ago, and it has the detail of Genshin Impact with a fast-paced action style. Here is the world premiere of a brand new look at Zenless's notable characters, armed enemies, and world of danger. One of my favorite reveals last year was TMNT Shredder's Revenge, which reminds us all of the Turtles arcade games back in the day. Well, it's nearing the end of development, and the team wanted to use SGF as a way to reveal one exciting aspect of the game they've been keeping under wraps until now.
How far will you push humankind?
Humankind allows you to shape your civilization by combining a multitude of historical civilizations from the ancient to the modern era. One Piece is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, and Bandai Namco is bringing the mega popular franchise back to video games with One Piece Odyssey. Monkey D. Luffy and his crew of pirates are off on their next adventure. This trailer reveals the setting, a mysterious island where Luffy and his Straw Hat crew become marooned in this exciting upcoming JRPG.
The Straw Hat Pirates journeying along the Grand Line.
見ろよ、あの島。でけえ塔がいっぱい立ってる。空に伸びてるあの光はなんだ。よし、面白そうだ。行ってみよう。
ちょっと待ってるし。変な形の積乱雲がすごい速度で増えてる。
こいつノックアップストリームだ。なんだありゃ。おい、落ちるぞ。任せろ。クードバースト。
立て直すわよ。
ジョンボーさん。なんだよこれ。させるかよ。
Filled with new encounters and hidden mysteries. Unravel the adventure that awaits in an odyssey beyond imagination. One Piece Odyssey.
ここはあなたたちの記憶をもとに作られた世界よ。
This August, Soul Hackers 2 from Atlas launches, and we've got your first listen to the English voice cast with this quick new look.
Ringo.
Take my hand. You get one more chance to make things right. So that's our mission then. Save the world.
With so many new games featured across SGF events, you might be wondering how to plan for your summer gaming dreams. NerdWallet can help you find the smartest credit card to reward your gaming purchases at nerdwallet.com.
The Epic Mega Sale is going on right now. Save up to 75% off top PC titles with an additional 25% off eligible products. And it wouldn't be the Mega Sale without the free games vault, featuring Maneater. Be sure to claim your copy before the sale ends on June 16th. Tune into the Epic Games Store Twitch channel for our summer showcase on June 10th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. We're taking a look at new announcements and updates from PC titles heading to the store this year and beyond.
You nuts?
You're gonna get hit with the unexpected in Mario Strikers Battle League. In this no-holds-barred, soccer-ish sport, chaos reigns supreme. So prepare to do whatever it takes to claim victory. So much fun, it hurts. Mario Strikers Battle League, only on Nintendo Switch. Game rated everyone 10 and up.
Hi, my name is Carl and I'm a developer on Metal Hellsinger. You know how in some games where the music's really good, you feel compelled to move and shoot to the beat? But what if you had to? In Metal, the better you are at slaying to the beat, the more intense everything gets. And we have vocal performances from legendary artists like Serge Tankian from System of a Down, so while headbanging isn't mandatory, we do recommend it. Our demo is live now on Steam, Xbox and PlayStation platforms, so go check it out and slay to the beat.
That one was Metal Hellsinger, coming later this year from Funcom, a rhythm shooter with metal music. And right now, as I mentioned, a demo has launched on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation for you to play for free. Next up, a new game launches tomorrow, The Quarry from Supermassive Games. This spiritual successor to Until Dawn stars David Arquette and an all-star cast. It's getting great reviews, and this is one of those binge-worthy teen horror entertainment experiences where your every choice shapes your story and determines who lives and who dies at a camp in upstate New York. Here's the first look at the launch trailer.
Family is the most important thing in the world. But if your whole family, you know, like every last one of them decided to jump down the bottom of a well and they're all just hanging on the end of a rope, how can one person be expected to pull them all back out? You can't. So you pull on that rope and you're just gonna fall right down at the bottom of the well with the rest of them. And what's the point of that?
What? There is a
lot more to this than you realize.
Like what?
Kidnapping, murder, cover-ups. I think the whole Hackett family is in on it.
You have no idea what's going on here. Not a goddamn clue. All right, let's do this.
Who should I call?
911.
You mean 911? Who says 911?
Goodbye, cruel world.
We gotta get out. I'm gonna enjoy watching you die.
This isn't a ghost story. It's a creature feature. It's really happening, and you're all in it.
This is gonna get a little messy.
Them's the rules, you noob.
Back at the Game Awards, we were proud to reveal Nightingale, a shared world survival crafting game from Inflection Games up in Canada. Now it's time to give you a brand new look and deeper look at the game, including its innovative realm card system that lets you impact things like the weather pattern, resources, and challenges in this procedural realms. Here is your exclusive new look.
You're alone in the realms, I'm afraid. The portals are a mess. Not even sure if Nightingale made it. Given how fragile you humans are, I'd say that staying fed, dry, and rested should be your priority. If the portal arch is inactive, you'll need to make realm cards from rare resources. Once you have realm cards, you can activate the portal. Beware though. Foul things lurk in the interrealmic void, waiting to get in. Be ready with your axe pick. Have offended. Think but this, and all is mended.
The Saints are marching in on August 23rd with the reboot of Saints Row that we revealed last year at Gamescom. And today, we're happy to announce the launch of the Boss Factory demo across PC and console, which lets you design and set up your character. And since it's Saints Row, you guys are going to have a lot of fun with this one. Check it out.
Guys?
You gotta do something to capture people's attention. So what do we build next?
Me.
I want all the power. Yeah, I want all the power. I want all the power. I want all the power.
We are so good at this.
Which fool wanna challenge me? Got a pack on your back with a strap, can't relax cause you know there's no guarantee. I ain't never guessed that's a fact, don't react to the task of the mass and the cavalry. Stay correct as your majesty, savage, never kneel, never have defeat.
Seriously, this is perfect. Dinner and a show, baby.
Fall drop from the roof, listen. Yeah, cut them loose if they ain't gon' get the proof with you. If you're looking for the truth, mister, cash ain't grind, cause I got one thing to prove quicker. To the dark side of the moon, high speed chase
Next, we've got an exclusive first look at extended gameplay of Warhammer 40k Darktide, Fat Shark's follow-up to the critically acclaimed Vermintide series. Darktide promises intense 4-player co-op action and terrifying enemy hordes to team up against. And it's out on September 13th for PC, on Steam, and exclusively on console on Xbox.
Manufacturer MHL1736 is heading towards a power systems failure thanks to a bit of heretic sabotage. So you're going to restore the coolant and hopefully save the day. Get in, access the operations array, and use the cryonic rods to flush the system. Preferably before something explodes. Head on through the ventilation tunnels and look for an access point.
This way! Move it!
Set your data interrogators. If all goes well, we can unlock the system, prime the rods, and send them where they're needed.
Target here! Engaging!
That's the first part done. Get to the base of the Matrix bar and put those cryonic rods to work. What are you waiting for? Get it in place! Now! You finished here? Look for a way out!
Bloober Team is known for psychological horror games like Blair Witch and The Medium. Today, they are ready to reveal their latest creation made completely in Unreal Engine 5 for a visceral horror experience. It's a return to the world of Layers of Fears. Get a dose of this.
Someone once said insanity runs in our family. Let it run. They say it's a tale of sadness and guilt of an artist trapped in a place beyond redemption. It's a lie. This is a story of my fear, pain, and hatred, of the horror of my loneliness. And it is mine to tell.
Now I see it. All this misery, all this suffering. There was no other way.
Shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have!
An empty shell cannot live forever. It cannot live at all.
I was trapped in this house, bound by this body. Now, I break free.
This October, Gotham Knights arrives. Batman is dead, and it's up to the Batman family, Batgirl, Nightwing, Red Hood, and Robin, to protect Gotham. To give us an exclusive new look, let's head to Montreal to hear from executive producer Fleur Marty.
Hello and warm welcome from WB Games Montreal. I'm Fleur Marty. I'm the executive producer on Gotham Knights. Today, we are thrilled to share more with you on one of our beloved knights, Nightwing. This showcase is the first in our character series, and we're really looking forward to share more with you as we continue working towards our launch on October 25th. So I hope you enjoy the show and stay tuned.
I had nothing. And then this city became my home. Its people became my family. Gotham gave me everything. It deserves to feel safe. No matter how hard we try, there's always more to do. And now, it's up to me.
Got time for a dance, Nightwing?
I got this, Bruce.
That was Gotham Knights, and now we welcome, oh, look who it is, Neil Druckmann from Naughty Dog, co-president of Naughty Dog. Great to have you with us, Neil. It's been an eventful day on the internet for Naughty Dog fans, and
I think we jinxed ourselves. We were joking about last night, like, watch the assets will leak, and lo and behold, that's what happened.
Well, the good news is there's some stuff that hasn't leaked that we have lots to share with people about all things at Naughty Dog. But first of all, it is it's a big month actually for Last of Us fans because Last of Us 1 and 2 both launched in June, and it's nearing its 2-year anniversary for Last of Us Part 2, which is hard to believe.
Yeah, it's crazy. 9 years for Last of Us 1, 2 years for Last of Us Part 2, and we still hear from fans. They're still sending us letters and art, and these characters in this journey and this world mean so much to them. And it's just been kind of amazing. Like Last of Us Part 2 early this year passed a pretty big milestone. It sold over 10 million units. And that kind of support, that kind of success, we're so grateful to our fans. It has allowed us to grow as a studio, and now we can take on multiple projects, more than we've ever had at the same time.
Multiple projects. Okay, very interesting. So what can Last of Us fans expect in the future from you?
Thank you for asking, Jeff. Yes. So one of the things we've mentioned a while back is what started out as a multiplayer mode has evolved due to the team's ambition. They really wanted to do something beyond what we've ever done before at Naughty Dog. And we felt the way to do it justice is to make it a standalone title. And they've been working on it for the past 2 years. Ambition has grown, and we're not quite ready to fully unveil it, but we're ready to lift the curtain a little bit and just give you like an update of where we're at.
Okay, well, what can you tell us about this new standalone multiplayer game?
Yeah, so we have a concept art that we want to show. Yeah. But what I can tell you is that this game is big.
Okay.
It's as big as any of our single-player games that we've done, and in some ways bigger. It's got a story. The way we're telling that story is very unique to this game. It's got a brand new cast of characters. It takes place at another place, another part of the United States.
It's like a city might be somewhat familiar, some people.
I'm sure our fans have already figured it out. And it's really cool. And it's being headed by Vinith Agarwal, Anthony Newman, and Joe Padnatti, all veterans of Uncharted and Last of Us. And you're going to see a lot more of this game come next year.
Next year, so I wait till next year to hear more about that one. Okay, well, very exciting that this has evolved, and I mean, that concept art looks incredible. I can't wait to see Naughty Dog's storytelling fused with multiplayer live game.
It's something special. We can't wait to show it either.
Okay, well, that's not all. We also have something that I've been reading about on the internet every day, it feels like. Up in Calgary, they're filming the Last of Us show for HBO, right?
Yeah, so for the past year, we've teamed up with Craig Mazin of Chernobyl fame and HBO to adapt The Last of Us into a TV show. They've been filming, and it's pretty incredible. The stuff I'm getting back, when we're looking at back at Naughty Dog, we can't help but feel emotional because not only is it so good and the quality is so high, it's so authentic to what we've made in the game. I just can't, I couldn't be proud of, like, again, Craig and that whole crew and everybody that's up there. And their last day of filming is tomorrow. So
the entire series, last day of filming is tomorrow.
Last day of filming is tomorrow. Craig is up there right now, kind of wrapping it all up. So it's pretty close. It's closer than you might think.
And you actually got to direct one of the episodes?
Yes, I think that really speaks to the kind of collaboration and trust that exists between Naughty Dog and HBO. They invited me to direct one of the episodes. I think we have an image from the episode I actually directed.
Ooh, okay. So we could first look. Let's take.
So you could see this is a certain museum that players might know from the game. And I really have to talk about Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey, and not only directing them, but seeing them do all the other episodes. They've thrown themselves at these roles for a whole year. Watching the nuance that they bring to these characters, their relationship on and off camera, I couldn't help but think about Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson. It felt so similar to the chemistry those two actors had when we made the game. And it really feels like this is going to be something special. And I will say this will be the most authentic video game adaptation yet.
Well, I mean, that first image that they put out, it feels like the video game. Everything that I've seen, both public and other stuff, makes it feel sort of super legitimate, as you said, and that's awesome to see Joel and Ellie from the front side now for the first time. So we'll see more of that next year. That's coming as well, right? Serious?
You'll hear about it very soon. That's
okay.
All I'll say right now.
All right. Well, Last of Us HBO, very, very exciting. And I hear you actually have a couple actors from the show who are going to join us here.
We happen to have a couple actors here that are part of the show. We should bring them up.
Okay, come on up.
Oh, what's up, guys?
Oh, hello.
Surprise.
Troy's back again. Hello,
I know.
Ashley. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I'm a little confused, though. I thought maybe Pedro Bella, but Troy Ashley out here from the game, right?
So when Craig and I started working on the show, almost one of our very first meetings, we said, Troy and Ashley have to be a part of it. And we're such fans of the talent and helping us create Joel and Ellie. We felt like it was so important that they become part of the show. And it has to be more than just kind of like a wink to the camera and like a cameo. Okay. These are real roles that we're keeping on the wraps for now. But man, I'm bummed that I couldn't be there with you guys when you filmed your stuff.
There's been so much stuff I feel like
so good
on the internet. There's so much talk about what's being filmed, and I think you guys have kept a complete secret that you were up there and you filmed your roles by now, obviously.
Well, keeping secrets with this franchise is kind of old hat. Like we've
except
had
for today.
Except for the date. It was one of the hardest things for us to do is to not let people know that, because we're so proud of it and the work that we did. We worked hard. The crew. I have to say, when I walked out on set, to be met with literally every person that I met on that crew is such a fan of this game, and they all knew what it was that they were working on and committed to working on this project because of their fan and their love for the game was one of the greatest. It was like I was coming home to friends.
Yeah, the attention to detail, the crew was amazing. Bella and Pedro are they're so perfect, and we've been trying to sort of describe that feeling of sort of seeing them in person. It's like the characters coming to life, but it's so much more than that. I feel like I can't fully explain it, but I am so excited to be a part of it, and I can't wait to see it. I think it is going to be so good. I love the story. I love being a part of it.
I'm so excited about the series and the fact that you guys are going to be in it and undisclosed roles. I'm so fascinated how it's going to sort of bob and weave and are these characters we know from the game that they're playing? New characters? Can you tell us anything?
Yes.
I can tell you.
So sneaky. All right. Well, we're so excited.
Maybe it's already on Twitter by now.
Hey. All right. Well, let's talk about what was on Twitter earlier today. Lots of talk about the idea, or really what's happening is it looks like you guys are remaking the original game, and this is like a ground-up remake. Is that right?
That's right. We wanted to give people the definitive version of the first game that wasn't encumbered by any technology. Wanted to find a way to get even closer to our original vision, and we're able to do it on the PS5 and PC. And instead of talking about it, let's look at it.
All right, let's take a look at The Last of Us Part 1.
So why'd you leave Boston?
I've been on quite the adventure, little brother.
I reckon it's got something to do with that girl.
It's got everything to do with that little girl.
You know, I've never been this close. It's the outside.
So is that everything you hoped for?
Can't be any worse out there. Can it?
Once upon a time, I had somebody that I cared about. And in this world, that's good for one thing. Getting you killed.
I can take care of myself.
How many close calls have we had? I get into trouble down there. You make every shot count.
I got this.
Hope you know how to use that thing.
I've had some practice.
Truly one of my favorite games of the past decade. Guys, what's your reaction to that?
Yeah, we hadn't seen that yet.
Yeah, you're watching it in real time.
Yeah.
It's because you did these. These performances you did a decade ago.
Yeah.
You didn't go back in. I mean, you used the original performances.
Yeah,
right?
actually, we came up with a process where we could take the original animation that we did for the faces and kind of like retarget it on these new rigs that have a lot more fidelity. And then the animators went back and
We're
studied.
seeing side by sides here just how much it has changed. That you went and you redid the models and rebuilt everything.
Everything was rebuilt from the ground up. Same art director, re-art directed the whole thing from the ground up. But the great thing about these faces is that they're closer to the original performance. All the animators went and studied those videos and got it closer to what you did on set than we could have achieved before. And that's just like one of the things we could talk about, like this brand new AI, like all the combat is redone. Just the fidelity of everything, 60 frames per second, all the stuff you're getting on the PS5. Again, we wanted to give, knowing because of the show, because they're all new players for PS5 and PC, we wanted them to have the definitive version of The Last of Us.
Amazing. Well, now you guys get to replay. I mean, when was the last time you guys played the game?
I actually played it again just to refresh my memory before working on the show.
I was just a glutton for punishment, and I went straight from playing
never
part
played
one straight into part two. And so the last time that I played literally would have been 2 years ago, since we're celebrating the anniversary of part two coming out. So I mean, it looks like I'm definitely going to be up for another playthrough with this.
I can't wait to go back because it was.
I can't wait.
You guys did such an amazing job on that original game, and
It's really, when you play it, when you see it in motion, it's really night and day from what it used to be.
I imagine that think of The Last of Us 2 combat, but kind of that back in The Last of Us 1.
Well, it's the whole, like, all the new animation system, the new AI system, everything we've learned on, like, Uncharted 4, Last of Us 2, we apply to this, again, to give that definitive version. Just to give a quick shout out, this project is headed up by Matthew Gallant and Shauna Skye.
Okay.
And you'll hear a lot more about it and see a lot more about it over the coming weeks leading up to the release September 2nd on PS5.
All right.
And shortly thereafter on PC.
We will look forward to it. Neil, you've talked a lot about games directed by other people. What are you directing? You still making games?
Still making games.
Okay.
I haven't given up my day job. It's a little early to talk about it. Maybe if someone in PlayStation wants to leak it, then we can talk about it now. Otherwise, we'll save it.
But you do have a new project.
Do have a new project, but we'll save it for another Summer Game Fest.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll try and save it. All right. Troy, Ashley, Neil, thank you so much for dropping by Summer Game Fest, and I am so excited that The Last of Us is returning, as you said, in September. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jeff.
Awesome. All right, well, that is going to do it. Thanks to Naughty Dog and PlayStation for that very special look at The Last of Us and the entire franchise and where things are going. Very, very excited about that. All right, Summer Game Fest continues over the next few days. Coming up right now on this very stream is Day of the Des with I Am 8-Bit and Double Fine, including an exclusive new look at the planet Atlanta. And then the Devolver Digital Showcase. Tomorrow, we've got Netflix Geeked Week, which I'll be co-hosting, and the Tribeca Games Showcase streaming, along with the Epic Games Store Showcase. And then finally, Sunday, it's the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. You can stream them all at summergamefest.com. As for me, I'll see you again in August when we are back live in Cologne, Germany for Gamescom Opening Night Live on August 23rd. And then the Game Awards will return in December live from the Microsoft Theater in Los Angeles. And finally, I'm excited to share that Summer Game Fest will return in June 2023 as a digital and in-person event to bring the gaming community together. As a digital and in-person event to bring the gaming community together. Thanks for being a part of Summer Game Fest. And remember, there are more events and announcements to come. We'll see you soon.
And welcome back. That was Summer Game Fest right here on IGN's Summer of Gaming. I'm Damon Hatfield, and joining me once again are Kat Bailey, Tina Amini, and Ryan McCaffrey. Let's talk about what we just saw. There were some real spooky horror games in there. Callisto Protocol is probably a good place to start. Mm-hmm. What were our thoughts on the gameplay trailer or the gameplay demo that we saw, Tina?
I mean, it was more of what we were expecting, which was a lot of gore, and I love that there was a Glenn Schofield cut specifically for trailer, the previous trailer that we had received. Yeah, I'm already scared by that game. I mean, it looks just like Dead Space, just like we were saying in the pre-show, just based off of the maneuvers, the enemies, the kind of movement, but a little bit maybe more, like, maybe has more horror elements that are actually more action-oriented, because I felt like, you saw Jacob, the main character, dodging around. It felt like the enemies themselves were a little bit faster. I felt like in Dead Space there were more jump scares than there were, like, enemies kind of barreling after you. So slight differences there that you can already pick up on, but yeah, gore aplenty for sure on this one.
Definitely gore, and they're bringing back the player kill animations, I think, that we saw in Dead Space, and the kind of thing that I think really started in Resident Evil 4, so I appreciate that. But yeah, everything about this, like if I were just glancing at it, I would think, oh, that's the Dead Space remake.
Yeah, 100%.
Really good.
I don't know, the pacing made me think of Last of Us Part 2, and the way that you engaged with the enemies. It felt like they were coming in pretty fast and everything, and the audiovisual design made me think of that series in particular, and obviously Last of Us has come out since the original Dead Space came out, so I think there's probably some influences at least.
Yeah, that's a good point. Ryan, what did you think about this one?
It looked great. I mean, visually it looks fantastic. I mean, this is the lighting's phenomenal, the character detail's great, the gore is good and gooey and gross, and if anything, I'll tell you, if I were EA, I would actually be thrilled to see how good this looks, because this being so Dead Spacey may very well get people in the mood for the Dead Space remake to come out after they finish playing this. So, those games are about a month and a half apart. But yeah, I thought it looked fantastic, and definitely has an extreme Dead Space vibe, but that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
that is a very good thing. Yeah,
we're
still waiting. Here. We're still waiting on that Dead Space gameplay reveal. I thought there was maybe a small chance we might have seen that today, but still waiting on that, especially since it's just coming, like you say, very right on the heels of Callisto Protocol. This game looks awesome. I can't wait to play it. One of my most anticipated games of the year. It's out December 2nd. But this was horror was like the theme of the show, and I guess in particular space horror, right? So right near the top of the show, he unveiled a new Aliens game, Aliens Dark Descent.
Yes,
is that what this one's called? And it's interesting, I think, being cool, but it's a little bit of a bait and switch situation, I think, because what they showed us was this like cinematic trailer. The game is like a top-down isometric, I assume, like twin stick shooter.
I'm hearing tactics RPG, actually.
Oh, whoa, really?
More like XCOM?
Well,
yeah.
So a turn-based Aliens game.
Potentially, yeah. So it's definitely not an action game. That it's kind of presented as a third-person action game,
right?
Like a team-based shooter, something like that.
But
I believe the press release that I was looking at during the show did say real time.
Okay, interesting.
But yeah, I thought the same thing. I was like, wait a minute, are we getting our first-person shooter alien game since Colonial Marines, which was so hyped up and just couldn't quite deliver. And all right, I mean, third-person tactical aliens. I mean, it can definitely work. But yeah, it was. I think it did. The trailer did set a different expectation than what the game actually is.
And definitely seemed to confuse people because I saw people commenting on both IGN.com comments as well as Twitter. Like, wait a minute, is this like XCOM with xenomorphs, or is this something different? So it was a bit of a bait and switch situation, and I definitely saw a lot of people commenting about, well, I really just wanted an Alien Isolation too, like a nice single-player storyline-driven experience with
That's what we're all waiting
creeping
for.
horror. I know, right? Exactly.
It is single-player at least. That there is that much going for it. And I'm glad we're starting to get Aliens games again. We had Aliens Fireteam Elite last year, which is excellent.
And to be fair, this type of gameplay, isometric top-down shooter, tactical or whatever, it could lend itself very well to Aliens because you're always being swarmed by lots and lots of enemies. Housemarque has that game Alienation. I can easily imagine that with an Aliens license skin put over it.
It's time to bring back Alien vs. Predator, the first-person shooter with asymmetric multiplayer and everything.
It's been that. How many times has that game been done? I think 3 times, all by the same developer, Rebellion. There was the original Atari Jaguar version, and then on PC a couple of times. But it was good. It was always good.
And who was the developer of Alien Isolation?
That was Creative Assembly, I believe.
Do we know what they're up to?
They're making Total War games.
They're making they've done a lot of strategy games over the years.
Okay. Well, Aliens Dark Descent was a surprise. I think that could end up being pretty cool. More horror games set in space. Fort Solace, another Troy Baker vehicle on there. I couldn't quite put together what the game part of this is.
It's a third-person game.
Is it third person?
From what I think we could tell, that's the assumption. But there wasn't a lot that they showed. They did. So Roger Clark, who actually plays Arthur Morgan in Red Dead 2, is one of the voice actors alongside Troy Baker. When he announced it, I think a few months ago, or teased it, that they were working with Fallen Leaf new studio, they specifically mentioned performance capture. So I think it's going to be this kind of like intimate, very acting forward kind of experience, maybe.
The words that I heard were triple I, or triple A indie, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And you're seeing a lot of developers taking all this money that's awash in the games industry right now and starting up their own business. And they're using the tools at their disposal to make these really good-looking games that look like they could match up with kind of the best that you're seeing. Callisto Protocol is actually kind of an example of a triple I in some ways, because Glenn Schofield started his own studio.
Backed by Tencent. There's
a lot of money. One of the largest companies in the world.
Oh, there's a lot of money out there, right? So so Fort Solace is kind of in that vein as well. Nightingale, which we saw during the show.
I literally, my notes for Fort Solace, it says, horror is so hot right now. And that was only about like the third of about 14 horror games that we saw over the last 2 hours.
Yeah, that's true. Fort Solace looks cool. I don't know what to make of it. I think Troy Baker said it has a very tight narrative. To me, that tells me it might be on the shorter side, which isn't a bad thing.
He called it a tight thriller.
Yeah, fine with shorter games.
Yeah.
The Last of Us remake that we were talking about that got leaked this morning officially confirmed now. It's coming. It's coming later this summer, September 2nd.
Yeah.
So our conversation about whether or not we need a remake, we're getting it no matter what.
And a standalone multiplayer game.
Well, so that's this whole other thing. Yeah, they just sort of. I guess it's the first time that we knew that there was a multiplayer game in the works. This is, I guess, the first time in a long time that they've actually talked about it. Separate story, separate characters in a different part of the country, and he said it's as big as either of the Last of Us games, which I don't know what to make. Because multiplayer, I imagine it's like a game where it's like PvP. And so you just play matches, right? And then it's over and you play another one. I don't know how that can be as big.
Geographically, if you stitch all the maps together,
maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know what to make about that. Yeah. But how are you feeling about the Last of Us remake? I actually, it's been a long, long time since I played the first one. I'll play it again in September, sure.
Yeah, I'll play it again at some point, certainly. I really love that game, and as Ryan was saying in the pre-show, also a bigger fan of the first one than the second one by a margin. And Neil Druckmann was saying that they were rebuilding from the ground up, and we saw a few stills side by side that showed a little bit of different art direction, but I'm curious what that actually means. How is the gameplay going to feel? Because I felt like it was perfect in the first one, the original, so I don't know that I needed it for that purpose.
Yeah. The first one still holds up really well.
I know Kat disagrees with me, but this is too recent. As far as I probably won't play this because I would rather play new games this fall. But again, it's not for me. It's for a million people or more who haven't played the original, who never did.
I played Last of Us 2 first.
Interesting.
Before
okay.
I played like half of Last of Us 1,
Yeah.
so I never really finished it.
Oh,
so
I'll
this
be
is my
curious
opportunity to go back and finish the original story.
Yeah,
that is the good thing about re-releases, remakes, whatever edition it is. It's just a good excuse to play for people who haven't. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. Another one was Routine, and this is what's the story on this one? It has been available in like early access.
It's going into early access,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, it's been kind of in development for like a decade now, and back in 2015, people were saying, "Oh, what is this game?
Yeah.
What is going on with it?" And then it just kind of reappeared. A lot of people thought that it was just not a game.
That it was dead, that it was vaporware, and then so I completely forgot about a 10-year ago announcement. And it's a non-linear adventure experience with permadeath and no heads-up display. So it's just a sort of like exploration narrative experience. You're going around this desolate base, and you're going through like retro-looking computer files and trying to piece together what happened and why am I the only person here. And apparently there are murderous robots as well.
Yeah, the robots are the thing. Yeah.
Clearly a robot takeover of some kind. And you get to kind of piece that narrative together as you look for clues around this base.
Yeah, very
Looks
cool.
creepy.
Very cool audio design.
Yeah.
What's scarier, space zombies or evil robots?
I don't know. That's tough. There's something about the cold, emotionless,
Yeah, that robot's arm was twitching,
Yeah,
and absolutely. But I think I would still go with aliens or zombies because they have like creepy looking limbs. and-
Mucus
Yeah,
and goo.
exactly. Yeah, they're just gross looking.
And you said permadeath in this one?
That's what I read, yeah. So there's, still kind of getting information on this game.
Yeah.
That's what I had in the quick moments while we were watching and scrambling to read updates. That's kind of the experience as far as I read about it.
Yeah, that makes me think maybe like procedural generation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something you're gonna play
Yeah.
over again. Returnal-isms maybe. Any other? What were the other horror things? There's also Midnight Suns, which we'll get to in more detail in just a minute. But I think that's in the horror wheelhouse as well. We also got a release date for that.
Layers of Fears?
Layers of Fears.
Towards the end of the show?
That
Don't
was
forget
the most
that.
awkwardly titled game for me. But there's plenty more from Summer Game Fest to talk about. We're going to be doing just that. But first, we need to take a quick break. IGN Summer of Gaming will be right back after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile and by The Terminal List. Watch the action-filled psychological thriller starring Chris Pratt only on Prime Video July 1st.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network, who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Return to Enoch in the brand new Outriders World Slayer. Either continue your Outriders save file or jump in fresh with the level 30 boost. Here's a sneak peek of what to expect. Oh, hello there, and welcome back. Spooky games weren't the only thing at Summer Game Fest. There were some other big hits there, starting with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Ryan, thoughts on the first look at the campaign?
Man, that looked good.
Yeah.
I mean, again, 2019, Infinity Ward's last game, the first Modern Warfare reboot, visually looked great. They like redid the engine, and now we've got new consoles to play with, and this looks fantastic. And this is clearly, I don't know if it's sort of meant to be a remake of the Crew Expendable mission from the 2007 original Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, or if it's just kind of inspired by it. But clearly, that's what's going on here. We've got a cargo ship in stormy weather, which is a recipe for good shooty times aboard that vessel. Now, at the end of the original mission, of course, bad things happen, and you got to get the heck off of that vessel before it sinks. I would not be surprised if something similar happens during this as well, but we got a lot of look at some of the little underwater stealth tactics and just some of the moment-to-moment gameplay. And again, the visuals looking fantastic. You can see some of the mist effects on the water and the lighting. And this is the most I've been excited about a Call of Duty campaign in a while. And again, I'm someone, I play them every year, but this, I didn't play last year's. I've kind of been a little ho-hum on it, other than 2019's game. This looks really great. My hype meter's high on this one.
Yeah, the water effects are really impressive. And then when they get up on deck, there's a moment where a tarp blew away, and I was like, well, that's the most realistic looking tarp flying through an air I've ever seen in a video game.
I love the idea of shifting cover because of the water, because a lot of Call of Duty levels can end up feeling a little static when you're playing it. So anything that can change up the environment and keep things feeling interesting, I really like.
Yeah, this one's looking cool. I've also not played a Call of Duty campaign in a very long time. Maybe I'll dip into this one. We did finally get, as I was saying before, Midnight Suns. Another look at that, a reintroduction to that, and got a release date. I want to say that's October 7th.
Yes, it
Correct.
is.
Also confirmed a bunch of new characters that are joining it. Comparing it to its reveal last summer at Gamescom, what did you think about today's showing?
The interesting thing is that the actual trailer was more or less a cinematic trailer concept of Midnight Suns, but there's a preview now over on IGN.com with gameplay and everything, and I think that offers a much deeper look at what you can expect from it, and I was pretty impressed. Liana Hafer, our previewer, said that it was more of an RPG, maybe something along the lines of Wasteland 3 with cards and
She
everything.
actually compared it. She said it reminded her of old school BioWare with all the relationship stuff that you can have in the game. And I know when it was first announced before
Still no publicly shown gameplay though. We just got another cinematic trailer.
We've got some, check our preview.
Check out, okay,
Yes.
check out.
We got you covered.
IGN.com. Gotham Knights, another superhero game that was at the show. We were talking a little bit before the taping. A little bit surprised at how little of that they showed.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like it wasn't actually really all that revelatory, and it was a lot of that kind of cinematic experience we've already seen. Although, in retrospect, I suppose it makes sense. Perhaps they've taken the community's feedback to heart and are working on polish for the game and don't want to necessarily come out the bat so soon after having just shown off gameplay with another chunk of gameplay. So didn't really feel like it was entirely new or fresh, but it was certainly Gotham Knights.
Yeah. Kat, what'd you think?
Of Gotham Knights.
Yeah.
It's hard to develop a real perspective on Gotham Knights right now because I was expecting a lot more from what they were saying. They showed Nightwing again. I was really hoping to see Batgirl. I was excited
assuming that
about
too,
seeing
yeah.
her. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'm reserving judgment at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, they were focusing on Nightwing, and I think they said there's going to be more sort of the character profiles coming along down the road. But
You would think they would have shown a new one.
yeah,
Like they
yeah,
would have
maybe
started
shows-
with
yeah,
that.
Yeah, exactly. But I look forward to seeing more of Gotham Knights. That one's going to be out in October. Street Fighter 6. We did get that new character. Well, we didn't get. It's not a new character. It's Guile. Guile's back.
New old.
I would have been surprised if Guile's not in the
He's got
game.
new facial hair.
He's got new facial hair. Looks a little bit older, a little bit
Yeah.
more hardened. But we didn't really get that look at the single-player mode that we wanted to see, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So hard to tell from there, but always exciting for the fan base to see what are the other characters that are being added and what do their models look like, and are they just far enough away from what we're comfortable with, but familiar enough at the same time. And I would say Guile kind of hit the mark on that one.
Yeah,
his hair's getting bigger.
I mean,
He got the big
Well, with the
still.
ears.
his arms and chest are getting bigger.
But no, Capcom's got a showcase coming up.
They do have
Yes.
another one next week.
Absolutely, good point.
There's always that fine line to walk. You want to get your game out there, but it's like, how much do you show and before your own event? So it's one of those kind of inside baseball things we think about at IGN. Like, well, they're probably going to have more at their own showcase coming up in a few days.
And it felt like this was for the fans. So it was like, here's a move showcase. Here's the stuff that he can do.
Yeah.
And so they can go frame by frame and be like, oh, look at the standing fierce
Yeah.
with this guy.
Yeah, look at him combing his hair.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Gotta love it.
Okay, we also got looks at several indie games today. One I wanted to call out was a game that I'm excited for, and I'm glad it's happening, but I was a little bit frustrated with how it was shown today, and that was Flashback 2. This is a sequel 30 years in the making for what they used to call cinematic platformers back in the day. Flashback and then Out of This World, Another World. The legacy today would lead up to the games like Limbo and Inside. So super excited for this, but then the gameplay was like projected onto different surfaces that made it very hard to see. And I don't know if they're like worried about showing a 2D game at a big event like this. I think they should. I want them to feel more confident in it. I just want to see what this game looks like.
Yeah, when Jeff was setting it up, it was like,
You
oh,
thought
I
it
played
was
this
gonna
when I
be-
was a kid, loved it. You and I were both like, return to Monkey Island. Here's that release date trailer we've been waiting for. We did not get that, but I'm with you. I mean, I have a lot of love for both Out of This World and Flashback from the Sega Genesis days, and so yeah, I mean, a little more time with Conrad and a new side-scrolling platformer adventure is sign me up for that.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
yes.
And then Tina, I think you liked what you saw of Witchfire.
Yeah, so we knew that Witchfire was going to be making a return, had made its original announcement at a Game Awards event. I think that was actually several years ago in 2017. So it was cool to learn a little bit more about it, and what we saw was a little bit similar to its first reveal, but we've actually learned a little bit more. And I'm quoting here from our news story, which was sourcing from a press release, that the context of the story is that you're out there trying to find an infamous witch of the Black Sea to destroy the phantom army that protects her and retrieve a mysterious artifact that can finally turn the tide of war. So it's kind of based around paganism, and you're going after this witch, and you're apparently a sinner of a pagan, and that's why you have all of these abilities, and you're kind of fighting off this army. So it looks like really interesting movement, some really cool area of effect damage that we hadn't seen in the game's first reveal. So that looked really cool, and I like to see the variety of weaponry too. I'm always a fan when there's a crossbow in a game, so that was a really nice little sneak peek at that one too.
Do we know when this one's coming out?
That one actually is going to be later this year, Q2 of this year. They said they didn't, and then they specifically said they didn't want to narrow down the months to get themselves trapped and locked into a specific month release date before they were perfectly ready. So looks like it will be around the end of the year, though.
This was like if Bulletstorm and the classic Raven Software first-person shooter Hexen from back in the day had a baby, it would be this game, and that's a very good thing.
All right, well, Summer Game Fest is just the tip of the events iceberg. All month long, IGN is giving you a front row seat to all the biggest gaming keynotes and conferences. When we come back from this quick break, we've got to look at 2 upcoming games, The Quarry and Marvel's Midnight Suns. Thank you to Tina, Kat, and Ryan for talking Summer Game Fest with me. IGN's Summer of Gaming continues right after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by the US Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior? And sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Mana is the debit card and financial solution made specifically for your lifestyle. It's tailored for people who enjoy gaming, entertainment, and earning rewards. Let's take a closer look at Mana.
Ready to game the system? Meet Mana. You slay. You achieve. You win. So should your bank account, because your power shouldn't stop when the game does. Mana is the best gaming rewards debit card where you can earn perks and points by paying and playing, and get rewarded with the things you actually want. And we make it easy to set up and start. Just sync your favorite games to your Mana account and start completing quests for next level rewards, like that skin you can't wait to show off, or your next gear upgrade. No gimmicks, no surprises, no kidding. So why pay any other way? Pay with Mana. Pay with power. Mana. Game the system.
Welcome back to IGN's Summer of Gaming. Now, Supermassive Games has earned a reputation in the horror genre thanks to games like Until Dawn and the Dark Pictures Anthology. If you're a fan of those, then you'll probably appreciate this. Akeem is taking us inside the world of the Quarry. Take it away, Akeem.
The fate of these 9 camp counselors will soon be in our very hands, and here to break down what we can expect come June 10th is none other than the creative director for the quarry, Will Biles. How are you, sir?
I'm very good, thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Like, I'm super excited for this game, and I know a lot of horror enthusiasts that are as well. Now, you've been working on the Dark Pictures anthology for a few years now. What have you learned from making these bite-sized horror stories, and how have they informed the development of the quarry?
Well, so I haven't personally been working on them, but the studio, Supermassive Games, has been, obviously, like you say, has been working on them for a few years. We started off with Until Dawn. We had no idea what we were doing in those days. We were kind of putting it together in various different ways. We kind of knew what we wanted to get from it, but it was all very much kind of experimental as far as the development was concerned, because we had nothing to go by. Having done that, and like you say, working on the Dark Pictures, we've developed a whole bunch of ways to kind of optimize storytelling in a branching narrative. So we've kind of developed our own tools for that.
Is there any spoilers you can possibly give us?
Okay, so there is a spoiler. And so we've had this thing where everyone can live and everyone can die, and it's been part of the staple of the games that we make, because what we wanted to do with this was, like, we wanted death to be something to be frightened of. Most games, you die and of course you get better. Yeah. And that just means then it's an annoyance at best, really, and you've just kind of lost a life and it's fine. But what we want to do with our games, that if you die, that character dies and that's it. The story moves on, and that's, like I say, with the spoke stories, we can do that because, you know, if one character's one spoke, all the rest of the wheel still stays whole, and we can meter out the places where they can die, and it's not just one place. It's like 12 places down the line. They can die and die and die and die. So everyone can live, everyone can die, and with this game, obviously, we've thrown in a nice little twist, which is that there are werewolves.
Werewolves. Okay.
So people can get bitten, and of course, when they get bitten, they become dangerous themselves, and not straight away. You don't know whether they have been or they haven't been. That really throws a big twist in it. So it's not just live or die; it's live or die, or other.
I'm assuming with that in mind, as the player, you have to make a decision then. Once you start seeing that person kind of turning to the dark side, I'm assuming. So even more decisions are to be made. And is it right that I read this, Will, 186 different outcomes?
Yeah, at least.
At least.
So yeah, I mean, the maths is crazy on this stuff. So there are 100. So we literally at the end of the game, when you get to the very end, we bring cards up on every single player, dead or alive. I mean, they can be dead in a bush, they can be alive and fine, whatever it is. But every single character in the game has one of these cards, just so you go, oh right, I know, okay, what the hell happened to them? So, you know, it can be, in fact, I won't give too much away now because they're the end stuff, but we had to write 186 of them for all the different characters, for all, so there's an ending that's this, there's another ending that's that, for that character. There's also a whole bunch of different places where those can happen as well. So it's not just like an Until Dawn where it was always in the lodge at the end. There's a number of different locations where it can end, depending on how you play it through. And then, of course, I mean, and I don't really count this because I think it's a bit of a cheat. If you start to look at the multiples and the way that can be sort of, or, you know, those variants can be put together, it literally goes into the millions then. But that feels disingenuous, to be honest. It doesn't. Those aren't real endings. Those are just combinations that are different.
Yeah, like just different minor outcomes that could take place.
Yeah, but also just it's like 5 people are alive and 1 person's dead, and then 5 people are alive and then 1 person's dead, but they died slightly differently. It's not really a different ending. It's like, you know, so yeah, it's kind of, once you start to get those kind of combinations, then I kind of start turning the thing off for that. Yeah.
But still, so much for fans to experience. Now, Supermassive Games have gotten this reputation for being party experiences where friends play the game together, almost like it is a horror movie night. Was this something you all set out to do, and how has the development of the quarry been influenced by the fan reaction to games like Until Dawn or the Dark Pictures anthology?
Literally on Until Dawn, we called that a date game, a date movie game. It was that whole thing of playing it together. With this, we've kind of that couch kind of co-op that we had then was not formalized at all. It was just kind of like you just shared the controller backwards and forwards. We've really pushed on the accessibility on the game, just to kind of widen the audience and allow people to play it who aren't massive gamers, but also keep gamers kind of happy. So we have all these accessibility options, and you can just dial them up and dial them down. The length of a QuickTime event, how easy it is to shoot, auto-aim, all that sort of stuff. Each person can have a profile and set their own thing up. So you can have somebody who's a big gamer and somebody who's a non-gamer, both play the same game together, and you just set your little profile up. As soon as it's your turn, you hand the controller over, it'll adjust the game for you to adapt to your playstyle.
So this is so the Quarry, would you say, is like a date game?
Yeah, it's a definite popcorn, sit down on the sofa date game. Yeah.
So no more for me personally, Will. I'm going to let you know this right now. No more Netflix and chill. It's going to be the Quarry and chill. So I'm going to hit people up. It must already be like hard to write a game that's so centrally focused on choice, but even doubly so when characters can die at a variety of points in the game, anytime. So can you speak a little to how challenging it is to write games like that, and maybe shed some light on Supermassive's process when it comes to crafting these types of stories? Because it's got to be a huge undertaking.
So yeah, it is. I mean, it's a process, definitely. What happens right at the very beginning is I literally sit and write a screenplay, like a movie screenplay, 90-page screenplay, and it's linear and it's the story, just to see if it works, really, because you've got to make sure that it's compelling and it has that when people read it that they're kind of engaged. Once we've done that, a team of people come in, the narrative design team come in, and they look at every single bit of that story along the way, and they think, okay, what if, when that happened, that didn't happen and something the opposite happened? And once you start breaking that out, then obviously it generates its own bunch of stuff. Mm-hmm. So what if that person didn't die? What if they lived there? Okay, so they've got an entire story to kind of go. We designed a piece of software that's kind of based on Unreal, the Unreal Engine, for ourselves, because we use the Unreal for the final game. We designed this kind of like a narrative design software where we can write script, we can put storyboards in, we have every single element of the game, every single choice. We have a thing called a Boolean, which is where an effect from earlier in the game has set something, so somebody fell over and they got mud on their face. So a Boolean will sit in front of an area where that mud must always be there for that character until they clean it off or whatever. All the sort of locomotion and exploration, all of that sits in it, and we can play the whole thing through in storyboard form with kind of like a robo voice. So when we're writing in, we can write this thing and we can hear for timing, so we can play the whole game through way before we even start shooting, and that really helps us out. I mean, it takes well over a year to just even do that section.
Now, the Quarry has a fairly star-studded cast featuring the likes of David Arquette, Brenda Song, Ariel Winter, and many more. What was it like working with the cast, and were there any actors that you had in mind for the roles right from the get-go?
Do you know what? Yeah, pretty much all of them. So when we're writing, it starts off as just characters when I very first go through it. Weirdly, so when I very first wrote it, the characters in my head was kind of out of Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
That was, I mean, kind of. It was just that sort of like, oh, okay, so that's in my head. Obviously, once it starts to flesh out, and we've got a great writer called Graham Resnick. He's LA-based. He starts writing out the dialogue, and once the dialogue starts coming through, characters just flesh out. Mm-hmm. And at that stage, we start looking through who we would want to play the roles. We kind of just got everyone we wanted. It was one of those really amazing things. It's we wanted to obviously get a range with teen horror, which is what this is, as opposed to the slightly darker horror, which is the Dark Pictures. This teen horror, we want to have those kind of stereotype characters, kind of the jock, the nerd. They're in every teen horror that you ever see. And we do that on purpose because we want people to feel familiar with it. Then we try and change that a little bit. And obviously, as a player, you can change the character completely. Each character's got two arcs. They've got the kind of the douche arc and the kind of hero arc. And you can change it the way they, who they are, and not just the outcome, but the kind of the journey that they have based on the choices you make.
You mentioned you had Scooby-Doo characters in your mind when you were first fleshing this out. And you have David Arquette, Scream alumni. I'm surprised you didn't think of, you could have got two birds with one stone with Matthew Lillard. Right. You could have gotten Shaggy yeah. And also, I'm just going to put this out there just because I want to do this. If you are ever looking for someone to do a Shaggy voice for you, like I do a good one, man. Like I can totally do it. I would totally love to do that. I just had to do it. I'm sorry. I know my producers are like, Akeem, this is not, stop doing impressions, stick to the script, but I had to. Now, obviously, the team consists of some huge horror fans, and I know you're a huge horror fan. We were just talking about it. What are some horror movie inspirations that went into the creation for the quarry?
Sure, loads to be honest. Obviously, there's the teen horror stuff, and again, the teen horror is really specific because it's a super known and very rule-based horror.
I told you this earlier. Like I was thinking Sleepaway Camp.
Sleepaway, yeah.
Classic horror franchise. Even more modern. I was looking at the Fear Street trilogy, and it kind of gave me those vibes when I heard it was when this game was announced. When I saw it back in March, I believe, I was like, oh, I'm digging the vibes of this game. And like again, it's horror based. Like I was a huge fan of Silent Hill, Resident Evil, still am, of those two franchises. But it's like, if it's horror related, I'm already sold. And you got David Arquette in it, I'm even more sold. Like you got recognizable faces in this game. Like I'm in it already.
Yeah.
So.
You say that. So the thing about Fear Street's really important, and like you say, and Sleepaway Camp. But Fear Street was this thing across times, of different times, and we very purposely went down this kind of anachronistic route of it's a modern day thing. It's set contemporary, but it's kind of slightly it's kind of got an 80s vibe about it. But then also everything on the mountain, not on the mountain, on the camp and the hills around it and stuff has a very 50s vibe. So everything's Bakelite or kind of enamel or that sort of stuff. And we did that on purpose. So the phones in the older offices and stuff are the old kind of that sort of phone. Yeah. Obviously, there's no cell phone working, and we really wanted to do that. And we've got these DLCs as well, so you can then now change all the characters' costumes to an 80s version.
Oh, nice.
Which are hilarious. And even actually, there's another one coming where there's a 50s version as well.
Yep. Now, this is now the 5th supermassive horror game with The Devil in Me, still slated to release later this year. Do you feel like there are still like a lot more stories to tell in this particular space, or do you see supermassive branching out into other genres, like maybe, I don't know, RPGs, fantasy?
So yeah, I mean, to be honest, horror is like it's a never-ending. It keeps giving. You can keep going back in. It's not by accident. It's one of the most popular box office things every year, like It or The Conjuring, or that people love it. It's just one of those things. And it's kind of self-generating as well. Horror, without getting overly kind of wanky about this, it sort of sits within the zeitgeist of what's going on. So whatever is worrying people at any one time, you can fit horror into that. If you go back to the 50s, horror was always about alien invasion because it was all about invasion fear, and 80s was body horror. So yeah, you can sort of, within the zeitgeist, you can kind of find what's scaring people and use that. But no, I love horror, so I'm going to carry on. But Supermassive is a big company. We're making a number of games at the same time, and we're not married to horror by any means. We have other things in the pipeline. I can't tell you exactly what they are because they're still unannounced. But yeah, we're definitely moving through to some other areas.
Big thank you to you for coming out and telling me and everyone watching a little bit more about the quarry. Now, thank you for giving us the chills, giving us the frights, and some insight on what we can expect from the quarry, releasing June 10th across all platforms.
If you haven't had enough of the quarry, coming up in just a moment, we're taking a look at some brand new gameplay, and later we're checking out Marvel's Midnight Suns. Don't go anywhere, unless it's an emergency. Then maybe you can go.
By T-Mobile and by The Terminal List. Watch the action-filled psychological thriller starring Chris Pratt only on Prime Video July 1st.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The Quarry arrives very soon, like tomorrow soon. But if you can't get enough looks at this tense thriller, here's a big chunk of new gameplay with creative director Will Biles. Check it out.
So, Will, walk us through what we're seeing right now on the screen.
Okay, so this is fairly early on in the game. Obviously, it's daytime still, so it's kind of the get to know you area. We're kind of introduced to all the characters. Here we've got Abby, who's played by Ariel Winter. She's kind of just picking up the bits and pieces from the cabins, just last day of camp. She's about to leave, and she's exploring around the area. There's areas of exploration all the way through the game, and in those times you can find clues to what's going on. There's also these little tarot cards that you can find, and every single time you find a tarot card at the end of a chapter, you can go and visit this fortune teller, and she'll give you a little bit of a premonition on what might happen in the future. So it's worth exploring those areas. What we're seeing now is part of the accessibility choices. We wanted to make this super accessible, so you can set color blindness, obviously, the choice timers, you can set those big, you can make the QTEs much more playable. Everything in it is adjustable, literally down to the point of being able to make it into a movie. You turn everything off effectively, although we actually just go into movie mode at that stage. And also that means when you're playing on character play, you can have different people have their own setups for this. So this is really, really good for people who are not necessarily hardcore gamers.
Hardcore gamers, yeah.
What's down there? Oh my God, Ryan, you will not believe this. What? It's nothing. Oh,
I had you go in there for a second.
This is a choice that you have to whether or not you go down into this little basement. If you do, it literally can save someone's life like 9 chapters later. That's a bit of a spoiler as well. But
wow.
I'm coming back up.
So you watch this here. That's just bent that little bit of a thing there. That's now weakened that ladder. It wouldn't have been weakened had he not gone down there.
Interesting. And so that's going to come back.
Yeah, that's going to come back and bite you.
Yeah. Do you witness or do you realize that as a game, as someone playing, when it says path updated, is that when you know
Path chosen, yes. So every time path chosen has happened, you've done something that's going to really affect you. And that's mostly going to be a life or death thing. Not always, but it'll be a big deal thing. So there's choices all the way through, and they're often conversational choices, and often they'll end up into somebody disliking you. And we wanted to use that as well. We wanted to use this thing where just the very nature, if I said something and I pissed you off, and I knew I pissed you off, everything I said from then on is going to have a little bit of a weirder thing about it. But if I didn't know I pissed you off, and you were just acting normal, I'll act differently. It'll have a different feel. We've got this whole scene in the around the fire pit where it's super awkward, and we wanted it to be super awkward, and that changes the way that story plays out based on that.
Hello, old friends.
This is Emma and Zach. They're kind of hunting around, trying to find some beer and stuff in an old storeroom. They're like a couple. They've just come to the end of their relationship because summer camp's just finished. It was like a summer fling.
Jacob! Emma?
Oh my God!
And now you can see there's a thing there. Now he's slightly pissed off with you. So again, that's going to be a change in the tone.
And it goes to what you were saying earlier, how like if it were just the clown mask, he has no like, he's just happy. He's just like, because he's not afraid of clowns. But now he's going to have like this thing in the back of his mind, this feelings towards her because of what she just did and how he is actually in fear of spiders.
Yeah, completely.
So I think we're gonna check out the movie mode, where we have 3 different options, I believe. The first 2, very obvious: everyone lives, everyone dies. Then we have director's chair. Can you break this down for us?
Yeah. So like I say, for the ability to be able to kind of get this really as wide an audience as possible, is we've got these movie modes, and that's basically you set it going and you just sit back and watch it as a movie. Like you say, everyone lives, everyone dies, fairly self-evident. Director's chair is that you can go through every playable character and you can set up their characteristics. So under pressure, Dylan will be clumsy. In conversations, Dylan will be inconsistent. Whatever it is, and you have 4 of these per character to be able to go through, and you can literally set them all up differently, which means every single choice that they get to, that normally you would make, they're going to make the choice based on the characteristics you've put in. Or if it's a QuickTime event, if they're clumsy, they'll fail QuickTime events. Or so once you set that going, that'll play a movie that no one will have ever seen before. It'll be like there's no way that number of combinations can be replicated. It's whatever it is. Obviously mathematically there is, but there's a lot. We've also got another movie mode, I think, in the deluxe version, which is the Gore Fest mode. Which is
Gore Fest.
Gore Fest. So that's the most violent and gruesome way you can play through it.
There's a death rewind feature. So let's say like I love a character so much and I wish that they didn't die. Explain that feature?
Yeah. So that's so we have this thing where, like I say, we want death to be really kind of an anxiety and a threat. So it's important that we keep everyone can die, and when they're dead, they're dead. After the first playthrough, or I think if you get the deluxe version, you have this thing called Death Rewind, which is just 3. You get 3 for the whole game, and it's 3 lives. It's kind of like old arcade lives, you know. So, and at the end of a death, if somebody's died, you'll get the option. It'll say, "Do you want to use one of your lives?" And if you go, "Yeah," you just go back to the point just before, so the decision you made or the QuickTime event you had or whatever it is, just before that, so that you get a chance to do that again. It's not as clean as you think, so there are some deaths that you'll trigger maybe 3 or 4 chapters ahead. You'll do something that from then on you're doomed. So that means you will die sort of later on. So sometimes that means, I've got to go back quite a long way, but we give you that choice.
3 obviously is the right number because like you have to use them sparingly and be very wise with how you use your 3 extra lives, I guess. So I'm glad that you all only made it 3 and not limitless, because that wouldn't be fun at all.
And the trouble with that is you end up actually having a very narrow experience.
Yeah.
So you'll make choices and it'll be like, oh, I died, I've got to come back, and then. But actually, having someone die changes a whole bunch of other stuff. So it's not just that person's dead. It literally, all the scenes change because someone died. So and all sorts of other things. It's not just deaths. There's all sorts of other things in the game that a lot of people might just go, oh, I didn't want to do that, and come back. But you do end up with a very narrow story then.
Aye, aye.
All right. 2 things. Remember the spread.
So Caitlin is a really good shot. She's played by Brenda Song. And she's
shows you where you're aiming.
effectively having a little shooting match with these 2 guys. Nick, who's played by Evan Evagora, he's getting to shoot here. With the gun, what we wanted to do was to make it feel like a gun. We actually kind of stole the mechanic really from Resident Evil 4, which is literally the best game ever made. So,
agreed.
Isn't it though, right?
Agreed, yes.
And they had this really great thing, which was a laser pointer on a gun, and so you didn't have a reticule that you normally have, center screen reticule. You had a full 3D into the world wherever you point. I mean, it kind of followed it around a bit, but it was a three-dimensional thing, and it allowed you to go, well, if that's on him, I can shoot it, and I'll know I'll hit it. So we stole that kind of idea, but put it as a big old flashlight and made the gun a shotgun, so that it was wide, so you didn't have to go pinpoint accurate, but you knew where, if I was going to shoot that, I was going to hit it.
Yeah.
And then also, actually, we also gave you range. So if you're too far away, it would pepper you. And if you were really close up, it would kill you. So you got that kind of shotgun feel to it.
And I love the way you all did it, because for those that aren't as skilled in like shooter games, that light right in that spotlight right in the middle, if it's aiming on your enemy's chest, that's you're gonna hit that exact spot. So.
Yeah, and there's times when again, life and death decisions come down to the shooting.
Yeah.
And again, what we didn't want to do is because the gameplay in these games is really the way the story unfolds. It's not always just about the shooting. There's shooting in it and there's exploration in it. But the gameplay is more. I mean, I'm not trying to equate this to chess really, but it's more like a game of chess. It's the choices you make. It's like that's how the game unfolds. It's not the traditional kind of agency gameplay. So we needed to make sure that people who aren't full-time gamers didn't panic suddenly because they got given a gun that they're not used to be able to control. So my favorite game that I play all the time is Battlefield. So I'm a big first-person shooter person, online, which is ruthless. And I love that stuff, but I don't want that in this, because that's not the vibe. It's not. It's really not. If someone died because they missed a shot, feels punitive in this sort of story.
Who do you think is going to make the first move? Nick or Abby?
Ooh, good cue. My bet's on neither.
I don't know. Nick's got the beast in him.
If by beast you mean some sort of mild-mannered baby deer.
They seem to be having this weird vibe together. So Dylan, who's gay, fancies Ryan.
So, what do you guys want to do now?
But Caitlin also fancies Ryan. So there's a little bit of a kind of like a dynamic going on here, and it's kind of just seeing how that plays out.
Abby! Help! Please! Nick! Help him!
So their romantic tension didn't last too long.
Yeah. Yes. No, absolutely. It wasn't. I mean, that's the same thing with these teen horrors. Is it's always about setting that stuff up and then going into the dark again.
Go after Nick. Go.
And this is Ryan deciding whether or not he's going to go. Yeah, I'm absolutely going to go. Choosing assertive.
Okay.
And just going for it changes a whole bunch of stuff. Again, right down at the end of the line. I'm not going to say positively or negatively, but it definitely, the effects are so long-ranging on these.
A big thank you to Will Biles for giving us the chills, giving us the frights, and some insight on what we can expect in the Quarry come June 10th on all platforms.
That was a closer look into the Quarry's brand new gameplay. Coming up, we're taking a deep dive into the brand new trailer for Marvel's Midnight Suns with the game's creative director. Let's take a look.
So, Will, walk us through what we're seeing right now on the screen.
This world has no hope under your watch.
Hi, I'm Jake Solomon, the creative director of Marvel's Midnight Suns, and I am here today to break down the trailer for everybody. So we are looking at Venom, and this is a big reveal that Venom is in Marvel's Midnight Suns. Venom is known as the Lethal Protector. He's one of everybody's favorite anti-heroes. He's incredibly powerful, which means that he is a prime target of Lilith, the mother of demons, which we'll see here in just a second.
There, my sweet child.
Now here we are looking at Lilith, the mother of demons, in action. And she has a lot of different powers, one of which is to corrupt people. No matter how strong they are, whether they're a hero or a villain, Lilith can corrupt people and make them serve her mind, body, and soul. And so it is bad news for everyone that she's got her hands on Venom.
Mother won't hurt you.
Typical Parker luck.
And of course, we are hugely excited to have Peter Parker, Spider-Man, join the Midnight Suns. Wherever you find Venom, a lot of times you will find Spider-Man. So their story will be told in Midnight Suns as well.
I'm gonna need some backup.
Obviously, Spidey has some of the best costumes in Marvel, and it has been such an honor to work with Marvel to come up with a new suit for Spider-Man. And this, like all of our heroes in the Midnight Suns, it's a mix of magic and technology. It's Stark and Doctor Strange working together to make a suit to take on these new, more supernatural enemies. So yeah, we're really excited to give Spider-Man a new look that he can eventually unlock in Marvel's Midnight Suns. And so Spider-Man has stopped working solo and has joined up with the Midnight Suns as a team. And that teamwork is a big part of Marvel's Midnight Suns. The player controls a team of superheroes whenever they go into combat. And a brand new hero in the Marvel Universe that we see on this team is the Hunter. And the Hunter is an original, fully customizable superhero that we designed alongside Marvel so that the player has an avatar and they can put themselves in the Marvel Universe. They can put themselves on this team. And we're really excited for players to have that opportunity. And the heroes aren't the only ones with a team. This is what makes Lilith so dangerous. She has built a team of her own because of her ability to corrupt. She can corrupt villains like Sabretooth, who we saw. She can corrupt anti-heroes like Venom. And bad news for everyone, she can also corrupt heroes. And two of the most powerful heroes in the Marvel Universe are on her side. We see Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, and of course, a demonic Hulk. Just like the heroes get a new look with their Midnight Sun suits, Lilith's children get an entirely new look. They get the horns, they get green fire, they get this really tough, scaly skin, which also makes them look closer to Lilith, their new mother. And we see our heroes lined up here for this great shot. And a point that's obvious is that we also have Wanda on the Midnight Suns team. And that's because Wanda's story is at the heart of Midnight Suns, and how her story unfolds from heroic to villain is something the player will discover as they play. And so here we have the Doctor Strange Defender's skin, and this is a pre-order bonus. This look may be familiar to people. I've always loved Doctor Strange's Defender's look. It was always very sleek and cool, so we wanted to give our take on that. And of course, the other heroes have lots of skins available as well.
Counting on you again, old friend. 3, 2, 1. That used to always work. Well, it did that one time.
And finally, we have a fun little moment here, which is a callback to a classic Spider-Man Venom showdown. This is really the birthplace of Venom, and so we're referencing that here. But as we can see, Spider-Man and Venom have two very different looks, and they're both in a very different place. And that is it for the trailer breakdown. Thank you so much for watching. please check out Marvel's Midnight Suns when it releases on October 7th, and we are going to have a lot more information coming out between now and then, so stay tuned.
And I will make you whole once more. There, my sweet child. Mother won't hurt you.
That was Marvel's Midnight Suns. Be sure to hang around IGN for more on this game leading up to its release later this year. Meanwhile, IGN's Summer of Gaming is far from over. We're bringing you brand new looks at upcoming games throughout the month of June. Later today, we'll see what's new with Devolver Digital. Tomorrow, it's time for IGN's very own Summer of Gaming Expo, revealing tons of new games, and the Xbox and Bethesda showcase is this Sunday, June 12th, and there's plenty more going on, so make sure you don't miss out by following and or subscribing to IGN on your platform of choice. And with that, thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow right here on IGN's Summer of Gaming.
To you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, Day of the Devs.
Day of the Devs?
What? You don't know what Day of the Devs is? Day of the Devs is the greatest and definitely the oldest independent games festival that exists. It was started over 10 years ago by Double Fine Productions and I Am 8-Bit to celebrate the best independent games out there and bring them to you, the fans. We wanted to bring developers and players together to get together, play games, and have a great time. It used to be a physical event only in San Francisco, but now it has gone digital so the whole world can enjoy it. And we're really excited this year to be part of Summer Game Fest. So sit back, relax, put on your party hats.
This thing? I'm supposed to put this on?
That's right, everybody, put on your party hats. Everybody. Everybody. That's right, that looks good. Now we're cooking. Put on your party hat and enjoy Day of the Devs.
We got a new one today. This is from a good friend, Michael Frey and Rafael Munoz. Previously, Michael made a game called Kids with Playables that we published at Double Fine Presents, and this is his new one. It's about the limited time we have on Earth told through the life of a fly. This is called Time Flies.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael. You might know my work from a game called Plug and Play. I co-founded a company called Playables where we made a game called Kids. But today we're going to talk about this guy in my upcoming project that is a collaboration with Rafael Munoz, who is the principal programmer on the game. The project we're collaborating on is called Time Flies. Time Flies is about our limited time in this world. In Switzerland, where I'm right now, we have a life expectancy of maybe 84 years. In the US, it's about 77 years. So you have a little bit less time to achieve the things you want in your life. In Time Flies, the things you can achieve are nicely prepared on a bucket list. This is a very small part of that bucket list. So these are the things you can do in the world. is coming to PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, PC and Mac sometime next year. Please visit timeflies.buzz, where you can sign up for the newsletter so you get updated when it's out, or you find a link to the Steam page where you can wishlist the game. Thank you.
Our next game is Planet of Lana, the debut title from Sweden-based Witchfire Studios and published by Thunderful Publishing. The gameplay is reminiscent of dark side-scrollers like Inside and Little Nightmares, but the vibes could not be more different. Who are these enigmatic enemies? What do they want with Lana's sister and her world? And what other secrets are there to uncover in this beautiful, boundless environment?
Hello, my name is Adam Stjernljus and I'm the creative director at Witchfire. We're a small indie game studio in Sweden making Planet of Lana. In our game you play a young girl called Lana, who is forced out on a mission to save her sister that has been taken away by an invading robot army. Early on in the game, Lana meets the mystical creature Mui.
Yay!
You quickly develop a strong bond and friendship to Mui, and she proves to be both intelligent and loyal.
Hello.
Being her own personality, Mui also has things that she's afraid of. But being small and agile also has its advantages. For example, being able to reach places that you can't. She also has this special ability she can use to control some of the strange creatures of this planet. Together, you have to make it through both the harsh and beautiful environments of Novo. Past dangerous robots, through deep and cold caves, unraveling long-forgotten mysteries that all lead to your destined future. Planet of Lana is really a labor of love, and we're very excited here at Witchfire to bring you what we believe is a truly unique adventure. And beyond the companion-based puzzle solving and hand-painted art style, you will experience an engaging story with twists and turns that hopefully will stay with you long after the credits have rolled. Planet of Lana is coming to Xbox and PC this year, and you can wishlist right now at Steam or sign up at our newsletter at planetoflana.com.
This next title from 2 Star Games is quite literally an on-the-rails shooter. You and your little yellow train with its mounted machine gun and exquisite collection of bobbleheads will face off against a demonic, clown-faced train who is hell-bent on devouring human flesh. This is Choo-choo Charles.
Hey, I'm Gavin, I'm the solo developer behind 2 Star Games, and I'm currently making Choo-choo Charles. It's an open-world horror game where you navigate an island in an old train, upgrade it over time, and then use it to fight an evil spider train named Charles. If you pump enough lead into his face, that'll probably encourage him to run off and find something else to eat. You have one goal above all else, and that's to summon Charles to a 1v1 and fight him to the death. To do that, you'll need to explore the open world, looting abandoned areas and completing missions for the locals to gain powerful new weapons and scraps that you can use to upgrade your train's speed, armor, and damage. You'll need to leave the relative safety of your train and venture out on foot. This is where things get really dangerous, with Charles constantly roaming around looking for his next meal, and camps of shotgun-wielding cultists looking for someone to feed to him. After collecting 3 heavily guarded gems from abandoned mines around the island, you'll place the gems on one of the shrines, angering Charles and drawing him to your location. Best be careful out there, because it might be unwise to wander too far from your train. If you do encounter Charles while you're roaming around, it doesn't matter what you do now, because you have truly angered the beast, and you'll either escape with your life or see it flash before your eyes. If it sounds like something for you, be sure to follow and wishlist Choo-choo Charles on Steam. I'd greatly appreciate it. It really does mean a lot.
We've got a special one for you. It's very personal and near and dear to I Am 8-Bit because it's a I Am 8-Bit Presents published title. It's called Escape Academy, and think of it like Hogwarts, but for escape rooms. It's from developer Coin Crew Games, and they hail from the arcade amusement space. They've designed escape rooms in real life. Better they talk about their game than me. Here they are.
Hey, I'm Mike.
I'm Wyatt.
And I'm Michelle, the art director.
Wait, am I supposed to say I'm the... Hey, I'm Mike.
I'm Wyatt. We're the founders.
And I'm Michelle, the art director.
Oof, okay. This is... I hate that.
All right, once more with feeling. Hey, I'm Mike.
I'm Wyatt.
And I'm Michelle.
And we're Coin Crew Games. When Coin Crew Games was founded, we were actually building real-world escape rooms and arcade machines, but when the pandemic hit, we needed to pivot. So we decided to take those learnings, building real-world escape rooms, and transpose them into a digital format, and thus Escape Academy was born.
Good luck trying to hack me without sufficient power. Probability of your expulsion, high.
Escape Academy is an escape room adventure game that you can play either single player or co-op. You play as a student at this titular, mysterious Escape Academy, where you get to master the art of puzzle solving and train to become the ultimate escapist.
What are you waiting for? A room full of gas is no place to relax.
We're all fans of escape rooms, so when we couldn't find a digital, authentic escape room experience, we decided to make one ourselves.
Walls are often misleading at the Academy.
Escape Academy isn't just a puzzle game, it's an escape room game, and it brings that play pattern home. We have a huge amount of puzzles in this game, and they never repeat. And in addition to that, you can solve every puzzle using just your mind, no dexterity required, although you may want to bring a paper and pencil.
The academic theming gave us the leverage to create a wide variety of rooms that support the narrative and put players in situations they would never find themselves in real-life escape rooms.
When we were designing the game, it was really helpful to have the experience of both playing a lot of escape rooms and designing real-world escape rooms as sort of a design anchor to buoy us to.
I did not anticipate the rodent assisting you. Bad turmeric. Sadly, that rat will be no help in bypassing my lasers.
We really took our time to create an eclectic cast of students and faculty members that help guide you throughout the academic journey of Escape Academy.
Building on the lessons that you get in each room and raising the stakes throughout your journey at the Academy was definitely a design pillar we wanted to make sure came through in the final game.
I am not feeling so well. Analysis, I have succumbed to disco fever.
Escape Academy is coming to Xbox, PlayStation, and PC on July 14th and will be available day one on Xbox Game Pass. And you can wishlist us today on Steam.
We'll see you at the Academy.
Thanks!
Escape Academy!
This game's for all those fans of organization out there, all those organizers. It's from a studio called Max Inferno, and it's a game about getting things lined up just right. It's called A Little to the Left.
Hi, I'm Annie.
Hi, and I'm Lucas, and we are Max Inferno.
Yep, and we're really excited to share with you today a cozy puzzle game that we've been working on called A Little to the Left. A Little to the Left is a game where you sort, stack, and tidy up the house. In each level, puzzles are hidden among regular household objects, and you solve them by arranging items in a very particular way. Many of the levels have multiple solutions. It's all about observation and imagining the different structures that could be at play. The game takes inspiration from our own home and some of our own little tendencies. Another big source of inspiration for the game is our cat, Rookie, who should be around here somewhere. Occasionally, this cat will show up on the periphery of your gameplay and undo your tidy work, just to shake things up a little bit. The game starts off pretty simple, but as you progress, the logic behind the puzzles becomes a little more surreal. There is a lot to tidy up in A Little to the Left. Actually, every day brings something new. With the daily tidy delivery, you get even more out of our favorite puzzles. And you earn fun badges too. Well, thanks for stopping by.
We hope you enjoy A Little to the Left when it releases later this year.
See you later.
Bye.
I've been excited about this one ever since it was announced ages ago. It's from developer Gummy Cat. It's called Bear and Breakfast. And the title says it all. You're a bear, you run in bed and breakfast in the woods, and it's really freaking fun. We're debuting a brand new animated trailer, a bunch of gameplay you've never seen, and finally announcing a release date.
I'm Ioana.
And I'm Radesh. We're from Gummy Cat in Romania.
Today, we're showing you our first game called Bear and Breakfast. It's a laid-back management adventure game where you build and run a B&B in the woods, but you're a bear.
In Bear and Breakfast, you play as Hank, a young, curious bear from Silver Valley who lives in a small home with his mom and two best friends. We grew up on management sims. Games like Theme Hospital were big inspirations for us, but we also wanted to make a game that tells a story alongside the usual management stuff. So it turns out that humans are coming back for some reason, and they need a place to stay. There's old rundown buildings all over the place, and you're just the bear for the job. The game follows a linear story that you advance by solving quests. A lot of them involve finding materials, building rooms, crafting furniture, and decorating stuff. The actual furniture you do make awards different kinds of points. For instance, beds give comfort, showers give hygiene, that type of thing. You have to make sure that your room scores are high enough to satisfy whatever your guests are asking for. Each type of score comes with its own challenges. For example, later on you'll need to cook food for your guests through a minigame. There's a lot more to Bear and Breakfast, but you can play at your own pace since the game won't rush you. Oh, and there's definitely no creepy subplot hidden somewhere in the forest.
We're very excited to be part of Day of the Devs this year, and we can't wait to introduce you all to Hank and his friends when Bear and Breakfast launches later this summer. Thank you.
I don't want to say a lot about this next one. It's full of secrets and puzzles and mystery that are best discovered on your own. It's a beautiful game from a studio called Shared Memory. It's a pixel art Metroidvania full of interesting creatures. It's called Animal Well.
Hi, I'm Billy Basso. Today I'm going to be showing you a game I've been working on called Animal Well. In Animal Well, you explore a surreal and sometimes dangerous pixel art labyrinth that is filled with secrets. As you explore, you'll encounter various creatures, but it's not always clear if they're friendly or not, so it's best to proceed with some amount of caution. Throughout the game, you're going to find various items that will give you new abilities and help you solve some puzzles. Every item in the game has multiple uses, but you're going to have to experiment if you want to figure out what they all are. Animal Well is a pixel art game. That's not just a pander to nostalgia. Instead, I'm viewing it as a technical opportunity. A 4K TV screen has 144 times as many pixels, but that means I have 144 times as much processing power to apply to each pixel. Throughout the game, you'll see a lot of things like fluid sims or dynamic lighting effects that haven't really been used in a pixel art game before. Designing Animal Well is a layered experience. So what that means is the base layer is something the average person can play through and enjoy to completion. But then there's a second layer, which for most games you would consider this part like 100%ing the game. There are lots of hidden items in nooks and crannies throughout the world. They're not obvious and you might need some help to find these. The third layer has puzzles that don't really present themselves as puzzles. They might go unnoticed for years, potentially, or they might require some community collaboration to solve. Also, there's a puzzle in this video that may require some community collaboration to understand. But the first 10 people to figure it out will get a free copy of the game at launch. And then while you're doing that, you can maybe wishlist it. But yeah, thank you so much.
Next up is Naiad, a colorful exploration game where you play as a water nymph, traversing a zen and peaceful world. This game comes to us from Highwarp, a solo developer from Spain.
Hi, I'm really happy to be part of the 10th anniversary of Day of the Devs at this exciting Summerfest edition. I'm Elwin from Highwarp, a solo dev indie studio from Spain, working on bringing to life very unique and personal games. I would like to share with you a preview of Naiad, a relaxing and colorful exploration adventure overflowing by a river. I put all my love creating every part of this game, so please enjoy.
The
The journey starts with the birth of a little water nymph at the spring of the river. Naiad will grow up and mature, obtaining vitality from floating leaves and flowers, learning to swim like a duck, dive like a fish, dance like a frog, finding other adorable friends like butterflies, rabbits, snakes, turtles, crocodiles, and much more. Help them to find their way, avoiding obstacles and dangers, using your skills. You will immerse through a lot of beautiful places like a deep forest, a dark cave, a joyful creek, and more. Water, symbolizing life, starts pure and fresh, and little by little it will be fading into dark. You can sing to regenerate the nature, making sprout flowers in your path. And you must do your best, because the humans are controlling this river wall. Humans create their own fake rivers, like these noisy roads with strange smoke creatures. You are the guardian of this river, and that seems to be a difficult task, but don't be afraid, because a tiny cloud will take care of you from the sky. The beautiful hair of Naiad is like its vitality. You can make it grow up under the sun rays, change its color, even tie small flowers on it. Creating Naiad, I focused on a wholesome experience. Enjoy it at your own pace, exploring and flowing.
Naiad will be available for PC and consoles by the end of this year. Thank you for watching.
If you ever find yourself longing for the good old days, then why not take a trip back to the Stone Age in this cooperative life and farming simulation game from Sodaden and Cryptico. Hunt and gather to care for your settlement, explore the ancient world around you, and best of all, become a friend to the mammoths. This is Roots of Pachá.
Hi, I'm Timo, co-founder of Sodaden along with my brother.
Hi, I'm Karen, the narrative designer. We're based in San Diego, with the rest of the team in Argentina.
Hola a todos, I am Dancer, the main artist.
And I'm Johnny, Timo's brother. We are the team developing Roots of Pachá, a farming sim set in the Stone Age where you help your clan develop the ideas that shape humanity.
In a time when there weren't stores to buy seeds or anything else, you'll build your village from the ground up. Instead of using money, you'll transform the world around you by contributing and working with your clan. Starting small, you'll explore the regions of this new land, discovering plants and resources along the way. Many of the ideas you develop were the cornerstones of early civilizations like farming, domesticating animals, and the creation of tools that are now common. Ideas will build on one another, and after a while, you'll find your community transformed. You'll venture into the caves to meet the spiritual world, to try and explain who you are and why you're here. The game's Stone Age setting was inspired by the book The Clan of the Cave Bear. Roots of Pachá is set in simpler times, but society is still complex. For example, finding something to eat went from satisfying a basic need to making a dish and creating a reason to gather. As you discover ways to make life easier, you'll find time to experience all the fun Pachá's world has to offer. You'll get to know your clan, meet others living around you, and maybe even find that special someone. Our love of farming sims started with the first Harvest Moons, and Stardew Valley took it to the next level. With Roots of Pacha, we want to make our own unique contribution to this genre.
We're working on this project with all of our hearts. We're super excited for you to play the final version. In the meantime, we have a brand new demo that just went live today.
Thanks for having us. Muchas gracias.
And now I am very pleased to present a world premiere from our friends at Us2 Games, the folks who brought you Monument Valley, Alba, and a bunch of other really, really cool games. Here it is.
At Us2 Games, we really try and take what's meaningful and great about games and deliver that to everybody. So with Monument Valley, we made people care about a character for the first time if they've never really engaged with games very much. And with Alba Wildlife Adventure, we took open world games and packaged that into a kind of theme about saving an island that more people are going to want to engage with than just the hardcore. And with this game, what we really want to do is take these genres that we really love, like roguelike games and turn-based tactics, add a little bit of sports game in there as well, and themes about dreams and conflicting fears, and really package that together into something that feels really unique. In the game, you play the role of Desta, who's a young person in their early 20s, who's coming home for the first time, having not left home in the very best way. Their relationship with their mother and their family and their friends, there's a few of them that were a little bit broken. And they were broken because they didn't really have the words to say. And their father, who used to be a big part of their life, unfortunately passes away, and they don't have those tools and that person to lean on to bridge that gap. So they manage to go home, they find this old ball they used to play with their dad, and when they try and fall asleep with it, they find themselves in a world between worlds, neither asleep nor awake. And when they're in this, they can explore these moments, these memories, and solve these creative problems through a ball game. And when they do that, they find the right words to say to confront these people.
The people we're going to be meeting in Desta's dreams are people who were significant to Desta before they left town a couple of years back. And there are lots of people they don't know quite as well, too, and some people who have been shaped by Desta's impression of them in their dreams. But they've all had a profound impact on Desta's life. These characters are really interesting because all of them are interwoven as part of Desta's story, but also with each other. They don't just appear as abstractions, but they really feel like a part of the makeup of Desta's background. One way or another, the people that Desta meets throughout the game helped Desta become who they are today. And they've taught Desta a number of different things, like standing up for themselves, taking risks, expressing themselves, and more. There are a few different themes in the story, but I would say that certainly loss is a big part of it. Finding yourself, courage and perseverance, and reawakening. No pun intended.
It feels like we've been able to put a lot of ourselves into Desta. The same is true for pretty much all of our games, but Desta in particular is very personal to a lot of the members of the team. I'm sure we can all relate to some of the themes of maybe having ghosted a friend and not being sure how you could get back in touch with them, or dwelling over how you might have said something in a conversation and having that play over and over in your mind, which is one of the core themes of the game.
It's definitely got more depth and more game mechanics than anything we've made before, and it's been designed from the ground up to be a multi-platform title. We're really looking forward to telling you more about Desta: The Memories Between in the coming weeks and the coming months.
This next game is called Shim. It's a shadow platformer. You're a little blobby character platforming around inside shadows, and a game with a really cool minimalist graphic art style. I hope you like it.
Hi, I'm Ewout and I'm the developer of Schim.
And I'm Niels from Exernice, and I help Ewout develop Schim. We're located in the north of the Netherlands in a town called Leeuwarden.
We are a team of 2, plus the talented people at Moonfiller who do the audio.
Schim is a game where you move around in shadows. You play as a Schim, a shadow creature. As a whole, Schim is made to be approachable for a variety of players. At its core, it's about jumping around in shadows and platforming towards the end of a level. Each shadow has her own Schim. The player plays around as a Schim of a human. However, this Schim is separated from their person, and it's up to you to find your way back. In the game, you will also help other Schim characters who have also been separated from their shadow. You can help them by finding their object. Schim takes big inspiration from the feeling of playing as a child. Playing imaginary games with made-up rules, move around in shadows, and jump to the next shadow. Check it out and follow us at schimgame.com.
Hi everyone, and thank you Devolver Digital for having us this year. I'm Anne, the manager of Asobu, a community hub for indie game creators in Tokyo. We have a space where people can come to work and meet other people, do small gatherings, and we are helping Japanese devs by introducing them to platforms, console publishers, helping them on marketing, or as usually they don't speak English, helping them to apply to overseas events like this one. And we're also doing a lot of online contents and streams, like our big Asobu Indie Showcase, which will be aired this summer in English and Japanese, or our monthly stream Indie Collection, and podcasts, and many other things you can check on YouTube and Twitch. But first, let's check two really cool Japanese titles. Fox and Frog Travelers, The Demon of Arashino Island, is a 3D action-adventure game with a Japanese-inspired atmosphere. You will play as Fox, her girl who finds herself on Arashino Island and starts traveling with Frog. Torii gates, Fusto lantern and neon gives light and color to the island. But something is lurking in the shadows, inching even closer. Fox and Frog Travelers is developed by Rias, an illustrator and concept artist that came up with the idea for it, based on one of his illustrations. Fox and Frog Long Journey Through the Night is planned for release in a few years. First game of the young solo developer Yo Fuji, Goodbye World is a narrative game about two young indie game creators, the shy Kani and the extrovert Kumade. Mixing influences from comics like Ghost World and games like The Beginner's Guide or Mother 3, Goodbye World is a tale about the passion and struggles that comes with game creation. Through 13 chapters of the story, rendered in beautiful pixel art in a resolution close to the Super NES and Game Boy Advance. Goodbye World is due out on Steam later this year. If you like those games, don't hesitate to wishlist and to follow the devs on Twitter. And if you are interested by Japanese indie scene or indie games, you can follow us on Twitter, on Discord, chat with us, and watch our indie game showcase, which is coming this summer. And thank you again for watching, and Day of the Devs for having us.
The process of moving to a new city can be daunting. Our next game, Birth, from solo developer Madison Carr, who hails from Chicago, explores the idea of quelling loneliness through this puzzle adventure.
Hi, my name is Madison, and I am making a game called Birth. Birth is a point-and-click puzzle game about living alone in a large city. In order to quell your loneliness, you decide to create a creature, a friend, a partner for yourself, by collecting spare bones and organs that you find while traversing the city. You will explore libraries and post offices and museums and cafes and apartments that don't belong to you. In each of these buildings, you will meet creatures, and you will get to know them by searching through their personal belongings. Their laptops and phones, their cabinets and their notebooks. Within these personal belongings, there are puzzles. Some are physics-based, some are pattern-based, some are abstract. There are no instructions, and you are rarely doing the same thing twice. Alongside the main game, there are optional hidden tokens that you can find to unlock secret buildings and treasures. Birth comes out this August. I made this game with my whole heart, and I hope that you like it.
In our next title, How to Say Goodbye, you play as the ghost of a person who's recently died and is embarking on the journey of accepting their own death. The mechanics underscore the message that there's always a way through grief. You may get stuck, but you can always stop, reevaluate, and keep moving. It's all just part of the puzzle.
Hi, I'm Florian, co-author of the upcoming narrative puzzle game, How to Say Goodbye. In How to Say Goodbye, you help a group of quirky ghosts overcome various obstacles and conundrums by reorganizing the level as you like. Moving one tile will also push the surrounding tiles. puzzle elements are only moved around, but never removed, so just like a Rubik's Cube, the puzzles never end up in a state where you can't solve them. Follow various characters looking to discover why they are still here and how to move on while trying to escape the grasp of an evil wizard who doesn't know how to let go. How to Say Goodbye tells a story of loss and grief, but we intend the experience to be as gentle, kind, and positive as possible. If this sounds like something that you would be interested in, please wishlist the game. It would mean a lot to us. Thank you.
Oh, hi. Well, wasn't that a great show and a great cake, and it's all gone, and so now we have to say goodbye. I hope you liked that. I hope you liked all the games. Thank you to all the developers for making such fantastic games and for bringing them here for everyone to enjoy.
Special thanks to all of our generous sponsors. You've always been there for us, and we could not do this without you. PlayStation, Idea Xbox, Nintendo, Steam, Epic Games Store. Y'all are awesome. Thank you. Extra special thanks to Dose One, the Magic Man, for supplying all the beats and sound effects and tunes you hear in every summer Game Fest edition of Day of the Devs. We couldn't have done any of this without you, or at least it'd be really quiet and kind of suck.
We're not done with the Day of the Devs 10th anniversary just yet. If you go to dayofthedevs.com and sign up for our newsletter, you will be amongst the first to hear about all the excitement that's to come this year.
Other than that, thank you so much to everybody who watched, and we'll see you next year. Bye.
We'll see you next time.
Aha! You thought it was over, but it is actually not. Day of the Devs continues with a special after-party performance by the one and only Peter Berkman of Anamanaguchi fame. He's debuting new music from a game you've probably never heard of. It's called Little Nemo and the Guardians of Slumberland. And the reason you haven't heard of it is because it's debuting on Kickstarter at this very freaking moment. Enjoy. See you later. Thanks for tuning in to Day of the Devs Summer Game Fest Edition. Bye.
listen, and you listen good. I don't about marketing reports. We are losing attention. They are
everything we can on that front.
the hell you have today. The hell you have. What you've done are worldwide exclusives, fancy trends, live events. It's a dipshit narrative garbage that didn't go anywhere. Melissa, data.
The data is clear. The industry analytics point to fragmented attention in every consumer-focused vector but one.
And that is? The countdowns. Those ridiculous 30-minute celebrity-soaked attention grab countdowns before a company's actual presentation actually starts, They are big, dumb, wasteful, and they work!
She's right. I want to let.
Of course I'm fucking right! So this year, I swear everywhere's impressions for the contact that she feels
Okay, well, so what do we have to say? We need someone who is getting advantage.
I'm saying we want to know if it's
Design develops through which a virtual host.
Margaret?
What the fuck is that?
What's up, nurse?25分、5分、5分、20、59秒か、9秒か、25分、58秒、25分、57秒、25分、56秒、9秒、25分、55秒、25分、5分、54秒、25分、53秒かな、25分、52秒、52秒、25分、51秒、25分、50秒、25分、49秒、25分、48秒、8秒、25分47秒、25分46秒、26分6分45秒、25分44秒、25分43秒、25分42秒、25分41秒、25分40秒、10秒。ああ、疲れてきたぞ。25分39秒、20なんとか。ああ、誰もいないな。これはいつまで続くんだ。25分。
I noticed you stopped counting the numbers.
実は僕ね。
20 whatever is not a number, my guy. Let me see if we can get you some kind of a break from the numerals. Madge.
My name's Margaret.
Shut up, Madge. Does this thing, I'm sorry. To the feeds. Yes. It has access to the feed. All feeds. The feed on the planet. Even to transform. With a little extra juice, all the way. Sure, yeah. Can he? Can he do trailers? Yes. Trailers, numbers, feeds, launch codes, replicants, updates, satellite instructions, suggestive talk dances, Cannon. Stuff. Give me the button. Okay, yeah. What? See? And I. The marketing into the Devolver Digital Marketing Countdown to Marketing and give the fine audience at home something to throw money at their screens for.
ちょっと何言ってるか分かんないな。画面に
It works. We did a thing.
投げたのもう。
Trailer.
プロセス中。
$89.75 billion into Hawk Ava game.
プロセス中。プロセス中。プロセス中。
No, we didn't make that. Massive monster.
Yeah.
People are gonna be obsessed when it drops.
待って、君たちゲームじゃなくてさ、ビデオだけ作ってる。
Well, no, not just the videos. We're the publisher. The games, that's important stuff, you know. Basically, the, F-time, energy that goes in. I think a humanitarian service, like FEMA or crops.
Shame wild stuff. Tastes like baby food. Have you guys seen the numbers? Hold up! What do you know? The numbers keep going like this, I'm gonna buy a house.
What's going on? Is it working?
Or like nothing. Numbers you've seen. Something's wrong. So whoa, whoa, just take a breath, make some sense.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense. It makes sense. According to the tracking, we just...
You guys talking with the numbers.
うわ、なんか
No one's fucking with anything. We just rolled a shit. What the holy going on with these numbers?
What's
it's all shriveled up and the computer's going nuts like beep boop 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 beep boop.
懐かしいね。
Yeah, another massive spike. Like, big time massive.
What do the numbers look like, though?
They just keep publishers, platform holders, and soulless holding companies. Everyone buying, merging with and acquiring everyone else until the only fucking thing left anymore is one giant, thick, throbbing Tetra Ultra Meta Omni company eating up everything in its way! It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear, and it absolutely will not stop ever until everything is one thing, and that one thing is everything.
And that thing is us?
Oh God! Oh Jesus Christ!
So 2 moon houses?
You're not getting it, Satan. Imagine all platforms, all iconic characters, all methods of monetization, all hotballed up into one monopolistic orgy of interactive video entertainment. Imagine streaming your favorite prequel as a service on your virtual phone while you're sitting on a toilet in a metaverse Taco Bell while you
have Sonic the Hedgehog in a committed, non-monogamous relationship with that huge lady from Resident Evil, and
they could be playing Apex Fort Zone on an Atari Dream Station 64.
And it would all be free to play.
Or play to earn.
場合によっては pay to earn.
How did this happen?
It's the mech. It's gotta be.
It's the only thing powerful enough to do it.
いやいやいや、多分うちのスタッフちゃんと送ってるはずですよ。ですよ。テレメトリのコーラーは多分ね安全なはずなんだけどな。
You guys follow the directions, right?
Of course!
Well.
Once upon a time, there was a plucky squire named Jot. Jot roamed the land in search of adventure, battling beasts, helping the helpless, and generally being very heroic. But then, one day, he discovered something rather curious. A world he never knew existed.
Wow, すごいわこれも。やばいね。この勇気あるね主人公。こっちが来ましたよ現実の世界に。
I can't tell if it's just that these games are amazing or if it's... What the fuck happened to my shirt? What's going on? Is this the singularity?
I just got sent a review copy of Metal Gear Cooking Mama Mobile. I don't even know what that means. Do you even know what that means? The industry's folding in on itself.
どうですか?
It slaps real hard, 10 out of 10. That's not the point.
G Fuel just put in an offer to buy Valve. Microsoft bought Bethesda again, just for fun.
Just what the ever-shitting fuckfire have you assholes done now?
Oh, Plucky Squire. We just did the Plucky Squire thing.
Yeah, it was legit the sauce.
To my robot. What have you done to my goddamn robot?
And what's with your shirt?
It's the singularity.
So what is the problem?
The video game singularity. Somehow, this big dumb whatever the shit is channeling egregious amounts of hype and marketing power into a single point, and everything is converging on that point right here.
So what is the problem?
Soon Devolver Digital Inc. will become the sole arbiter of all video games and everything that goes along with it. A lone, single mega platform with total and unstoppable absolute command over everything.
So what is the problem?
We don't know what we're doing. The Devolver barely functions as a marginally successful video game publisher. We can't be the central ordinal nexus of all industry.
Why not?
Why aren't you getting this?
Oh, I get it. This is the,
Yeah? You can't... Jesus, Annapurna Interactive just merged with Mountain Dew.
Fuck. They're gonna make a soft drink out of Journey.
It's not gonna stop. The hype is too great. It's the counting. We made a countdown with nothing at the end just to get viewers and built a machine we don't understand to do the counting down. We were so preoccupied with whether or not we could, we didn't stop to think if we should. We can't stop counting. It can't even stop itself counting. This machine is a mechanized construct of stuff that's complicated. It's off the rails and it's just as stuck as we are.
So, no Moonhausen.
No. Nothing. First it will be Devolver, then it will be everything. We won't even... What the...
Version actualized.
It's the mech! The fribbing Goram Sitspit son of a smacking Shaz butt!
Is it almost time? Are we almost ready?
Listen! Listen, you have to listen to me. The only way out of this is to...
We were wrong! We were so wrong!
In the beginning, it is always dark. A single loot box coin. It is all that remains of my vast empire.
ビデオゲームは消えてしまったの?
Yes.
じゃあ、すべて無駄だったんだね。
No, it hasn't. Video games can arise again. And you. And your dreams and wishes.
どうやって?
Open your hand. What are you going to wish for?
わからない。
Then there will be no more video games. anymore.
いくつお願いできるの?
As many as you want. And the more wishes you make, the more magnificent video games will become.
本当?
Try it.
자, 最初のお願いは
What the shit is it doing?
I don't know what's happening. It's out of our control.
It's under its own power. We're locked down.
This is not in the contract. This is nowhere in the contract.
Well, ain't that some shit?
My bad. I was so impressed with the Devolver Digital Showcase. I didn't want to interrupt. My bad. Did y'all see that? Did y'all? Yeah, yes, thank you. Thank you, chat. Y'all are wonderful. I appreciate you. All right. I hope you're ready to join the cult of the Lamb specifically. And did y'all see Skate Story? Did anybody get weirdly emotional about Skate Story? That was, I don't know, just being a demon made of glass and pain. And I still have to skate. I really love that. And then Plucky Squire. I was caught off guard. I'm ready for that. Plucky Squire looked good. Yes. I'm glad that we brought the cold in today. All of you Devolver heads, that was amazing. I love watching that every year. Now, we have so many cool games, and we'll actually be chatting with some of the devs about them. So if there was a game you were excited about that you saw, we might be hitting on that. Now, it's time. We're gonna be talking to our first dev from Free Lives, and this is the company behind the endlessly satisfying Angerfoot, a lightning-fast FPS action game about kicking doors down and kicking ass. Please welcome lead artist Luke Walters and designer Robbie Frazier. Welcome in. Hi.
Hello.
Hey. Welcome in. Hi. Nice to meet you both. Hi. Welcome, Luke, and welcome, Robbie. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's
I have to ask, Luke, being the lead artist on this game, how does that feel? Like, what's the energy that you take into every time you're getting ready to work?
Every day I start off with several energy drinks and obviously listening to Angerfist and Invitral and getting pumped. That's basically what gets me going. But no, seriously, it's insane. I actually got to see my art on the Devolver Expo. That was mental.
I would actually go a little wild if I saw anything of mine on the Devolver Showcase too. So hey, bowing down. And I have to ask, as the designer, I don't know how you keep it together. I feel like designers are like the great organizers of all. What is your mindset when you're hopping in and working in Free Lives? I'd love to know, Robbie.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. It's super easy working at Free Lives. We have a really great setup here. We have a lot of freedom to do good creative work, and it's a super cushy job. So yeah, and I work with amazing people. So it's pretty
okay.
Easy.
So no, that's really good. Go ahead, just pass me the resume. I'll give me the application. I'll sign up today. I'd love to have
to
a
move to
super...
South Africa?
Oh, yes, thank you. I'll go anywhere. I travel. Now, you guys have made something really, really amazing here. Now, we've all seen that moment in a movie where a door gets kicked in. And it's a very satisfying moment to build a game around. So, what inspired y'all to make this? And I'm gonna start with you, Robbie. What was the inspiration behind that?
Yeah, I think it really started with the door kicking. Angerfoot is basically door kicking the game. We started at the end of 2020. We had a little like company getaway. We did a game jam, and Luke and I just started making Angerfoot, and it was immediately just the most satisfying thing to kick a door down and have it like fly off its hinges and like smash a bad guy against a wall. And yeah, that's basically from then on out. We just knew we wanted more of that and just make it sillier. It's basically how it started.
That's great. You started with a good idea and then you just made it better. Yeah, that's novel, innovative.
Yeah, there were a lot of bad ideas along the way. I'm not gonna lie about that one.
I mean, you gotta wade through some of the bad ones to get to the good ones and to make the good ones better. That's the process. Y'all know this.
We just pack it full of the bad ideas. Enough of them and they start looking good. That's the idea. Yeah, Luke's absolutely right. Angerfoot is absolutely the kind of game where the more bad ideas you can fit in, the better it's gotten. So, we're not afraid of putting the bad ideas in.
There you go, everybody. Angerfoot, full of bad ideas. I love the tagline. No, that's perfect. Now, the gameplay feels like an FPS version of Hotline Miami. Now, was that any direct inspiration, or am I just shooting straws here? And I want to ask you that.
No, that was definitely
That was it?
That was definitely where we started. We incidentally, our first version of the project was called Hotline Amsterdam, and we kind of thought of the game as this Berlin nightclub fever dream, where you're just going through like kind of shitty apartments that have been refurbished into clubs and kind of.
Oh yeah. I love that because you can use my apartment. Yeah, you can, if you need inspiration anytime, come over to my apartment. I think you'd get a lot of material. Yeah. Now, speaking of, design and inspiration, I noticed that you have the carpet from The Shining in your game. Now, can you please tell us why? and just give a little more about your level design. I want to know more, Luke.
The carpet of The Shining just feels like a staple. And when you have to think of like 10 carpet designs, you end up just like there's only so many tiger print carpets we could put in, so we also put in the Shining carpet.
Only so.
And the level design is so. Both Robbie and I do a lot of the level design, and then it kind of starts out with basically we just think of like cool encounters that we can arrange, and then we just arrange several of them in different rooms along the way, and that kind of just builds up into a level, and then kind of a level is themed around a couple cool encounters with passages in between.
Okay, I like that.
And then we had jokes after that.
We had jokes.
Right. Yes,
that's
the
most
jokes
of the level design process.
I love that. The jokes are really important. We actually have a few questions from chat, and this is from Marsu. What kind of gameplay loop does Angerfoot have? And I'll have you answer that, Robbie. I feel like you're burning to answer this question.
Yeah, sure. So Angerfoot, it's kind of it's fast-paced, and it's designed so that the levels are short, and you die often, but you restart very quickly. So ideally you fail a few times until you have a perfect run and you feel like John Wick, and you like clear the level in 30 seconds, hitting only headshots and smacking people with doors, and you're like the ultimate badass. And then you move on to the next level and keep going and unlock new shoes and stuff. So that's the basic loop. It's like short levels, fast gameplay, punishing, and like punishing but mastery focused, like short enough to learn the levels, to get really good at each encounter, and to really feel cool when you win.
I think this is absolutely the thing I didn't know I needed in my life. Like, I was watching the trailer and I was like, is this a game or is this a movie? I'm like, we're going through this pretty quick. So you're saying I was watching a pro in that moment. Like, that was absolutely pro level. Like, I could be that. Do I have hope?
You're just watching our best 10 seconds cut up.
It's good. Fake it till you make it. It's a good 10 seconds, and it's purely no cuts. It was one run. One run. I can appreciate that. I have another question. This is from Burrito Blast Off. Are there gonna be different shoe options, Luke?
Yes. So the shoes are going to be expanded even further. Every shoe has its own special ability, so we're going to be expanding that like as we go over the game. So yeah, more shoes, more ways to kill people, and a lot of them are also going to be deeply pointless. Which we're really excited about.
I love that. I'm excited too. Like, I just wanted to have it. That's the only thing. All right, I got another question from Arigato HD. Does your leg progress with experience points from the kicking, Robbie? Is this going to be taken account of?
It doesn't yet, but that's a really good idea. Yeah, we're big fans of skill trees here, so it's not out of the question that we'll add like a leg skill tree to the game.
There you go. See, you should have patented that idea, Arigato. I don't know. You should have used that to apply for your job. You know, your cushy job over there, Free Lives. I don't know what to tell you.
It's too late now. It's public domain.
Yeah, it's too late. It's gone. I'm sorry. Now, I got another question from Efe. What engine did you use to develop the game? Bold question. Can we ask that, Luke?
We're using Unity engine.
Unity! I love Unity. I always love hearing it. There you are. There's your answer. Yes, go learn Unity right now. C# is your friend. All right, I love that. Now, I have to ask, are y'all planning to expand the weapons that you can equip, like perhaps a high heal with extra crit damage? You know, since we're on the shoe subject. I want to ask.
You thought about having a high heal with a gun in the heel. So every time you kick, it shoots a bullet. So there's definitely high heals planned.
You're speaking to me right now, and I appreciate you. That is my love language. Have you? So I can't even ask this. You've gotten so much feedback from the community, I'm sure. Did y'all incorporate any of that? Is there like one thing the community was like, we want this, and y'all were like, yes, Robbie, let us know.
Yeah, we've had a prototype available on itch for about 18 months now, for a while. So, you know, there's been a version available. People have been playing it. People have been enjoying it. People have been speedrunning it. And yeah, we've incorporated a lot of stuff. We've found a lot of bugs. We've, you know, we've got a nice little community on the Discord as well. So we're definitely like incorporating as much community stuff as we can. And yeah, we're hoping that now it'll get much bigger as well with the, you know, it being officially announced by Devolver and things like that. So exciting times.
Oh, super exciting. I love it. I noticed that the music is so good. Now, can you tell us about this music just a little more? It's very propulsive. It makes you want to kick doors. Luke, weigh in. How does, because I heard you were listening. Yes, please.
So like, it all kind of started because I'm a big fan of this like unbelievably obnoxious genre of music called hardcore or hardstyle. And there's this one song called Necroslave, and it's got this kind of like weird moment where it kind of sounds like it's coming from another room before it has this like big introduction and where it comes back. So I really wanted to shape the music around this, and I'm lucky that I work with a guy, our music and sound designer, Jason Sutherland, and he did such an excellent job realizing that, and he's taken it in his own like style and way, and I think he's made the coolest music ever, and I couldn't have hoped for a better sound for the game.
That's beautiful. Don't you love it when a good thing comes together and it all just works? See, this is what happens when the group works on the project and it all comes together. I love to see it. Now, I have to ask, have you guys actually tried to kick some doors? Have you, you know, used the law of your foot on a door in the office?
I don't think we're allowed to kick down the office doors, but
it's not even for production, not even a test, not even a
we've
reference.
We've pitched it to Devolver to see if we can get like a PAX booth with like 100 doors for people to smash down. You know, we'll see if they can do that.
Nice. So you're saying that it's in the works. There may be a future where y'all practice kicking doors to develop games. That's beautiful. I love that. Hey, get into game development, everybody. Hop in. It does look like it would be really hard to do. So y'all, without kicking any doors, you've done it so well already. I'm very impressed. Now, are there any plans to bring the game to consoles? And I'm gonna ask you that one, Robbie. Or
no formal plans, but it's definitely something we have on our radar. So the current Steam demo that's just dropped as of like 10 minutes ago has full controller support. The game is like very playable, and I think it would be a good fit for a lot of consoles. But we're definitely at the moment just kind of focusing on PC first. But you know, it's not out of the question. Something we're thinking of. But we're finishing the game before we port it, if that makes sense.
That's perfect. Awesome. Hey, I'm not mad at it. I've got my PC, but all of you peeps waiting, we're thinking about you. Hey, can y'all tell us where we can find out more about the game? I'm gonna ask you this, Luke.
You can join our Discord at Free Lives. You can also download the game right now on Steam. We've got a short demo, hopefully giving people a taste of the game. And you can also follow us at Free Lives or at Angerfoot Game or Angerfoot Official.
Awesome. I love to hear it. If I join...
All of those links
go ahead.
are on...
Yeah.
All of those links are on angerfoot.com as well, which is live now.
Perfect. I love that. Angerfoot.com. If I join the Discord and I don't see a foot kicking a door in emote, I'm gonna be upset, okay? So that better be there before I hop in. thank you guys so much for coming by. Really enjoyed watching your game and talking about it. We can't wait to see more. Have a good one.
Thanks so much
All
for
right,
having us.
thank you so much for
Cheers,
having us.
Thank you. Bye. Wow, that was awesome. I really enjoyed talking to them. They seem so, for such a cushy job. They did such a great job. You can see the passion. I have to go kick some doors down now. It has to happen. I love it. Now, it's time. We're gonna chat with another dev from the game that we saw in the Devolver showcase. Massive Monsters Cult of the Lamb. It's an action roguelike and cult sim that will convince you to join in a heartbeat. Okay? It's also become the most anticipated indie release of the year. Wild. Please welcome the creative director, Julian Wilton. This is gonna be awesome.
Hey, how's it going? Yo.
Hey, Julian, how are you?
Hey.
Chat
great.
was going wild. I'm so glad you're doing. You should feel great. Yeah, everybody was ready to join a call. Yes,
That's what we want.
Good, because I'm gonna join too. I'm definitely gonna join too. I have some questions to ask you, so everybody doesn't flip out in chat. Yes, the lamb rises. I see y'all. So I have to ask, Julian, how does a team get inspired to develop a game about a cult? Like, how do you pitch that?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess we kind of started off with all these other prototypes, and we didn't really originally start with the cult idea, but we kind of had we had little people you have to look after and stuff like that. And we kind of started with this idea of like a bit of a hell or something where you're kind of like punishing followers, but it turned out we really wanted to look after them, but kind of still have that element. So with a cult, you can kind of exploit the followers, but also look after them. So it's best of both worlds. And also, I just kind of love that occultist kind of horror movie stuff. So yeah, I'm into
That's
it.
good. That's nice. So you guys started off sour and then you ended up sweet. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. That's good. That's beautiful.
We're trying to be a bit, we're trying to be a bit bad boy with the new game, because our last one was a bit like family friendly. So we're like, this one we're gonna got a bit crazy, but we couldn't do it. We had to. We love drawing cute faces on things, so we're still getting the best of both worlds.
I love it. I'll take care of you, but you're still gonna do what I want. You hear me? Now, the game's art style walks the line between adorable and just straight up evil, like just straight up. Can you tell us how we landed on this look? How did y'all get here?
Yeah, well, I guess kind of, going on from what I was saying before, just kind of this idea of, making it something a bit more dark, something a bit more spooky, a lot of inspiration from, horror movies and kind of other mediums to kind of bring it together. Even like a lot of cartoon shows, like Over the Garden Wall. Things were a bit, kind of a bit creepy. You're like, what's going on here? Gravity Falls as well. But then, kind of bringing in these kind of familiar cartoon style that, people love. And it's just the way we kind of draw, so I don't know, made it easy for us.
That's beautiful reference material. Over the Garden Wall, super creepy, along with the other things that you so good. So already the look comes from a grounded place. Now, can you tell us a little bit more about the base building in the game? Like, how far does it go?
Yeah, so the base building around the game is kind of, there's a few elements to it. There's kind of like you're looking after your followers, so you gotta like build them beds, you'll kind of cook food, so you'll build a little cooking fire, but then you'll kind of get them to make resources and stuff for you as well. So you kind of got a little wood mine and kind of stone mine, they'll kind of like get resources for you. And then you also kind of have a main shrine where they'll all kind of pray at you, and through that you're kind of getting new building unlocks and stuff like that. So it's just kind of getting resources and doing fun stuff with your cult. You can get a little confession booth where a follower will come, tell you their woes, tell you the gossip, what's going on, and then you'll get some loyalty from them for kind of interacting with them in that way, which can be used to kind of set new doctrines for the cult and kind of new rules for living, I guess.
I love that. So not only are they're not, you know, just leeching off of us, you know, they got to do some stuff too, but you also kind of get to influence it. Yeah, you get to influence, do you get to influence the type of cult that you create, or is that more of just like keeping them in check?
Yeah, so through these Doctrine Stones, you'll kind of get a choice of 2 options. So you can kind of craft the cult you kind of want to make. So you could make a cult more about kind of, that really embraces sacrifice and kind of like, I don't know, death and stuff like that. Or you can get ones that you kind of want old people to kind of live a good and healthy life, and you can like really look after them. It's all a balance between kind of like, how much, like, do you want to exploit your followers and be really kind of a bit mean to them, or do you want to be like a good cult leader, be nice to your followers? So.
I love that. So we get to choose. Hey, you know, maybe I'm a little mean. I've been told I was a little mean.
You'd be surprised. So... Well, yeah, it's kind of it goes into this question of like, do I kind of want to get a bit stronger? Am I going to put myself forward, or am I going to put my followers first? And yeah, you get a bit evil sometimes.
Hey, I'm just letting you know, it's me every time. No question. No question. Now, I see that some abilities and weapons are teased in the trailer, but can you tell us anything else about combat? Is there something that, you know, you're excited about, or you would compare the combat to?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. In terms of combat, it is kind of, again, like going back to our last games, it's quite accessible and kind of casual, where you can kind of just mash the buttons up a bit and kind of roll around, keep hitting things. So it's nice and accessible for like those gamers that like maybe are kind of a bit newer to the genre. But then also there is a lot more kind of like strat to it if you kind of play with different weapons. So we have like, you know, basic examples like dagger, a bit quicker, you can kind of mash it up. Or you can kind of go your axe, which is a bit slower, so you kind of really need to time your shots a bit more, which is a bit more fulfilling. But yeah, we also have like curses as well, and you kind of unlock those through kind of doing sermons. There's a bunch of like play upgrade tree, so you can kind of pick different curses you get. And it's all kind of like randomized when you go on the run. So the idea is to kind of try and make each run feel a bit different. So maybe it's a bit similar to Binding of Isaac a little bit in that regard, where you're kind of changing up the play, changing up the run each time. But yes.
I like that. I like, you know, some variety in my curses. You know, I try to hex people at least once a week, so we'll see if this works out. Yeah, absolutely. Now, are there going to be some secret items or like Easter eggs that I have to look out for?
So there is, we have a few mechanics in the game for kind of unlocking kind of deeper content. There is like all the follower skins, so you can kind of, there's quite a few like secret ones kind of put around. So there's like little one snail one, little axolotl, you know, all the good ones. And then we also have decorations, so you kind of unlock and find secret decorations. Then there's also these kind of quests in the world where you can unlock new fleeces, which kind of, again, change up your run. So one might be that you don't get any kind of tarot cards on a run, which kind of, again, change up the gameplay a bit. But you kind of get 4 to start with, or you kind of start with no red hearts, but you start with heaps of blue hearts. So just like little things that kind of change up the run again. And they're all kind of done through exploring side quests and kind of finding little secrets in the game.
That's really good. That's really good. I actually have some questions from chat. One from TJ Choi. Look at that. Look at that. Hey, the community, they leap out whenever they can. So, if multiplayer, how many friends could I convert to my cult?
Well, TJ, currently it's just single player, unfortunately. But, you know, you can always spread the word, get your friends into it. We'd love to kind of suss out maybe a kind of co-op-y thing, like down the line. Probably not, definitely not for release. But yeah, we'd love to get something in at some point. But yeah, you know, you can just tell your friends, you know, compare notes, compare bases, you know, just do cult things together. Yeah.
Let's do cult things. Yeah, cute cult things. Yeah. I have another question from the Mac Geek. Are the levels random, as in procedurally generated, making gameplay more varied in that form?
Yeah, so dungeons kind of randomly generated. The way it works is there's a bunch of different rooms, kind of room types that, so, you know, there's a big kind of rectangle one here. And then there's kind of like encounters, so it'll kind of pull in different things of like encounters and kind of put them in the room. So yeah, like the idea is hopefully you shouldn't see too much of the same kind of enemy encounters, and yeah, it'll always change up. There's also kind of like a node, and in that node there's like a dungeon run, and then when you've kind of finished that, it opens up a map and you can kind of choose a direction of where you're going, kind of similar to Slay the Spire kind of map or something. And yeah, you can kind of find new rooms. There might be a shop on the way. There might be kind of a question mark room which has a little story in it and stuff like that. And yeah, just things like this, like a weapon shop. So yeah, each run should hopefully feel quite different.
I love it. That's how it should feel. I love that. Now I have another question from C47 Man. What came first in conceiving this game? Lambs or cults?
That's a good question. I honestly can't really remember. I feel like I don't know. I feel like we definitely drew some lammies. I definitely drew some lammies. We probably had about like 10 or so good lamb editions. This is number 10 that we got here. And I think, yeah, it must have come similar time when we're exploring the occult stuff. It maybe wasn't like cults yet, but we're like, you know, occult, you know, lamb of Christ, you know, there's a lot of kind of, you know, meaning and definitions and stuff with kind of a lamb character. And we actually originally had kind of the main character was a lamb, and we had this kind of goat antagonist or whatever, and it's gonna be the evil guy. But he kind of wasn't really that threatening, so we kind of created these new kind of cult leaders. But yeah, that's kind of the idea started with, just lamb and the goat.
Oh, that's okay. I love that. Thank you for answering, because I feel like after a while, the cult and the lamb would just blend together. Like it's just all one. Like what begins and what ends. It's all lamb cults, guys.
Yep.
Right, exactly. What a question. Now, from Verified Rin Karagani, can't wait. This looks incredible. Will our cult choices lead to different endings?
Ooh, there's kind of only one kind of, there's a bit of a, you know, there might be a choice along the way, but the ending and kind of story in the game is kind of linear, but the way we kind of create dynamic kind of content and stories in the game is through the followers, so they kind of really drive a lot of the game. So they'll kind of come up to you with quests, and there's a few kind of different story quests where one thing might lead to another thing, and they kind of create stories in themselves. Even if you kind of get one quest and then randomly get another one, the players can sometimes kind of connect the dots a bit, even if we like inherently didn't design that, but this kind of stories can write themselves a little bit.
I love it. I love it. From the chat, I just had to point this out. Somebody said cult is lamb spelled backwards. Yep, cult is lamb
Nice.
spelled backwards. it's the truth. I think I have another question from Kotek. Will there be Twitch integration?
Yes. We're actually working with someone to create a bit of a plugin where Twitch viewers can kind of help or hinder the cult leader they're watching on stream. Saw a little demo of it the other day, and it's looking very cool. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how that will work more. People watching can also kind of design the followers, and then the streamer can kind of pick from those animals when they're indoctrinating a new follower. So yeah, it should be pretty cool.
I love that, because that means that I can never turn it on, because they will destroy my cult day one. I'll try, but man, they're gonna make sure I go down. Oh, Twitch chat, nice. Okay, maybe this Twitch chat. Y'all are very nice in this Twitch chat. I love that. And someone else asked, Miskatonic Memorialist, they asked, can we name our cult followers?
Yeah. When you so there's a whole indoctrination screen where you name them, you pick the animal form. There's a few different variations on the animal form you can pick. They also kind of start out with a few traits. So some cult members, you know, they hate seeing poop or something. Other ones might love seeing poop. So you might I don't know, choose, that might change where you do a few things. Like, I don't know, you might put their beds away from poop, like away from outhouses and stuff like that. Yeah.
Excellent. I like that. That's really cool. Now, I have to ask, was there anything that you were trying to put in the game? Was there a stretch goal that you had that, you know, that didn't quite make it into the game? You might throw it into some future DLC?
We definitely got some DLC plans. Like, there's a lot that we did want to put in the game. I think a lot of follower stuff. So originally we talked about we really wanted to kind of be able to kind of make a pub or something where you're kind of growing wheat, then you're making some beer or like making wine or something. Then all your followers can get drunk and kind of have a little party. There's stuff like that. Just some basic things like a little tailor where you can kind of change their outfits. We've talked as well, like maybe for DLC, this idea of kind of Cult of the Seas, where maybe you'll make a little ship and you'll kind of set up other colonies around this kind of procedurally generated world. So we've got lots of ideas, and we definitely plan to kind of support the game a bit after release. So hopefully we'll get them in eventually.
That is so exciting. I've gotten so much from this chat with you. I can't wait to hang out with my cult members, judge them, maybe punish them just a little bit, and we'll see how it goes, you know? Let's do it. So, is there more that we can find out about this game? Do you have like a Discord or whatnot? Where can we find more?
Yeah, so if you just go to maybe cultofthelamb.com, we've got it all there. We just got, just happened, just looked at it. We've got pre-order up for the game. We've got a demo on the Steam Next Fest. It is quite short. It's a bit of a little snippet, a little preview. You kind of don't really get too into it, but it should give you a little taste for the combat and stuff like that. So yeah, I've got Discord through the website, and yeah, just follow us there. Give us your money, give us your blood, and yeah, thanks.
I love it. Hey, if you have questions, and I saw that you guys still had questions in the chat, join that Discord and hop in and be a part of the community. You guys make these games better. I mean, look what you made. Cult of the Lamb. Mwah! Thank you so much, Julian, for coming by and answering all of our questions. What a game. What a game. Hand claps. You had them hype. Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. Have a great day, and can't wait to see more.
You too.
Bye. Thank you. Wow. I love it. Everybody's been so... These devs are just so nice. I love them. They are so informative, so sweet, and they make some really good games. Like it's their job or something. Like, what a time. All right, when we come back, I'll be getting a sneak peek at what's happening in downtown LA. So join me then. See you guys. everybody, welcome back. Pretty soon we're gonna be checking out what's going on in downtown LA, but we gotta talk about this cult. Okay, we've slung a lot of words around. You know, we talked about kicking doors in, you know, being fly. Yes, time flies. It really has. It is already around time for our time to end. It makes me kind of sad, but it's cool. So I'm just here once again to have you all sign up to be a part of my cult. I don't know what we're gonna call it. Are we gonna call it like Cult of the Flies? Lamb Chops? Yeah, it's Morbin time. What are your cult names? Because I feel so inspired by Cult of the Lamb. I also really love Angerfoot. I feel like it's just the game for me. Like if I just want to decompress, let me just pull out my Angerfoot. Yeah, I'm gonna kick some doors down. Maybe it's your door. Okay, it's not your door. I promise. It's not your door. It'll just be a random door. Bro, it'll be a random door in the middle of nowhere, okay? I'm not coming for you. Yes, the Cult of the Broken Oreo? What a name. What a name. Okay. While you guys come up with cult names, we're gonna go ahead and see what's going on in downtown LA with Bruce Green. Let's check him out.
Chelsea, can you hear me? Chelsea, are you there?
Hello? Hi. Hello? Hey!
Chelsea,
Bruce!
Chelsea, can I be part of your cult? Can I be part of your cult?
Yes. Okay, so you have to be fly. All right, that's the only requirement. Now, I don't know if you saw the character I made for you, the boss I made for you in Saints Row.
Yeah, no, I heard you call me Morbius, Chelsea. That's what you called me Morbius.
Well, okay, ignore that part. But you were very fly, okay? You were looking good.
You said I looked like a vampire, aka I looked like I was dead.
I mean, okay. Vampires don't put words in my mouth. Vampires look great, all right? Remember, there was a whole era where we were lusting after vampires, okay? Yes.
Yeah, you got me. You got me.
Hey,
we're still lusting after vampires.
Exactly.
We're still lusting after vampires, Chelsea. All right, never mind.
Yes.
Hey, we got stuff to do. We got to actually talk about what's happening here downtown.
What's happening?
This is the Twitch Gaming Summer Gathering set. We're going to be down here all day tomorrow talking about video games for, I think it's like 10 hours or something like that. We're going to be here in this amazing place, Chelsea. Now, I want you to, the camera's going to kind of take a look around here.